Christina Hill. Here. Clay Thomas. Here. Don Christensen.
Here.
Rob Pierce. Here. Brad Stanley.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Now let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you like to lead us, Rob?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, Mr. Larson, please read the ethics law announcement.
Board members are reminded that if with respect to any matter or any person coming before the board today, you've received a gift or loan, you have a pecuniary interest, you have a commitment in a private capacity, such as a family, employment, business, or similar relationship, or you've provided representation or counseling before an agency to a person or entity for compensation within the last year on a matter being considered, you must disclose that gift, loan, interest, commitment, or prior representation at the time the matter is being considered, and you must furthermore abstain from the deliberation or voting on the matter. If it is clear that the gift, loan, interest, commitment, or prior representation would materially affect the independence of judgment of a reasonable person. Board members are also reminded that under the Board of Adjustment rules, if you had contact outside this meeting with any persons interested in a matter coming before the board today, you should disclose the nature of that contact at this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Trevor Lloyd, could you please read the appeal procedure?
Yep, will do. Most decisions rendered by the Board of Adjustment are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with the decision of the Board of Adjustment and you want to appeal its action, you may do so in writing within 10 calendar days from the date that the decision being appealed is signed by the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment and mailed to the original applicant in the proceeding being appealed in accordance with Washoe County Code. Please call the planning staff immediately at 328-6100 for information on the appeal procedure and the application fee.
Okay, great, thanks. Now, next is public comment. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments at this time?
I have public comment in chambers. Wayne Ford.
Wayne Ford, 731 Linda Court. I'm here as a father. The reason I'm clear in the back, usually I sit right here, is my daughter, 10 months ago, was diagnosed, and she came to a lot of these meetings and helped out in our community incline for many years and was actually almost born there and raised there. She was diagnosed with a brain tumor and cancer. She's a survivor to now and will be a survivor for many years to come. I just want to acknowledge her making it here. It's the first time in 10 months that, that we were able to go out to lunch because her brother works at the Outback, and I got a great deal today, I'll tell you. And he's been part of our care team. So she's here and she's back, and I missed her a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Any other public comment?
I do have a hand raised via Zoom. Michael Morgan. I'm going to allow you to speak. If you could please unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Is he there?
You can ask to unmute.
Michael, I have allowed you to, if you could please unmute yourself, or is your hand just raised on accident? Okay, it might be an error.
Any other public comment?
No further public comment on Zoom.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is approval of the February 3rd agenda, which is today. And I'm going to make a couple adjustments to the agenda based on priorities of what's going on. So the second item, which is 8B, or 8C, the William Scotsman project, is going to be continued, but we need to open it up for public hearing, so that's going to go first, and it's just going to take 1 minute. And then we're going to do the resort at Tahoe, And then we're going to do the Berta front yard setback for Mr. Wayne Ford because his daughter is ill. And then we'll continue as in order. Okay? Okay, so the next item on the agenda is approval of the January 6th.
Madam Chair, we need to have a motion to approve
Oh.
the agenda as
I thought I could just do that.
as
one.
amended, as the unilateral approval. No, we need to have it, we had to have a motion in a second.
Okay. Who,
Are you making the motion,
yeah,
Madam
I'm
Chair,
making a motion to,
for those changes?
for those changes I previously mentioned in the agenda.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Now approval of the January 6th draft meeting minutes. I've read the minutes. They looked perfectly fine to me. And yes, Mr. Stanley?
I was going to move that we accept the
Oh, okay, great.
minutes.
And I'll second it. Great, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So, now the public hearing, we're going to have, number one is the special use permit case WSUP 210033, William Scotsman.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe the applicants are here. We did receive a email requesting that we push this item off 1 month. However, because this item has been noticed and properly agendized, we do need to open it up for public comment in the event that anybody has comment.
Okay, so,
Madam Chairman, the applicants are here, but I don't believe they wish to speak. But nothing else.
okay. So they don't wish to speak. We're not going to have a staff presentation. We're just going to open it up for public comment. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments for this item?
I have no public comment in chambers.
Okay,
And no hands raised via Zoom.
okay, thank you. So we'll just make a motion to continue the project. Yes, Mr. Stanley?
So moved.
Okay, second?
I'm sorry, can you clarify, move 1 month from today? The next,
Continued
continue
1
to the
month.
March BOA meeting, yes.
I move that we move this item to 1 month to our next meeting.
Okay,
This is Rob, for the record, I'll second it.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the resort at Tahoe and Residences, 8A, WSUP 210035. I have to unfortunately recuse myself from this item, so I'm going to leave the dais, and you guys can take action. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go ahead and continue on. A couple housekeeping things, just real quick. I know there's a lot of people here today that want to talk on a variety of the items that are before us. I just want to make sure that your cell phones are turned off. If you haven't done that, please do that, so we're not interrupted in that respect. And two, if you plan on speaking on any of the agendized items, would you please make sure that you fill out a card in the back and bring it to the lady raising her hand right here, so we can go ahead and account for the conversation. With that, we'll go on to special use permit case number WSUP 21-0035, the resort at Tahoe. We should have staff coming forward on that, but prior to that, are there any disclosures from board members? Seeing none? Thank you. We'll go ahead and have staff.
Good afternoon. Chris Bronzik, Washoe County Planning. So we're looking at WSUP 21-35. This is the resort at Tahoe and residences. This is for major grading. So I've provided a vicinity map. This project is located within the Crystal Bay Tourist Corridor off of State Route 28 within the Tahoe Basin. It's highlighted in that blue and yellow with the subject parcel. So there's quite a bit of history related to this project dating back to 2008. So in 2008, Washoe County's Planning Commission approved AB 08-009 and Variance 0814. That was appealed to the Board of County Commissioners, which heard the appeal and overturned that approval. That approval went back for revisions, which was then submitted again, which the Planning Commission approved again on November 5th, 2008. Once again, that item was appealed, heard in January 13 of 2009 by the Board of County Commissioners, who upheld that approval. In July of 2016, the Planning Commission heard tentative map 16-4 and special use permit SB 16-5. This was specific to that 18-unit common open space development, the condominium known as Granite Place. And then last June, the Washoe County Planning Commission heard and approved WPVAR 21-1 and WAB 21-2. This was for an abandonment and variance related to the Boulder Bay project. So as mentioned, this is formally known as Boulder Bay, but I wanted to touch up on what a special use permit actually is. So a special use permit is required when a requested proposed use or type of development may have potential impacts that need to be mitigated to avoid impacts that impact the surrounding uses, the infrastructure, the services, the residents. So under Washoe County Code, there's a number of specific requirements for grading that would trigger that major grading special use permit. For this case specifically, we have area that has been triggered, volumes for both cut and fill that have been triggered, as well as export that has been triggered. Additionally, it should be noted that a special use permit under Washoe County Code does allow for the applicants to request for varying of standards. And the applicant has requested, I believe, 6 total standards to be varied. It should be also noted that the special use permit process does not eliminate the applicant's needs to meet regional jurisdiction requirements. So they still will have to go through TRPA for their separate approval process. And this does not guarantee or approve construction. What this does is approves the act of the applicant being able to submit for building permits to start the grading process. So this slide is a simplified overview of our local review. We're at the introductory stage. We're at the formal review from the planning stage to allow the applicants to start that building permit process. So some of the specifics, the applicant, as mentioned, is requesting a major grading permit. They're anticipating 9.7 acres of land disturbance with 197,500 cubic yards of cut, 42,000 cubic yards of fill, and 155,000 cubic yards of export. Again, they're requesting multiple grading standards to be varied. This is the list of standards to be varied. I'm sorry, it's a little difficult to read, but some of the highlights are allowing for slopes that are greater than 3-to-1 slope, allowing for the natural grade to differ from greater than 48 inches within a required yard setback. Finished grading allowed to be varied by more than 10 feet in elevation, as well as 3-to-1 slopes allowed adjacent to roadways. The other two varied standards are related to the slopes themselves, so gradual transition with natural contouring and rounding associated with those manufactured slopes. So above you is the site plan. To the north, you'll see a kind of a slight color change, and that's where the majority of those slopes are going to take place. The applicant is proposing a retaining wall along those roadways, and that will impact the 3-to-1 slopes, the manufactured slope contouring, and the retaining wall height. So the applicant has provided staff with a cut fill map. I provided it above. As you can see, the blue is for fill. The majority of the fill that's taking place on this site is to the south, adjacent to State Route 28 and State Line Road, and to the north, where the Washoe Lakeview Connector Road will go in. Additionally, you'll see significant cuts taking place within the center of the property. That red, and there's a hard to see kind of a darker red in the middle of the property. Those differ roughly 37 feet from natural grade, and the larger red area is a difference of 30 feet. So the applicant has provided staff with a phasing plan. So this is phase one. This will take place from February through May of 2022. The primary things that are going to take place here is asbesto testing and abatement, largely on those existing cottages, cabins, as well as starting the BMP process for grading. As part of that, the applicant is proposing to abandon this portion of Washoe Road, which is in purple. This is the part of Washoe Road that goes directly through the development and is the primary connector from the existing Washoe Road to the existing State Line Road. This is phase two from May through June 2022. So this is where they're going to finish or proposing to finish the demo of the footings, cap and abandon all underground utilities, and start construction of the connectors. As you can see here, there's 3 hatched areas. We see the Lakeview Avenue to State Line Road connector going in, the Washoe Road to Lakeview Avenue connector going in, as well as Wellness Way, which is a smaller road behind the existing Granite Place condos. Phase 3, June through July of 2022. They are primarily going to be rerouting the underground utilities. There's a number of colored lines that follow Wellness Way, as well as the Washoe to Lakeview connector, where they are proposed to go. The final phase provided is July through August of 2022. At this time, they are proposing to have all the connector roads constructed, and at this time, they will abandon the final roads, Washoe and Reservoir. So this is just a different image that hopefully more clearly depicts where the varied standards will take place. So the orange colors that you see within the site plan, this is where slopes greater than 3-to-1 will be present. The blue lines are for the retaining walls that will be greater than 8 feet. So there's roughly 1,300 linear feet of retaining walls greater than 8 feet. And then you have the 3-to-1 slopes in yellow, which is part of that, what the applicant has termed soil nail walls. So I provided an image above that is related to the retaining walls. Throughout the project, the applicant has stated that the retaining walls are intended to be backfilled once the project construction, the actual resort construction takes place. The walls will be covered by future building footprints, and the images above, I know they're a little tough to see. They do depict that. So if you can see the kind of the yellow coloring between the black and white, that yellow coloring is where the backfill is supposed to take place. So being in the Tahoe Basin, this proposal is subject to TRPA review. There is an existing permit for Boulder Bay from TRPA. That permit is CEPP 2014-01338. Because construction has commenced under the Boulder Bay project, they are now required to follow a construction schedule. Applicants will need to provide an updated construction schedule to TRPA, but the permit is current. As part of that TRPA review, TRPA will ensure that the grading is in compliance with the existing approval prior to issuance of a grading permit. As part of this, a TRPA revised project application and environmental review is required to be approved for any proposed changes that deviate from the original Boulder Bay approved permit. It should be noted that the property owner has not yet submitted an application to TRPA for a revised project at this time. So a neighborhood meeting was held by the applicants at 6 p.m. on Friday, July 28th. The meeting was roughly 30 minutes. The meeting was advertised as 45 minutes. Additionally, there was no question and answer segment or dialogue between the applicants and the public during this meeting. From there, I want to move on to the conditions of approval. So staff in error wrote a condition with the standard 2 years. Throughout the staff report, staff does discuss the 5-year timeframe request. This condition is just to rectify that and put the correct 5 years instead of 2. So with the conditions of approval, I'm going to highlight some of the more important conditions from various agencies. For planning, we want to know the approximate locations and sites that will accommodate and receive all the export material related to the grading. Additionally, our standard construction hours are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday with no construction permitted on Sundays. That condition will stay as part of this project. And lastly, the radio equipment utilized by regional communication services shall not be removed, altered, or have service impacted as part of the activities associated with this major grading special use permit. I've also touched up on building and North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District. So with North Lake Tahoe's condition, they are requiring emergency vehicle access be provided in accordance with Chapter 5 of the adopted 2018 IFC. Access will be provided and shall be provided and maintained at all times, and the proposed connector road shall be installed in accordance with the previously approved variance and abandonment within the timelines as described by the applicant. Washoe County Building is requesting, prior to the issuance of a grading permit, a public safety plan. So engineering is requiring a number of conditions related to traffic, including construction activities that impact public access. The applicant will be required to provide adequate advanced warnings and acceptable alternative routing to the affected residents. The Washoe Road and Lakeview Avenue shall remain open during construction with Reservoir Road per the submitted phasing plan. Engineering is also requiring a detailed and updated traffic report that complies with both Washoe County and Ndot requirements. Additionally, an approved occupancy permit shall be obtained from Ndot and provided to Washoe County Engineering. So Ndot is requiring the applicants to get a temporary occupancy permit for necessary traffic controls, specifically to flaggers, signage, to mitigate all impacts from the construction trips. And this is especially important because Ndot has alerted staff that State Route 28 is planned to be repaved this summer. So I want to touch up on this a little bit with Ndot. So as part of the occupancy permit process, Ndot requires applicants to submit a traffic impact analysis for review and approval prior to Ndot accepting an occupancy permit application when the project is anticipated to generate 100 trips or more at peak times. Additionally, this requirement for submitting a traffic study includes developments that use a previously permitted access point or remove an existing access point. And that's especially important related to the previously approved variance and abandonment, as well as with this grading permit, based off of the phasing that the applicants have provided staff. So public comment. Staff throughout this project has received upwards of 154 emails and comments related to the special use permit. Comments oppose the staging area being located in the existing park adjacent to Granite Place. Comments also oppose the already approved connector road to Wellness Way, and I want to highlight that. So while Wellness Way is a connector road that's being shown within this grading plan, Wellness Way is already approved. It was approved under the variance and abandonment case in June of 2021. And that is not part of what we're looking at today. The primary thing we're looking at today is the grading. Additionally, we did receive comments of support related to the redevelopment project and comments related to supporting the updating of the proposed roadways. So the required findings, there's 5 required findings: consistency, improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effect on military installations. Staff is able to make all 5 findings. Staff is recommending approval with the amended condition. I've provided a slide with the possible motion. There's also the motion that is within your staff report. I'm available for any questions you may have. We do have other agencies present today. We have Dwayne Smith with engineering, Alex Wolfson, who is tuning in via Zoom for Ndot, Jennifer Donahue, who's present here with North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District, and Trevor, also with Washoe County Planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Belichick. Is there any questions for staff before we move on?
This is Rob, I have one. The radio situation, if I heard you correctly, you said that that wasn't going to be interrupted during the grading procedure, but what about the tear down? Are you guys working with the radio shop on this, or?
Yes. So staff is actively working with Regional Communications. Regional Communications understands the permit process at this time. We are working with them. They are working with the applicants. Part of that condition is to make sure that throughout this process there is no disruptions or any sort of hiccups related to that equipment. And that's it. That is a condition of approval as mentioned.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stanley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris, I think you may have addressed this, but for a little clarification, does TRPA, are the interruptions of the connector roads under TRPA or first under Washoe County in this SUP, or yes? What
do you mean?
Layer of responsibility, I guess. the interruption of the connector roads, is that a function of this SUP, or is that a function of a ruling by TRPA, or both of those things?
I'm going to try and answer that. We'll see. So the way the connector roads work, as part of the previously approved abandonment and variance, the applicants were required to provide an additional routing, new routing, which is where those two connector roads plus Wellness Way came in. To fully abandon the roadways that exist to start the grading process, they not only have to meet the conditions of the abandonment and variance through Washoe County, but they would have to meet the requirements from Ndot. They'll have to meet the requirements from engineering. Then they'll have to go through TRPA.
Okay.
TRPA still requires all the permits before anything gets issued on Washoe County's end.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question, certainly. If I may follow up, just in terms of timing here, through this process, or maybe your estimation or best guess, what is the length of time, ballpark, that the connector roads will not be in use? Not be available?
I don't have an answer for you on that one. I will actually defer to the applicant here.
Okay.
They're stating it's part of their presentation if you want to have
They
that.
have a presentation.
Okay, and then if I may, the third one, one of the consulting groups here that responded to your very exhaustive study, thank you very much, it was the Conservation District, and they were talking about loss of trees and a 2X replacement kind of commitment. Is that, for want of a better word, germane to what we're doing now?
So with the Conservation District and their requirements, because this is only looking at grading, we did not memorialize those conditions within the conditions of approval.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Browncheck. Just a point of clarification, where you said these new condition of approval that you submitted, it went from 2 years to 5 years, is that correct?
That is correct.
And where is that in this the conditions of new approval? Do you remember what page it was on?
It's 1C, condition 1C.
Thank you. Sure, okay, I see it now. It's, all right, thank you. Go ahead.
For the record, Don Christensen. To enlarge a little on Rob's question about the radio equipment there. I realize this is not a military installation, and but it's a critical retransmission point for the county services. What's our recourse? What's the public's recourse if we get somebody who errantly, in this grading process, takes up some of the buried lines that run up to the water tank, or, God forbid, they smack the little shed and destroy the equipment? This could be a real critical thing. Does this fall under the grading bond as far as recourse goes?
To the best of my knowledge, there is going to be no disruptions to any of the equipment for the communications site. I suppose it would be like any other, inadvertent damage, maybe caused through traffic accident or something else. There would certainly be repercussions. I don't know that any of us are prepared to answer specifically what those would be, but the applicant would certainly be at risk or at fault for any disruption. But again, there is going to be no plans for any disruption to any of the equipment for the emergency communication facility.
Thank you for the clarification. Any more questions from the board to staff? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is the applicant present and wish to speak on this matter?
Good afternoon, members of the commission, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. My name is Ebi Nakjavani. I'm principal owner and CEO of Ekm Development Group. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak before the commission today. The resort at Tahoe and Residences is a project that I was introduced to about 3 years ago and started working with the ownership to really understand the project in detail and understand its development process, and have been following the majority of the activities that have been occurring since 2017. Ekm Development Group is a company that we're experienced in large-scale development since 1983. We're a full-service real estate development firm with all of the disciplines under a roof, specializing in these types of large-scale developments, boutique, luxury hotels, and multifamily residential developments. We have about $8 billion in development experience. This project, one of the most important aspects of what we bring to the table is we have the entire equity to build the project already committed, and we're ready to move forward with the construction and implementation. We build these projects to become a member of the community. We're hospitality hotel builders. We don't build and exit. We will be here to operate not only the hotel itself, but portions of the residential that will be contributed into the hotel management, the commercial, and all of the associated amenities, including the casino. We purchased this property based on an approved project. We have in-house land use attorneys that basically review all of our projects before we make an investment of this magnitude. And we've gone through a significant review, all of the approvals and reports that were prepared in connection with the EIS, really studied in significant detail the processes at Washoe County, TRPA, multiple meetings with stakeholders and government officials, and heavily relied on the prior approvals before the acquisition of the property. We also listen very closely. If you look at a lot of the projects that we've built in the past, we make a very concerted effort to work with the members of the community, to listen to what they're looking for, and we try to bring consensus to the extent we can and integrate the project into the neighborhood and the community as best so that it actually has a chance and an opportunity to survive and operate in the long term, a key component of a successful hotel. As an example, the community members in the 18 units that were sold were not happy with the staging area, even though I'll show in one of the future slides, upcoming slides, that the project is on a very steep grade, and it's a big challenge in terms of being able to accomplish the grading within the boundaries of the project. But we worked with our general contractor and came up with a solution for eliminating using the park, which is a future dedication as part of this project, because we didn't want to disrupt the use of it during the period of construction. There were also concerns raised about Wellness Way. As the staff reported, Wellness Way is not within our purview to make a decision whether to build it or not. We're being asked to eliminate it, and the concerns were about noise and traffic on that road. That is a condition of approval of this project, and I've explained to the neighbors that unfortunately we're lack of a better word, stuck with building it. I will go on record to say that we're willing to work with the community, with staff, with members of the commission, if there is a solution to come up with at least attenuating some of those impacts, such as maybe speed bumps, discouraging significant use of that road. We'd be happy to work and do that. I'm sure staff has many tools in their repertoire to come up with solutions where it discourages heavy use of that road. And also, it's worthwhile to mention here that Wellness Way is quite steep, so I would think that the members of the community would prefer to use a much more easier access than Wellness Way itself. If we were conditioned not to build it, we would be happy to comply with that as well. One thing that is important to highlight with the project that was approved that's on the screen before you, one of the most important aspects that we're considering about this project under the ownership of EKN, we're looking to build a much more public-facing, community-facing project. The project, as was contemplated on phase one, buildings A were constructed, you really didn't have a business to be here unless you were one of the condo owners or you were a guest at the hotel. The hotel had quite limited number of amenities. One of the things that, as indicated on the first slide of my presentation, we intend to build a luxury product. This project, as staff mentioned, has gone through many approvals, but the first approval started in 2008. Tahoe has changed significantly since 2008. The needs of the community, the needs of the residents, visitors, societies changed. We're hit with COVID, completely changed the way social demographics and psychodemographics now are present in Tahoe. So based on really looking at what would be successful here for the community as well as for the project, and those two are completely intertwined, is creating a place for families to come. We're proposing event space, we're proposing restaurants through the entire gamut, all the way from pick up and go, quick sandwiches, coffee shops, curated coffee shops, other items in the 18,000 square feet plus or minus that was approved, including providing full service restaurant in the hotel, and creating a place where community can come, the spa, fitness, in the area where building F is, between building F and H, we're proposing to create a community center, a grove, where in summer, during even winter, having all kinds of events, Shakespeare Under the Stars, quartets, music, a place where community can come and really enjoy the very carefully selected retail that's represented in that 18,000 square feet of retail. One of the things that, they told me I only had 3 minutes. I apologize, I'm trying to rush through this presentation. However, very quickly, I want to address why variance. And there's an existing site and topography that I'd like to quickly look at. It was slide 3. As staff reported, volume, export, slopes, etc., it's all a function of what the site looks like. Ordinances were not written necessarily for any specific site, but for the entire Tahoe area. But when you look at this site going from state line to the middle of the site, there's 72 feet of rise in one direction and 35 feet of rise in the direction transverse to the highway. So clearly, as we were conditioned and approved and required to comply with the abandonments and the new dedication, which volumes and hours and a lot of time of expertise was spent on this by third-party consultants in terms of alignment, etc., Those abandonments and new dedications necessitate grading the site and varying from the numbers that staff quoted. So that's why we're here before you, and I don't want to get into too much detail in terms of design and construction, but retaining walls also would be necessitated if those roads were built in the location that they're built. Our responsibility is to make sure that we do the best possible practices in order to conceal those retaining walls and use construction materials that are in harmony with the environment. Not to repeat, but obviously as the project on that site plan was approved, the slide that's before you shows the connector roads. Again, those are the portions of the roads that will go in place to provide continuity. Commissioner Stanley, my staff, we have a couple, my colleagues will address your question about the timing of how long you will be under construction. The blue shows the connectivity to connect the roads as approved by the abandonment and dedication, and you can see the crosshatch where the roadways were mandated to be abandoned. If we can, one of the previous slides, if we could please use that, the grading and retaining wall. Yes, I want to highlight the fact that one of the other contributing factors to the grading numbers on a steep site like this was that we were mandated to keep all parking underground. The community over the last 12, 15 years was very vocal about the fact that they don't want to see a sea of parking. Well, the only way you can put parking underground is you excavate. We have to dig out the hole and then build the parking structure. We've superimposed on this plan for your use is the red is the footprint of the buildings that were approved per the site plan, and the yellow area are the limits of excavation to create the holes to build the parking structures. I think that you can see clearly that there's going to be a tremendous amount of parking structure that needs to be provided for the project, which again necessitates all of the grading that's occurring. In my closing statement, I want to reiterate the fact that we're not here to build a few condos and run. We're here to stay. We're here to be a member of the community. We're here to make sure that all of the uses of the project, whether it's the use of the Grove for a summer night concert, and we're talking about a very small area, so we're not talking about thousands of people. We're only talking about maybe 100, a couple hundred people at the most, is that the success of the project for us is contingent upon a successful community acceptance. And you know, there is always maybe a handful of people that we can never 100% satisfy, but I'm here to assure you that we will listen to them. And if there's any way that we could compromise and come up with solutions for the betterment of the community, in the best interest of the community, we're here to do. We plan to have multiple town hall meetings. Unfortunately, with COVID, our first one had to be on Zoom. One addition that I'd like to make to the staff comment about the Zoom, the way it was conducted. I believe we had close to 100 or maybe a few over 100 people on Zoom, and it's difficult to have 100 people talking at the same time. I think we're doing a great job here with raising hands, etc. But instead of having a question and answer session, we announced that for everyone to submit their questions. We've collected every single question, and we intend to, unless we've already done it, to provide answers to every single question. If there are follow-up questions, our website provides a portal for continuous conversation. We will definitely have in-person town hall meetings held at the Biltmore. I'm here to announce that we'll have at least one per month in the next few months while we're going through compliance with all the conditions to prepare plans. I think as far as the trees are concerned, those were conditioned per the project, even though they're not repeated here. We not only have to comply with these conditions, but we have to comply with all other conditions. And radio tower, again, my colleague will address, but again, I want to make a commitment that we will do everything we can, and I believe we will be able to preserve the tower and provide continuous operation of that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Okay, are there any questions for this gentleman?
This is Rob for the record. I just have one real quick question. You just kind of breezed over it, and in my notes it says a community park and open space may be used for storage, but you said you're not going to do that, right?
Correct.
You're going to keep it as a park.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That was no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mr. Nachavanti? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next, we will go ahead and open it up for public comment. But before we do that, I'd like to just take a moment to say, first of all, I want to thank all the individuals that submitted their emails, both in favor and against the project. I think by doing so, it afforded us here at the board the opportunity to really look at all the nuances that are occurring out there and addressing the issues, or hopefully addressing the issues or concerns that people have to mitigate some of the circumstances if this project goes forward in the best possible manner. In addition to that, let me just reiterate what staff said earlier about the TRPA. The board here has no authority over the TRPA. What the TRPA does is their purview. So we are not here to address issues pertaining to what the TRPA has decided. We are here to address the issue on the SUP that is before us that deals with grading and the issues that are implied with that grading. So I hope we can address those issues that deal with the grading, and I think we can get through that. And as also stated by staff, is if in fact, depending on the decision of the board, it may require, actually it would require the TRPA to be involved and for them to ultimately approve what this board has done. So with that, Madam Secretary, public comment, please.
Okay. I have Omar Raines, followed by Daniel Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. My name is Omer Raines. My address is 180 Lakeview Avenue, Crystal Bay. And I have a number of questions, a number of comments. I live in a conservation zone. It is the only one in the Crystal Bay area. It runs all the way on Lakeview Avenue from Tuscarora to the Reservoir Road, which is proposed to be abandoned. I come down every single day or go up Reservoir Road. It is my primary access point. The fact that it's a conservation area is very well marked. And in fact, my property line abuts the proposed development. This is found, and I have copies for everyone if you wish. This is found everywhere along my property, including one that abuts the proposed project. It's a state of Nevada conservation area. This is the actual sign, size of it. There is a sign close to the perimeter of that proposed project. They know of it. Everyone knows of it. The prior development knows of it. It is a conservation area. It's protected by Nevada's revised statutes. And I can cite them. Some of them are cited right here on the poster that is found. If, for example, and this is but one example, if Reservoir Road is abandoned, I would have no way to enter or access my own property. At one point, the prior developer actually landlocked, which is in violation of the law of all 50 states. So neither police nor medical needs or anything else, fire, for example, there would be no way to exit my property. And that will be true of many others, because we even have avalanche warnings frequently. And we've had avalanches up there. So it is really critical that the roadways be addressed. Certainly, we cannot abandon, in my opinion, Reservoir Road. By the way, among many various responsibilities I've had over the years, I, for many years, served in land use planning as the chairman of a planning commission, large one, in California, the county, and then on the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Commission for the state of California. I have more than limited knowledge when it comes to developments of this sort. I will be glad to meet with Mr., forgive me if I mispronounce it, Nakshivani, at any time, and with his attorneys at any time if requested. They've not reached out to me, even though my property is the very most directed property adversely of their entire proposal.
Okay, Mr. Raines, thank you. We appreciate that.
Very well,
For
sir.
the sake of expediency, hopefully your comments are well taken by the applicant, and we'll make that effort.
Okay. I do have a number of photographs and what have you, if people wish to see them.
Okay.
I live across the street from a national forest, and the entire area on both sides of me is part of a conservation zone.
Thank you, sir. Madam Secretary?
Next, we have Daniel Adams, followed by Joan Lithauser.
Good afternoon, I'm Daniel Adams. I reside at 1 Big Water Drive, A300. I'm on the board of the Granite Place Homeowners Association, which consists of the 18 units that were always considered phase one of this project, so I'm here to speak on their behalf. Although we generally favor this development and the resort and the additional residents that are planned, we do take great exception to what seems to be a later revision to the plan in this connector road, particularly the bottom south or east portion of it. And I don't know if it's possible to put that slide back up that showed the connector roads, because on that slide I didn't see the portion of the road that we object to. So obviously in 2009 and even to some extent in 2011, our 18 residences didn't exist, and so we couldn't object to aspects of this project. But again, I want to state for the record, we support the project. We just object to this portion of this connector road, which we believe is unnecessary and will greatly adversely impact our property values and our quality of life. Yeah, that's not the slide. There was another slide showing the upper connector road. So you essentially have 3 sections of connector road. We have no objection to the middle section of connector road connecting Washoe to Lakeview, or the other section connecting Lakeview to State Line. That all makes sense, and that is the safe path of ingress and egress for those homes down to State Route 28. But the notion that we would put a connector road over our driveway that serves our parking structure when we already have great difficulty coming and going onto State Route 28, to make a left turn out of our project, sometimes many hours of the day, involves a long wait for cars to clear there. There you go. I don't see our section of the connector road there. Is it present? Am I not seeing it?
The connector road was shown on the previous one with the purple abandoned images.
So the blue sections there are the roads that would be abandoned?
Those are the connector roads. So those are the two connector roads that you stated that you didn't have objection to. I believe the one you're objecting to is well wet.
Okay, for a point of clarification, if you'd at least state who you are, if you're going to do that, so we have clarification for the record. So, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Are you addressing the staff there?
I just want to make sure that we're all on record of who is
Right.
speaking. We have you on, so we
Yeah.
just need to.
So it's that bottom portion of the connector road that somehow has come to be known as Wellness Way, which sounds like an entrance into an assisted living facility, rather than Big Water Drive, which is our current address, which we've gone through all kinds of difficulties setting that up with the post office and receiving mail, so to change that would be ludicrous. But there's absolutely no need for that bottom portion of the connector road. The safe route is out on State Line Road, where a signal or a roundabout needs to be installed to adequately convey traffic. Hopefully, the new traffic report will verify and state that and show that and evidence that. This is, look, if you look at that diagram, look how close that road comes to the corner of our building. I happen to be on the south corner of our building. There is a man door there. There is a pedestrian ingress-egress point there adjacent to that road. It does not even appear that that road follows code requirements for setbacks from structures. And that road either needs to be moved, that road needs to be abandoned altogether, that lower portion, because really I don't think it serves any purpose than to provide a shortcut for folks up
Mr.
above to get to the post office.
Mr. Adams, I'm going to stop you there. I gave you an extra minute just because there was a little bit of confusion of pulling up the information that you wanted. But thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Joan Lithauser, followed by Mike Dunn.
I get nervous, so I'm bringing some notes. I'm a local resident in Klein Village, lived there for years. I live at 952 Northwood Boulevard. I've been coming up to Incline, Crystal Bay for probably 20 years because my father-in-law lives there. But sounds crazy, but go to the dog park every day, every night, got a beautiful golden retriever. Everybody I talk to is like, it's about time they're doing something with this property, and they're supporting it. And so I just wanted to be here to support the property. I'm going to forget things, but I just think this property's an eyesore that needs to be redone. It's going to bring jobs, careers, different things to the community, and I just think I'm supporting it. I keep hearing all the negative stuff, and I fight those people, but what I hear in the neighborhood is they want to see a change. I think it's a good project.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mike Dunn, followed by Mark Higgins.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Mike Dunn. I moved to Lake Tahoe 30 years ago this year. I am a resident of Douglas County, where I'm raising my family and working throughout the entire region. I think that what we're dealing with here is a bigger picture than just Boulder Bay and Incline. It affects everyone in Lake Tahoe, the entire community. I know many people in the community, like myself, who frequent Incline, who frequent Tahoe City, who ski at North Star, who go to Kirkwood. I mean, we are a region, we are all connected, and what this area needs is revitalization. I'm in full support of the project, and someone else mentioned earlier a key point that I haven't heard a lot of people talk about, and I haven't seen a lot of public comment about. This project is in the tourist corridor. It's not in a residential community. So having a deteriorated site sit there for years and years and years without any improvement is just takes an eyesore to Lake Tahoe, and it doesn't benefit anybody in the community. I'm raising my family here because we are Tahoe, and I'm in support of the TRPA. I'm in support of slow growth initiative. I don't want people doing developments in residential neighborhoods. If we started looking like Park City or Whistler, I'm out of here, you know? But when I drive around the lake and I see motels and hotels and retail buildings just falling down and just falling apart, nothing good comes of that. And you have like the hole in the ground in South Lake Tahoe, you have buildings in Tahoe City, and the state line corridor, not just this project, but right across the street at Calneva. This needs to come back to life. It needs to have lodging. It needs to have lodging that's current, not 20 years ago, not plans that are 15 years ago. Bring in lodging that will benefit the community with TOT dollars and services, amenities. In the resort communities, people do stay on site more. They do utilize shuttles versus VRBOs in residential neighborhoods who increase traffic, trash, crime. And I'd just love to see State Line, and I'd love to see other cities and counties throughout the region revitalize, especially if they're in a tourist corridor. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mark Higgins, followed by Bert Sandman.
I'll take this off. I'm Mark Higgins. I live at the Granite Place condos. I'm with Dan. I'd echo a lot of what he said. We don't really understand the need of that connector road. I don't think it's going to be very effective. Making a left turn today is a challenge coming in or out of Big Water. When you add the development and then the people above think they want to use that access road, I don't think they'll ever use it. They'll go to State Line. I'll probably go to State Line if that road's there. I don't think it's going to be very effective. More importantly, the way it's currently proposed is a huge detriment to our condominiums. The lights are going to come down from the top, shine onto the corner of the building from the north, if you look at where it enters, and turn, and it's going to strafe the whole building, and then it's going to transmit the traffic on a landscape buffer that I never dreamt could be a road, but that's the proposal. And then at the end, it dumps right in front of our parking garage, and it looks like within feet, like 6 feet of our current access door. I mean, its current design is hugely detrimental to us, but I also don't think it's going to be very effective to solve anybody's access problems. Certainly not going to do anything for us. I'm pleased, and by the way, I should have started that we knew this development was coming. We wanted to be part of it. I'm pleased EKN plans to execute it. We favor it. I never knew about Wellness Way. I don't know where that name came from. I was sold a condo on Big Water Drive. I don't know why that would change. I don't think EKN objects to that. I'm pleased that the park is not going to be used for staging, so a little more sensitive to our development. But that connector road, as it's currently proposed, is hugely expensive to EKN. I wonder what else they could do for the community instead of putting that road in. I don't think it's going to solve any access problems. It's going to create more of them. No one's going to want to use it. It's going to be hideous, and it's going to negatively impact our condos in a way I don't even want to think about. I was never told about it. It was the second unit I bought in there. I was the second person to buy. I was never told about it, never heard of Wellness Way. The plan that's on the board at our garage doesn't show it. I guess that was an oversight because I hear that it's approved a long time ago. But I really think it's a mistake. I hope that people will reconsider or think of alternatives. I just think it's ill-conceived, and it's way more costly to our building, the community, to EKN's development, than it's going to provide any benefit to those above that think they're going to use it for access. It looks dangerous to me. People talk about safety. Its current design and its steepness and the hard turns and where it dumps out isn't going to be safe for anybody. And it's going to be a very busy access point anyway because it's going to be the back entrance to the garage and the development that's going to go in. And I hope goes in. Anybody that opposes this project, I don't know why you want to keep looking at what's there today. This should get done. I hope it does get done, and I hope we improve the plan. So with that, I'll sign off with 4 seconds left.
Thanks, sir.
Next, we have Bert Sandman, followed by Ann Nichols.
Good afternoon. My name is Bert Sandman. I am a resident of 70 Speedboat Avenue and what used to be Brockway and now Kings Beach. I'm here to endorse the North Tahoe Preservation Alliance presentation, and I'm the president of the Brockway Point Homeowners Association. I represent about 80 homes that some of which were built in the early 1920s. We're very concerned about traffic, and we call special attention to the traffic study analysis as part of this presentation that was given to you. And if I could, I'd yield the rest of my time to Ann Nichols. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ann Nichols, followed by Margaret Martini.
Yeah, hi, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. I was wondering if I could, since I'm representing the 487 people that signed our petition, I wondered if I could have 4 minutes, 4.5?
Well, let's stay with 3 and see
how
where
it
you're
goes. These comments are for the record. I appreciate you staff coming and the public on Zoom and who made it here today. The North Tahoe Preservation Alliance is speaking for the 487 people that signed the petition wanting to review the Boulder Bay development. The fact is, there is no project. They keep talking about the approved project. Well, the one they're proposing with the site plan that you saw up there is different. The subterranean parking is in different areas. There's a new building above the Wellness Way, or the Washoe connector. There's a different entrance on State Line Road. There's different shaped buildings. They're different sizes. There's a new building. It's not the same. So there is no project. It has to be approved by TRPA first. It shouldn't come to the county first. They should resubmit. It's like a cat and mouse game. They're like, well, we're going to have this great place, but we're not going to really tell you how many units, exactly what the use is going to be, because then they would have to have a review, and they don't want that. They want to just come in and take our road. And I know Granite Place, I think the Wellness Way is a terrible design, and I think it's dangerous. But we fought in 2008 because this development keeps trying to take our 4th exit. They've done it, this is the 4th time. And the commissioners, so here it is. Right now we have Biawawa, Yamagosa, and then we have these exits. They're going to take this in February. We're going to lose the Washoe to State Line exit. And who want, in wildland fires, it's a matter of life and death. People will use it. When having to argue about reducing the exits out of a neighborhood for 2 to maybe 5 years, why do I have to do that? It's really a waste of the public's time. My hair was brown when I fought for this exit the first time. It was in 2008. So now we keep having to do this, and now Ebby is going, well, we don't really like that either. We'd like it if we didn't have to have that exit. So he's still trying to take it. Well, give us if Wellness Way isn't good enough for Granite Place, let's get a better design. The project, even as this proposal is, it's too big for the site. The site's too steep. It wouldn't need 8 variances if the site was suitable. You can't make the findings. It's detrimental to the public. It's dangerous to not have our exit. Can I have a minute?
No, we have a lot of people here. Everyone needs to have time to speak.
That's really unfortunate, but.
Well, we do have your document. We do have your document in front of us.
Right,
We have
but-
reviewed your document, so we do.
Well, good.
Yeah.
That's good to know. But anyway, I just wanted to say you can't make the findings, guys. So protect us, please. The staff isn't.
Next,
Thank
we have
you.
Margaret Martini, followed by Nicole Beckering.
Hello, Margaret Martini for the record. The studies done are over 10 years old. Parameters have changed. It would be unconscionable to assume that in 10 years environmental impact studies would not be significantly different. In fact, all of the studies are obsolete after 10 years. Nothing should be considered until up-to-date studies are completed. Traffic impact studies were questionable at best even 10 years ago. This was pointed out in several of the earlier meetings for this project. Please review the videos and news coverage of the evacuation of South Lake Tahoe during the most recent Caldor fire. There were 4+ lanes being used for evacuation, and even then, it was hours and hours to perfect the evacuation. I am sure that you are aware that Kings Beach and Crystal Bay Highway on 28 are only 2 narrow lanes. Mount Rose Highway and Highway 267 are the only 2 evacuation routes in and out of that area. Fact. Full-time population has increased in the last few years, and the tourist population has more than exploded. It is a traffic issue even on a good day in the middle of the week. There are other developments that are already approved to be completed that will also add more traffic impact on the Crystal Bay area. Don't try and use the same old tired rhetoric about creating jobs. It is not relevant unless you can provide affordable housing, a lot of affordable housing, and roads to accommodate the increased traffic for the workers. The street that the developer is asking for is a public street. It is not up for grabs. It is a used public street, especially in the winter, when it is a little dangerous coming down the 2 access streets that are on the north end of Crystal Bay. As it is, the Reservoir Road of that previous developer wanted to grab it for a private driveway. Your job is to determine if the traffic impact and the people impact to that small area are in the best interest of the entire population of the north side of Lake Tahoe. It would only be common sense to determine that the magnitude of this project is not a good fit for this area. It is up to you to do the right thing for the safety of the residents of Incline Village and Crystal Bay, and even to the tourists that come here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nicole Beckering, followed by Sharon Hyder.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I'll keep it brief. Nicole Beckering, Incline Village, 20-year resident in Tahoe. My husband and I have 2 businesses, one in Truckee, one in Tahoe City. I already know the commute from Incline to my job in Truckee is already quite congested. The area being proposed is already congested area. This is a huge impact. Like the applicant stated, things have changed quite a bit since 2008, 2009 for the original proposal. Just please review the changes I've made. Quite a few more people travel to our area. So many more people have moved to our area. The impact is great. I just know a few times commuting from Incline, obviously to Truckee to my job, just individual residential construction puts a halt to traffic 20, 30 minutes. I can only imagine the impact with, of this epic proportion. Anyways, thank you for consideration. This definitely needs to be reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sharon Hyder, followed by Ron Code.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Hyder. I'm a 6.5-year resident of Crystal Bay. And before I bought my house in Crystal Bay, I actually used to sit on that side representing the developer, trying to tell you what fabulous projects they are. And then I shifted over to that side and became a staff member and vetted the project. So I sort of sit on both sides looking at this project. And I just really want to bring to you that I think we're acting prematurely. We just 3 days ago got the presentation from the applicant, and there are changes to that. And so we are in a position of him wanting to move forward with the previous approvals and yet telling us that the project is changing. And I would suggest that we just need to continue this item until we have time to look at this. The project is intriguing. I think all of us would love for that site to be redeveloped and be consistent with the county's master plan. But we just don't have all the information. One of the things that I think that we really need to look at is that in the simplest terms, if you look at it from the grading perspective, if you have a 10-foot retaining wall standard and you're looking at a 55-foot retaining wall variance, it's probably a pretty good red flag that you're stuffing a lot of stuff into a small site. Even the smallest things they talk about in the application is that they have a slight need for variance from a 10-foot wall to a 15-foot wall. Well, a 50% variance to me is not slight. So I think that we need to look at these in detail, and we just need a little bit of time to do that. One of the things that that you're hearing here tonight is the vacation of Reservoir Road. I understand that that is a done deal. I would, however, suggest that maybe if we are making changes to the development application, we need to look at that again. You're hearing from the community, we don't love that. You got letters when that was happening. I wrote one of them as well. It's not a great thing for our community, and now it's starting to pit the Boulder Bay folks against some of the more long-term residents on how that road functions. We're not thrilled with it. If Reservoir Road goes forward as a vacation, well, then we need to look at what that gift of public land is and what the developer then needs to give the community back in exchange for that really very expensive gift. I mean, we can take the acreage, we can figure out what the development costs are on that, and we can figure out that there are some public benefit that needs to come back. I would suggest that staff needs to work with the community to find out what that public benefit should be. We're going to ask that the developer please provide us a showing of what the grades are proposed and what they are existing from a lineal foot perspective, because we believe, he keeps telling us that it'll be a better road. We're not so sure of that, so we'd like to see the information. I have more for you, but thank you for your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ron Code, followed by Alexandra Posey. Sorry if
My name is Ron Code. I've lived for 30 years at 4 Somers Drive in Crystal Bay, about 3 blocks from the project being discussed today. I want to make some generalized remarks based on my long involvement in Crystal Bay. First, I have to be skeptical. I do not believe the project will live up to the lovely artist's renditions. Look what has happened in the past decade with Boulder Bay. Where is the wellness center, the park-like grounds, the shops and restaurants? What we have are a few condos and a big pit on State Line Road. The track record of developers in Crystal Bay is abysmal, and Boulder Bay is not alone. Developers always push to get the maximum economic return from their plans. They will ask for 4 times what is reasonable and believe that they have compromised when they settle for twice what is reasonable. Variances and road changes are necessary because the plan comes first. We residents have very little control over what happens. There's no vote, not a survey. Vested interests will promote the project on the grounds that there will be benefits for everybody. Those who express concerns will be countered by louder voices with a financial motive. And I have noticed that many of the pros come from people who do not live in Crystal Bay. Crystal Bay is one of the best places on the lake. Some of the nicest and most valuable homes on the lake have been built there recently. To overdevelop this small area will detract from its appeal, not add to it. Crystal Bay is not an economic hub, and a big increase in its population will have many adverse effects. Finally, I have spoken as if you were deciding on the whole project, when in fact, you are only asked now to approve road changes and a lot of earth moving. But you must know, you're being asked to approve the foundation of the whole project now, to make a down payment on it, without knowing its consequences. I thank Ann Nichols for the gallant efforts she has made to preserve the North Shore and for detailing the many reasons that you should reject this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Alexandra Posey, followed by Scott Teach.
Hi, so I live at 4 Calneva, Crystal Bay, and I've been living there for about 12 years now, which is right across about a block from the Biltmore. And I want to second what Mr. Cole just said. This is going ahead too fast, and there haven't been enough studies. Just in the last 5 years with COVID and so forth, the impact of the extra people that we've had up there on traffic has been phenomenal. I mean, you can sit outside or by the post office and wait for 5 minutes just for an opening in traffic. The other thing that we have great concerns for everybody is the fires, of course, because we have, beyond all of the pictures or the plans that you've seen up there, on either side, there's 2-lane roads, so that's all we have to get out. During the summers when we have all our friends and family visit, sometimes there are like 4 cars that come up. My kids, some of their friends will join us, and so let's say 5 cars. If you bring in and sell these units at the Biltmore or to the new project, look at the worst case scenario, the one weekend when you're going to have the biggest chance for a fire because of the fireworks and so forth, people, not just the official fireworks, but kids. You're looking at an additional, 500 cars just for 100 units for that weekend. 500 cars on the road for 1 week or for that time amounts to 2 miles, bumper-to-bumper roads. So the impact of adding 350 new units is going to just clog the roads completely. So I'm hoping that the project is, if it goes ahead, is downsized significantly. The other thing that we have had lately that hasn't been brought up yet is earthquakes. We had a rash of earthquakes. So hearing about retaining walls for this project that go up 50, 70 feet is really frightening to me. I've often looked up the mountain just to see if there were boulders coming down after earthquakes, right after I felt them. The place feels, or this project feels like it hasn't been studied for seismology either. So anyways, thank you. I'm hoping to bring down the room count. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Scott Teach, followed by Mary Mosher Armstrong.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is, she said, Scott Teach. I first moved to Washoe Road in 1980 and lived in the neighborhood ever since. I won't go over all the intricacies of the project because I know we're here to talk about grading, as it's been referred to. I will tell you that I think with few exceptions, we would all like to see what is currently the Biltmore be redeveloped, but we've got to put one foot in front of the other. So back to what you're here to talk today about, it keeps being referred to as grading, but it's also asking for the abandonment, so I'll try to make it a small chunk, of Washoe. What most people think is really just part of the parking lot of the Biltmore, but it's actually a county road that, we could get you lots of affidavits of people who live in Crystal Bay that use it every day. You heard Mr. Raines talk about it. So what this application is asking is that be abandoned, tomorrow? And then what we've been being told by the previous owners and applicants, that Reservoir Road is one of the most dangerous roads in the county, but we're gonna get rid of Washoe so people can't go to State Line Road, and everybody's gonna have to go down Reservoir in what is historically the snowiest month of the year. Hopefully we have that this year, right? We need it. So just that intricacy, I think, is one reason that you need to review the document that Ann provided and deny this grading permit as written. Thank you.
Next is Mary Mosher Armstrong, followed by Charlene Solt.
Hello, Mary Mosher Armstrong, 270 Washoe Road. I just want to talk about a couple things. I don't, like most people, I don't really have a problem with the project per se, just that it's kind of gone from a Bruce Banner to an Incredible Hulk kind of project. It needs to be right-sized for the site, and obviously you would need 6 variances if it was in that purview. One of the things that's been brought up is Reservoir Road. That is near and dear to my heart. That is the road that everybody uses in the winter because Beowawe is steep and has a blind corner. Amagosa is steep and has a blind corner. And the reason there's probably more accidents there is because every freaking body in the community is going out that road. And to lose that that crushes me. And for the people who don't think anybody's going to use Wellness Way, I'm going to be using Wellness Way if that's the only alternative to Reservoir Road. And the traffic study for this, because it's a decade old, doesn't take into account that Kings Beach went from a 4-lane road to a 2-lane road. I sit at my house and I look down on Highway 28, because I'm just above it, and cars are backed up on a holiday from roundabout to roundabout, and just generally speaking, on an average day in the summer, there is a parking lot in front of my house. So what everybody else has said, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but that needs to be taken into account about the traffic study and how things have changed. And of course, people have brought up the part about COVID. IVGID, which Crystal Bay is part of, had presented to a group of ours that on any given shoulder season day, 2/3 of the houses in Crystal Bay Incline Village sat vacant. And that was probably 5-6 years ago. Well, COVID has changed the whole dynamics, and everybody's leaving the city, coming to the sticks, and now there's a lot more full-time residents, and which means a lot more trips to the store, a lot more trips to school, a lot more, doing the math. So while I'm not opposed to the development of the Biltmore, I do think, like other people have said, it'd be nice to be able to right-size this project to the space. And I really feel, disturbed about Reservoir Road. And when the developer says, we're going to discourage significant use of Wellness Way, that really gets me right. They're already trying to get us not to use that. And that's not cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Charles Solt.
Hi, my name is Charlie Solt. I have properties on Lake Vista Drive, right across the street from the Biltmore. Of course, Lake Vista Drive doesn't actually exist. It's just my address. My address would actually be State Line if it was appropriately done. Own a few properties there. And I'm just, so I'm the closest probably neighbor to the project. And I have to agree with a lot of the people that have spoken that it seems as though to a certain degree the cart is before the horse with respect to doing all the excavation when we don't even have necessarily a design of what to expect when they're done. The former project, the Boulder Bay, they had a building set aside where you could go visit, and they had maps. They had actually kind of a layout of how things were going to work and where, so you could actually kind of see how this might affect traffic and how it's going to come in and go. And we haven't been presented, no one's been presented any of that information. If you look on EKN's website, they've obviously been involved in developing projects, nothing of this scale. And many of the projects that they have, that they place on their website are standalone hotels that, we see on the freeways with very stark projects that, aren't high-end construction. They are, to serve a purpose for hotel guests, people driving down the highway. So you want to make sure, me as a resident, want to make sure that, confident that the project that they're proposing, it really meets the needs of it fits within the community. And it does seem like it will be too large, just given the significant traffic problems that are going to amount to. One last thing, I just saw it, and it may be ridiculous, but one thing, if the development wanted to do something for the community, given the high risk of fire that we face, or at least the increased exposure to fire, and we can't ignore it anymore, that is a big potential. And we know there's no egress out of the basin for us, is to maybe whatever they construct be available for the public to use in the event of a fire, and it be designed in such a fashion that it could withstand any kind of fire. I just throw that. I don't know if that makes any sense at all, but and that's my 3 minutes worth. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further public comment in chambers.
I do have hands raised via Zoom. Tanya Miller, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you could please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Tanya Miller. Can I go ahead and start?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the members of the chamber for hearing us today. As I said, my name is Tanya Miller, and my family has been in the Brockway area since the 1920s. And I've owned my home at 9833 Yacht Street since 2000. Everything has changed on the Brockway point in the whole area, since 2008 when this project was reviewed. Between traffic and fire, Tahoe is a different place. Kings Beach is now 1 lane, as someone else pointed earlier, and that has changed the traffic patterns on the North Shore tremendously. It can easily take, on any given day, particularly in the summer, an hour to get from Incline to Kings Beach. That's without a fire. So fire has become the second greatest issue and concern in the Tahoe Basin. We experienced that last summer. In South Lake, which is the closest we've come, there was the Aurora fire years ago. There have been fires in Yosemite. It has been predicted that every inch of California will burn in the next who knows how many years. To be prepared for that is our best hope. Putting in more homes, more residences will only contribute to a greater issue trying to leave the basin should we need to. The other issue is creating a large resort that needs employees needs to be in a place where employees can live. There is currently a housing crisis in the Tahoe Basin. Employees cannot find places to live, to work in high-end luxury resorts that are going to be inhabited by guests. So I don't hear anything from this new company about trying to create any sort of affordable housing for our permanent residents. I have heard him talk about, however, that most of the people that will be buying or renting these places will be flying in on their private planes to the Truckee Airport, and therefore they won't be part of the traffic problem. These people, however, will be renting cars or they'll have second cars that they keep at their second, third, fourth home. This will impact the driving, as people in luxury resorts do not like to take buses or hotel supplied transportation. The beach access and the resort access are going to be in Tahoe Vista and some other unnamed resort that they will partner with. Again, causing large amounts of traffic daily to and from these resorts as people bring their guests, their friends, and every single one of them has a separate car. I know for a fact when my family comes up, it comes to visit, there's often more than one car involved. So I would like them to please note and think about how they're going to accommodate for cars and residents in the area. I would like to take a moment to thank both Ann Nichols and Bert Sandman for representing our community today. I really hope that Mr. I'm sorry, I'm going to pronounce it wrong, Nakjavani takes these things into consideration: housing, fire, and traffic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Earl Nemser, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you could please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record.
Oh, yes, my name is Earl.
You have the floor. If you could please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Earl Nemser. I'm a resident and owner of one of the 18 units at Granite Place. I heard the staff report that you would not be in a position to revisit the lower portion of the proposed Wellness Way, but I believe staff is in error. This application is conditioned upon the earlier grant of an abandonment of Reservoir Road, and a condition to that was Wellness Way. If the abandonment of Reservoir Road was improvidently granted, which it was, this condition cannot be considered, and I think the panel has jurisdiction to reconsider whether the abandonment of Wellness Way was improvidently granted. When that application was made, the applicant, which is the current applicant's predecessor in interest, did not disclose that the 18 unit owners purchased their property in reliance on a presentation that showed a park outside on the west side of our buildings and not a road. And each one of us purchased in reliance on having a park there and no road. Now, circumstances have changed, and there will be a road which in fact encroaches on our property, or at least the grading will encroach. That road will impact us severely because of noise, exhaust, lights, and dangers. And I respectfully request that each member of this panel look in the mirror and ask yourself, how would you feel if you had a road less than 6 feet from your front door, that you were going to grant exceptions to setbacks and put us in a position where we have on the east, Route 28, on the west, a road, on the north, a parking lot, and on the south, a road. There is no property in Crystal Bay which will be so burdened. Think about what you're doing to our quiet enjoyment before you decide this. Also think about who gains and who loses. We are the ones that lose, and a developer which can have an alternate plan gains. And why would you impose that on 18 unit owners? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ellie, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you could please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record.
Ellie Waller, for the record. I respectfully request, as suggested, that you table this today and also add to that tabling TRPA review as well as county further review. This project has changed significantly. The presented chart for grading for the parking structure structures is just that. It's not a site plan. You also must take in consideration all the comments about the road abandonment and also add to that, is this a taking from the public? Just to be clear, if TRPA supersedes the authority of what you do today, why make a decision today? again, the determinations for the future, which under the definition of substantial conformance will require, sounds like too many variances. If it doesn't fit the site, then reduce the footprint. Thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you.
John Bosch, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you could please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record.
Okay, my name is John Boucher, and our family is a longtime resident off of Speedboat Avenue. And I'm concerned that I'm a civil engineer, and I'm concerned that a grading plan should be approved prior to full understanding of a project. The density of the project and the details regarding construction, I don't believe they've been fully disclosed, and it's hard for me to understand how it could possibly be approved for grading prior to understanding these crucial elements. And that's it seems elemental, and I would appreciate if you could consider the impact of making such approval when a project is not fully defined. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Laura Pearson, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you could please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record.
Hi, Laura Pearson. I've lived in Incline Village since 1998. I'd like to first thank Ann Nichols for her representation of our community. I'm sure the number of signatories on her petitions are only going to increase. It's somewhat befuddling that we're talking about a project that was approved in 2008 that looks nothing like what it looked like in 2008, neither the project nor the community. If you last went to your dentist in 2008 and had dental records taken and you showed up tomorrow, certainly your dentist isn't going to rely on those records from that long ago to perform whatever you need done on your teeth. It's almost illogical that we're having to have this conversation. The taking of the road is similarly illogical. I have friends that live in Crystal Bay, Mr. Raines in particular, that I know uses that road on a daily basis. I use that road if I'm going to access people's homes up there. And it's already incredibly challenging to get in and out of that neighborhood, and to take the easiest means of ingress and egress away from the community is really unfair and not well thought out. I'll yield the rest of my time. I just think please look at what Ann Nichols has provided you, and please put this table on, please put this project on the table until we have time to really examine it and time to go through the proper procedures all over again, because what was true in 2008 isn't true for any of us now, not the community, not the development, not any of us as humans. So let's not keep wasting time on this. Let's start over where we should be starting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Julian, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you could please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Julian, and I'm a resident full-time of Incline Village, and I do appreciate the opportunity to speak today. First of all, I'd like to thank Ann Nichols for all of her work in researching these very complex issues. I'd also like to reiterate what I agree with most of the people who have commented in opposition to this special use permit for the grading. It seems like the grading is not the only steep, slippery slope we have here, because approving grading in advance of a project that has changed in size and scope from what was approved 10, 12 years ago seems to be a very slippery slope. Personally, as a resident here, I worry about the traffic getting to and from Kings Beach and 267. I worry about traffic during construction with large vehicles and excavations and the slowness of all that. I worry that they're going to be doing construction on Saturdays during the summer when we have the maximum amount of traffic. There are any number of things that are red flags here for the community, the broader community, which I don't believe the developer has factored into their analysis. I do support redevelopment of the Biltmore. It's great to have a combination of commercial and residential. Perfectly happy with that. But this project has gotten ahead of itself and needs to be reviewed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lou Feldman, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you could please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Lou Feldman. I am a local land use attorney and have been involved with the Boulder Bay project since its inception. And I think it's important. The testimony that we've heard is the testimony that we heard when we went through the approval process many years ago. The project is approved. The project is unchanged. The project, in anticipation of these phases, underground and overhead utilities along State Route 28, constructed detention and stormwater facilities in front of the Calneva, constructed a public park, constructed Building A, which is the first phase. And what is before the commission today is simply to advance what the Planning Commission did in approving the abandonment and variance of these roadways to improve circulation and public safety, which is required by the initial TRPA permit, which is valid, vested, and in full force and effect. There is no other project. The approved project is what is being discussed, but it's not before you. What's before you, of course, is the grading and variance exceptions. And as we're all aware, I believe, Crystal Bay was developed nearly 100 years ago, subdivided nearly 100 years ago as a summer vacation, a summer cabin community. And the infrastructure is antiquated. The lifestyles have changed to year-round, and everything that has been proposed will increase public safety with roads that are better manage traffic flow, evacuation, and as a condition of approval, not the developer's insistence, but Wellness Way was deemed desirable by the commissioners and became a condition of approval. So we are simply advancing an existing approval that has many phases already constructed and look forward to your favorable consideration of staff's recommendation. And I have not heard any evidence presented that has conflicted with what staff has found to be appropriate variances to mitigate the impacts of antiquated legacy infrastructure. We appreciate your time and attention, and thank you for your favorable consideration.
Thank you.
I have no further hands raised on Zoom, but I would like to state for the record, all public comment received from the public was made available to the board and posted online prior to the meeting. Oh, I apologize, I do have a new hand raised. Gail, hi. If you could please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record. Gail, are you there?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, wait. Yes, can you hear me? Oh, good, wonderful. I am a resident of the area. I've been a resident of, at the end of Speedboat, below the project, for 30 years. I've been going there for 78 years. We have owned our house in the family for longer than that. I really have one profound thing I want you to think about, and that is the little town of Paradise. Please don't ignore this. Don't have us be saying, oh my God, why didn't they listen? As everybody is trying to get out. We saw it, as Tanya Miller said, at South Tahoe last year. It could have been more of a disaster than it was there. It was a disaster in Paradise, and I see that that could very possibly be the future for us. In any event, the increased traffic will be a inconvenience, but I'm not worried about inconvenience. I am worried about death. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have another hand raised. No name, it just says GA's Galaxy XC cover. I'm going to allow you to speak. If you could please state your first and last name for the record. If you could please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me? Wow. Oh, you're turning on. Sorry. It sounds like I can be heard now.
Yes.
My name is Greg Stock at 200 Harbor, and I'm looking at what's being said, and I'm learning a lot more than I want to know. This project was approved in 2008. 14 years ago, all the studies were performed. The traffic study and EIS are totally out of date. EIR are totally out of date. We need to review these things before we start the foundation for a new project we know nothing about. We're putting the cart before the horse by talking about grading when we don't even know what the ultimate goal in construction will be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I have no further hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, did we receive any more from in-house?
We have no more public comment in chambers.
And I apologize, I do have another hand raised on Zoom. Craig Lemons, if you could please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record. Craig, if you're there, please unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me, Commission?
Yes, go ahead.
I just thank you for taking comments. I own a property at 8267 Dolly Varden Avenue in Kings Beach. And I want to agree that I think a little bit of time to evaluate this would be smart. I know that the traffic in Kings Beach has become just horrendous. And I echo what other people have said about concerns about the if there were a fire or any kind of an emergency. I think I'd love to see a little pause on this so that we could do some more studies. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I do have another hand raised. Judith. Oh, Judith is gone. Okay, I have no hands raised via Zoom.
Thank you. Just checking. There's no last minute. Okay,
No,
with
looks like we're good.
that, we will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion.
I have some, if you want to go first.
No, please, go ahead.
Okay. So, my name is Rob, for the record. I've got a question here for Chris. I think, Chris, you can answer this. Do you have a last slide that shows what's going to be done between May and June of '22 that we can throw up on the board? We can throw up on the screen? I've got one here from SMC that I'm looking at. Do you have this one?
Give us just a sec.
That's not the one. I'm looking at this one. Do you have this one right here?
You said it's from May to June?
Yeah, it says May, June.
Okay, there it is.
That's not it, but, or maybe we can work with that. So what I'm looking at, Chris, is I'm looking at where you're going, so I'm looking at this. This is the one I want.
Okay, May through June. Got it.
If you want, you can take that.
I got it, thanks, Rob.
Okay.
What page is it?
What's that?
What page is it?
There isn't a page number on it.
Okay.
There's not. I looked, I was gonna try to make it easy on you.
It says it here. That's the one.
Well,
May
yeah,
through
I guess maybe that'll work. Okay, so, no, that's not gonna work. Well, yeah, maybe it will. So anyways, it looks to me like State Line Road up at the top is gonna go over and it's gonna tie in with the Lakeview Avenue. And if you go past the word Lakeview Avenue, it looks like there's gonna be another road, a connector road, because that's right above the stockpile area that they had, that's old. It says, View Connector Road, so there's gonna be a connector road, oh, perfect, from right here up to there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that takes care of a lot of the concerns about getting rid of the Reservoir Road that I wrote down. So it's gonna be a small abandonment, in my opinion, correct me please if I'm wrong. It's gonna be a small abandonment of this area, but there's still gonna be access from over here, through there, up to here, right? Is that correct?
That is
Okay.
the proposal.
And then whatever Ndot does over here, maybe they'll put a stoplight in or a roundabout, I don't know, but we're just gonna be abandoning this right here, basically, just this little area, right?
Can you go to the next slide? All right.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Okay,
there's
so-
two abandonments taking
Okay,
place.
so you're gonna have a little bit here, right?
You have, yeah, that
Do you
should
have a
work.
pointer?
Okay. So in my presentation, I discussed this first. This is their first phase. As the
Right.
first phase, they are proposing to abandon Washoe Road,
Right.
which is the current existing connector from the Lakeview roads and Washoe roads that are existing to the existing State Line Road.
Right.
However, they are proposing to do the connector roads as seen here and in the next few slides.
Okay.
Once those connector roads are fully constructed, then the remainder of Washoe and Reservoir Road will be abandoned.
Okay, so as far as fire and stuff, I mean, that's a different pay grade. I'm obviously not qualified to talk about that, but it looks like it's still gonna be there through the July, August timeframe. So they're only losing access to a little bit of the road for a short period of time, right?
That is what they're proposing based off of the phasing plan.
Okay. And then,
And again, I do have,
go ahead.
I have North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District and engineering here who can also speak to this.
Okay, I don't know if we need to go that far, I just wanted that clarified. There was a lot of comments about losing the road, and I wanted to make sure that I understood it correctly. And there is no wellness way, is there?
So
Because I couldn't find that on my map.
Wellness Way is a carryover from the original approval from the BCC in 2009.
Okay.
That came about again in the 2021 variance and abandonment application.
Okay.
So this road here,
Yeah.
that,
Can we lower the lights a little bit, please?
This road here is what is called Wilderness Way.
Okay,
I'm sorry, where is that again?
This road directly behind.
okay. And we're not abandoning that, or we are?
No, that is part of what's going to be built as part of the connectors.
Okay, so that's another way.
Only the purple is proposed to be abandoned.
Okay, that's another way, okay. So, okay, I heard several mentions of traffic studies, but if I understood you correctly, the traffic studies are gonna be done after. If we approve this, then it's gonna go to the building department, then it's gonna go to TRPA, and then the traffic studies would come in
So-
somewhere after our approval?
That I'm gonna actually, is Alex Wilson on Zoom?
It should be, yes.
Alex Wilson, if you could please
I'm gonna defer that to Ndot and Alex.
Okay.
You can
Alex, go ahead.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Perfect. Oh, okay, so for the record, my name is Alex Wolfson. I am the engineering manager for Ndot District 2. One of my roles will be, any permitting for improvements to State Route 28, which includes removing existing accesses, building new ones, all that stuff will come through this office as I have permitting under my purview and traffic engineering. So going back to the traffic study, Ndot's process is works with the county's development process, but also separately. We generally wait to find out, what the conditions of approval are going to be, who their contractor is going to be, what they're proposing before we ask for the traffic study. And one of the things, and so that's why this meeting's important. And so, ultimately, from our perspective, the traffic study is required to Ndot for review prior to us accepting an encroachment application. So that means that we won't even consider an application to build a new road connection to SR 28, to abandon the existing road connections to SR 28, utility connect, or not necessarily utility connections, but work associated with the project until we've actually reviewed and accepted the traffic study. We don't want it to get that far down the road, especially through a permitting process, if we're not even agreeing, with the applicant on what they're proposing to do within the state right of way. One thing I want to add is our traffic study should be required at the same time as Washoe County's traffic study. I bring that up because we won't accept a traffic study from the applicant unless it's a joint traffic study scoped with both Ndot, Washoe County, and any other relevant agencies. Because the traffic study is not just meant to be about SR 28, it's meant to be about all the roads affected by the project. And so we don't want to just see a traffic study for SR 28, we want to see it for everything. And so that's something I want to emphasize, is that those two processes need to be at the same time. And the way I understand this application as to right now, we're just discussing approval for them to move forward with building permits for grading, but not necessarily those project improvements. And so, it's hard for me to comment on when that might exactly occur, because I'm just not exactly sure, what conditions you're going to put on, what the timelines are going to be. And then, of course, Ndot's process takes time as well.
Great.
And
that addressed my question. I have no further questions, unless you have a comment. Do you have a comment?
I was just going to add to what Alex stated and to your question. If you do look in Exhibit A, page 5, under traffic and roadway, there is a condition from engineering that does speak to that same thing. Where it's a traffic study that complies with both Washoe County and Ndot standards.
Okay, I'm just trying to address the major concerns that were coming up. Go ahead, Mr. Snapper.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on this area then, and if the gentleman from Ndot is available again.
Go. I'm ready whenever you are.
Thank you. Did I understand correctly that you're saying that no abandonment would take place of any road until you'd done your traffic studies in the current environment?
So kind of. Technically, the decision to close a road is ultimately going to be the county's because they are the ones who own and maintain, that road right now and are the ones, choosing to abandon it.
Mhm.
From our perspective, let's just say tomorrow you were to abandon the road to the developer. From our perspective, that doesn't necessarily mean a permit's required. The permit's only required for the physical removal of that section of road that's within the Ndot right-of-way. Our expectation would be if the road is remaining open and it's been abandoned to the developer, that they're now responsible for maintaining that road and maintaining the access. Ultimately, I would, advise that the impacts of closing an existing road be considered before doing it. However, the decision's ultimately going to be the county's because it's a county road. But physically removing, the infrastructure of the road and anything else that's within the right of way, that's what requires the permit.
All right, I'm going to beat this dead horse if you don't mind, if you're ready. And that is, are you saying then that if there's an agreement to abandon the road, there would be one set of traffic study results? If there was not an abandonment of these roads in question, there would be a different set with likely different results in your traffic study?
Yeah, I'd say that is a true statement. The traffic study needs to take all those things into account.
Sure.
Generally, it's rare we get a traffic study just considering a removal of a road that's already there, an abandonment. The way we're going to see it is, that's why I almost don't like to call it an abandonment, because essentially it's a realignment. The proposal from the way I'm seeing it is to take what's currently Reservoir Road and, route that traffic through either State Line or Wellness Way or, whatever the road's going to be called, that new one. And so that's, in a way, that's what we'd like to see. We want to see what the results are of, abandoning or removing the existing road. But then what effect is that going to have with the new road based on, where it's located, other factors as well. There's been a lot of, good points made about the different changes that have occurred in the area that's affecting traffic patterns.
All right, thank you very much. May I follow up with a question for Kristen?
Let me ask one question since we got
Please.
Ndot up here. This is Clay Thomas. So if I understand this correctly, currently, and maybe Chris, you can help me also, that if you're up north, if you're around a water tower and you had to leave, you can go west on State Line out to 28. You could go east on Lakeside. You could go south on Reservoir, and you could go south on Reservoir to Washoe and get out. Those are the four areas that you could take right now.
Yes,
Somebody?
so the only difference is the Washoe Road through the existing development is that connector to State Route, to
Yes,
State Line to
yes.
State Route.
And if we got rid of Reservoir, which goes from north to south, you would still have State Line to 28. You would also have Lakeview, but you would also have a connector road down to Washoe also. So you could stay on Lakeview, or you could cut over and go down Washoe and then out, and will also include Welcome Way out to 28. Is that right?
That is correct.
So we haven't really lost an exit other than a direct route north to south. But the number of exits north of this project will remain the same.
That is correct.
Okay. My other question is for Ndot, actually a couple of them. One, was there a traffic study done in 2008 for this project?
From what I understand now, granted, it's a lot of, way before my time, but I have seen it. Yes, I think that it was kind of a similar concept where a traffic study was done, kind of considering all the impacts, because I do believe it was reviewed not just by Ndot, but Washoe County, but probably also TRPA and other agencies. And so as far as I know, there was a traffic study, and it did include intersections along State Route 28. One thing, and it's not necessarily part of the question, but I want to just make mention of our policy. We require, if a traffic study is more than a year old, we require an applicant to update it, because traffic numbers can become, out of date quickly. And so I just wanted to kind of add to that, we're aware of the 2008 traffic study, but because so much has changed in our standards, require it to be updated. That traffic study that was done in 2008 is considered, outdated at this point.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with the audience that, 2008 to today's date is definitely different than it was back then. But given that, my other question is if this project was approved and 155,500 cubic yards were going to leave the property, an average dump truck of a 14 cubic yards, that would be over 11,000 trips. At the same time that Ndot is resurfacing Highway 28. Would those 11,000 trips be included within a traffic study? Or that would be a secondary issue, and so it really would not be included, it would only be daily traffic?
Yeah, so in reality, those construction trips would not be included. And the reason why is when we look at a traffic study, we're looking at it in terms of the permanent final improvements. What kind of traffic is going to be generated from the site when it's complete, and everybody's moved on. There would be some, and I don't always like calling it a traffic study, but more of like maybe a construction plan. That they would have to address those 11,000 trips during construction, because it's very important, not just because of the SR 28 repave, which is, a very critical project to Ndot, but also, everybody up there, that road badly needs to be repaved. But, even, we're going to struggle with trying to maintain, decent, trying to minimize delays during that. But, even if that project wasn't going on, that kind of construction traffic will have some impact. And so we would ask for information from that applicant on that. But the way we look at it is construction trips are temporary and can be mitigated through temporary measures such as, flagging, signage, that kind of stuff, creative routing, of construction haul routes, those kind of things. So we don't necessarily have to require permanent improvements, and that's why we wouldn't put in a traffic study, but it's still something that the applicant would be responsible for addressing, and why we're requesting that they obtain a temporary permit from us for any kind of traffic control.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from Ndot, or do you have any more for this gentleman up on the screen right at this moment? Okay, don't go away. All right, Mr. Stanley, you had some additional questions?
I do, and I think, thank you. I think these are probably for Chris. Chris, I don't think we got an answer on how long the roads would be impacted during the grading process. I think it was offered that we would get that information, but I think that that particular question hasn't come back to an answer yet. So if you can answer that, perhaps you would call on the, I believe the applicant mentioned that they could answer that question.
Yes, I'll be calling the applicant to come up and answer that.
And I've got one more for you too. So.
Phasing plan, I think that'll help. Tom Jacobson, I represent Ekm Development, the applicant. So the specific question is how long, and if we could bring up that little presentation that was in the staff report. But basically, we're going to start in February and May. Oh, here you go.
And you can navigate with.
Oh, I can, thank you.
Yes.
Let's see, we'll just go back. Let's see, it doesn't seem to be working for me.
No.
There you go. All right. So we'll just kind of walk through this really quickly. I'll go, whoops. So from February, May, we're in this process of doing the work that Chris talked about, but this is pretty much getting the site ready for demolition and doing some mobilization of fencing, BMPs, and also starting to fence the site. You can see the fencing that's outlined in there. And we also, this is the proposed abandonment of the portion of Washoe that goes through the parcel. And there's quite a bit of history that has been talked about, and I'll let the county speak to that talks about that that's necessary to be actually abandoned. Also on May through June, this is where we start now building the roads. So there's going to be quite a bit discussion about the heights of the retaining walls. I think Chris outlined it and staff can speak to this. All these high retaining walls that we're talking for are actually going to be used to hold back the soils that are going to be here to build these connector roads. Substantial amount of cubic yards are going to be used to build these two connecting roads. And the soil walls, the nail walls, are actually going to be holding back that dirt. And while we're excavating it, we're literally taking the dirt from the site and placing and building those connecting roads. None of these roads, to be crystal clear, will be abandoned except with that one portion of the Washoe until
Mr. Chairman, this isn't time for another presentation. He needs to respond to the questions that are asked. This has been pulled back to the board for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Large. Yes, I agree. If you can answer.
Excuse me, if I may.
Yes.
I don't believe he got around to answering the question, Mr. Large.
We need to answer the question.
Yeah. The roads would not be accepted, the roads won't be abandoned until the new connector roads are accepted by the county.
Let me ask
we
you-
hope that to happen by the end of August.
Okay, what is the time lapse? What is the length of time you anticipate to be affecting negatively or to be affecting the current roads such that you diminish in some way their ability to carry traffic?
Call it from May to October at the latest.
That's what I should call it? Okay, thank you.
And before you step away from the podium, one quick question. The retaining walls that are 55 feet high, are those permanent then, or are those going to be temporary?
No, they're there permanently. They'll be placed into the ground, nail walls, and they will be left there and then backfilled and part of you'll never see them. Buildings will be built up against that.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I have a
Yes.
question, another question for Chris, if I may.
Yes.
Chris, moving away from roads just for a minute, to me at least, there was late breaking news about a conservation area mentioned by one of the gentlemen
Correct.
in the audience. Yeah, and did I miss that in the report, or I didn't see any of the conservation oriented groups on our to-do list or on our please respond list respond about a conservation area. Is there one, do you know? And if so, is it county? Is it state? Is it?
So
What's the scoop?
I'll let Trevor answer that, but before he does, I want to make it known that when we send our agency reviews out, we send it to pretty much everybody within the Tahoe Basin.
Yeah.
So we didn't receive many comments back from any of the Tahoe agencies related to this.
Right.
But they did receive our
Right.
project.
Yeah,
Trevor?
and
Yeah.
just to clarify, I meant no negligence or implied no negligence on the part of your very extensive study at all. It was just, there was no mention of that until the gentleman in the audience mentioned, hey, there's a conservation area here.
If I could respond quickly, Board Member Stanley. There is no conservation area on the project site. What you're talking about is an off-site conservation area. And quite frankly, I'm not quite sure which jurisdiction oversees that specific conservation site.
If I may, since you seem to know something about it, how far away is it from the affected area, the grading area, please?
I am not sure. I don't know. We'd have to look at a map to verify
Thank you.
that. Yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. I just have one more question from the representative of the fire department, please. Thank you. First of all, we're not here to discuss fire issues. That's a different topic. But the segue into this is you've seen the evacuation routes that are proposed. Have you assessed those or evaluated those? Are there problems with what is being proposed, or are those accessible evacuation routes?
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Donahue, Fire Marshal, North Lake Tahoe Fire, for the record. And we have looked at those, and they do meet, and they are proficient with the 2018 edition of the IFC, which is the International Fire Code, which is what we would review this project to.
Thank you. Any other questions for this representative? Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Back to the board for any further discussion. Okay.
This is Rob, for the record.
Go ahead.
I seem to have gotten all my questions answered. Given our orders on this, there's a lot of other departments that are going to come in after us before they break any ground or do anything. We're just one of the preliminary approvals. So given that and the willingness of the applicant and the support of staff, I would be inclined to approve this.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? I think one thing to bear in mind that if this is approved, no ground will be broken. This will still have to go back before the TRPA for approval. So it's not that if this gets approved, they're going to be out there with their big equipment immediately raking up the property. It still has more processes to go through. So, any other further discussion? Mr. Stanley.
As you could probably tell, I still have problems with the roads that are currently in use and are going to be negatively impacted for several months. So I agree with you that the mitigation to all that is where, I don't want to say low man on the totem pole, but we're the first decision, and it flows from that a number of other decisions before anything is done. So it gets more local as it moves up the chain. But that piece of impacting the roadways that are currently in use for some substantial length of time is problematic to me. And it would be, so I'm working with that on the detrimental part, on the making the findings of that not being detrimental. Again, with the offset that the TRPA and others will address that issue when it's their turn. So I'm still wrestling with that one.
You want to jump in?
For the record, Don Christensen, I tend to agree with my colleague Rob. This is a major step, but it's still the first step. There's so much more to be considered later on. And when I consider in the largest possible scope, the eyesore that is the Biltmore property, and the time that it's taken to get this far, I don't think anything that is going to occur detrimental to the interests of the citizens of Washoe County, and particularly the residents of this area. So my thoughts there are, it's probably time to move along. And I'm not trying to kick the can down the road, but there's a lot of review to come. And I'm inclined to agree with approval of these variances.
Thank you. My take on this, after having reviewed everything and looked through it all, I had the exact same questions that a lot of you in the audience had. And of course, one of my first concerns was going back all the way to 2008 and documentation or decisions made back then and now being faced in 2022 with what we have. But again, the Board of Adjustment is here basically to deal with a grading permit is our purview. And given that, and given what's been addressed to the board today with the willingness not to use the park as a staging area and all that, I think does at least show to some degree that the owner or the applicant is willing to work with the community. And I would hope that sitting here today, all the input that was given is taken down and further discussions occur between the community and where this location is, because if you're going to be part of the community, you have to engage the community. With that, I tend to agree. I don't really see anything substantial that would prohibit this from going forward. I don't like the amount of trucks on the road, but you're gonna have to do that. Is that area already crowded? Yes, it was crowded before this project came before. I've been up in that area also, and yeah, I don't know what the answer is to that. Of eventually, Ndot will have to address those issues. But for the grading in and of itself, with what's been presented, I don't see anything that would prevent us from approving this. With that, I will accept a motion.
This is Rob. I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I move that after giving reasonable consideration of the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustments approve with conditions special use case permit WSUP 21-0035 for Ekm Development Group, having made all 5 findings in accordance with the Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30, consistency, improvement, site suitability, and issuance not detrimental. And there's no effect on a military installation.
Mr. Pierce,
And that
is that with amended condition?
Correct, yes, with amended conditions, sorry.
Thank you. Is there a second?
For the record, Don Christensen, I second that motion.
Thank you. All in?
For clarification, are we also including your statement about the staging on the park as a condition that they are not to use that, an amended condition?
Yes, I would like to not see the park used for staging. I would like to leave it like it is, please. Thank you. Can we add that, please? Thank you.
Thank you. With that, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Passes unanimously. Okay, we are going to take 5 minutes, and let's keep it right at about 5 minutes, and then we will be back and go on to the next one. We'll bring the chair back in.
Yeah, so that's what
Recording stopped.
variance case number WPVAR 21-004 Berta front yard setback reduction. Staff presentation by Roger Pelham.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Roger Pelham, Senior Planner with Community Services Department. And variance case number WPVAR 21-0004 is a request to reduce the front yard setback from 15 feet to 8 feet for the Berta residence. This is to facilitate the construction of a 2-car garage, a 1-car carport, and then a new master bedroom suite on the floor above the new garage and carport. This is located here in the Incline Village, as shown on the vicinity map. And this is an overhead photo of the existing dwelling. The roadway where the reduction in front yard setback variance is requested is to the left, that is to say the west here. Okay, and here we have a graphic showing the area of the proposed variance is highlighted in yellow, and the remainder of the addition proposed with this is highlighted in blue. Again, the existing dwelling there in a couple of different textures of gray. This is an elevation looking at this from street level. The highlighted yellow area is the 2-car garage. This would be looking from the street. The green area being the carport, and the orange being the proposed bedroom suite on the 2nd floor above. This is the existing and proposed floor plans of the dwelling. As you can see, what they're asking for is the garage and carport directly in front of the existing dwelling. And here we have a close-up that shows the variance area in relationship to the proposed addition. So, project evaluation. Let's begin with the required setbacks. This subdivision has special setbacks that are defined for each parcel. This one has the smallest setbacks of any on this particular block of only 15 feet. Now, this is actually less than would be otherwise required for a parcel of this size in this regulatory zone. The front yard setback you can see there is generally speaking 20 feet, and this one is already reduced to 15 again with the approval of that original map. Variances are a unique type of discretionary action and can be granted only when there are shown to be special circumstances applicable to the land. Okay, and those are called out in Nevada Revised Statute. They come over essentially verbatim into Washoe County Code, and those special circumstances are defined as exceptional narrowness, shallowness, or shape of the specific piece of property by reason of exceptional topographic conditions or other extraordinary and exceptional situation or condition of the piece of property. And what I would note here particularly is this deals with the property, okay, not necessarily the configuration of development, not necessarily the convenience of the applicant, but the physical characteristics of the land itself. This is the outline of the parcel of land. The minimum lot dimension in this zone is 60 feet. This one has an average lot width of approximately 88 feet. This parcel is not exceptionally narrow. Likewise, the minimum lot depth, again, that dimension is 60 feet. This one is approximately 94 feet average after the open space easement on the back of the parcel is subtracted. This parcel is not exceptionally shallow. I will talk a little bit more about that open space easement later in my presentation. Exceptional shape. This parcel is essentially rectangular, slightly narrower at one end than the other, but by no means irregular. Exceptional topography. Topography is considered to be constrained when it has slopes above 15%. This has a slope of approximately 13%. drops approximately 16 feet from the northwest corner to the southeast corner over a distance of approximately 116 feet, so approximately a 13% slope. That is not exceptional. In the application materials, the open space easement on the back is cited as an exceptional or extraordinary situation or condition. It is not in the opinion of staff. And what I've done is I've highlighted here all of the open space easements. You can see the subject parcel there indicated with the red call out. And then the yellow areas surrounding it are the other open space easements that were recorded with this final map. And, you know, there are others that are smaller. Some others might be a little larger. But what remains is essentially a relatively flat, relatively square, buildable area. After the evaluation of hardship, we actually have several more findings to be made. And one is that the relief will not create a substantial detriment to the public good, substantially impair affected natural resources, or in this case, impair the intent and purpose of the development code or applicable policies under which the variance is granted. In this case, I believe that it would. Because we have no special circumstance, if we grant a variance, we are therefore impairing the intent of the development code. The development code is meant to have setbacks to allow light and air for the surrounding area. I believe that this can be seen to impair that intent because there are no special circumstances otherwise applicable. Likewise, special privileges. Again, without the finding of the special hardship, approval of the variance results in a special privilege to this person who is that is inconsistent with the limitations on other properties. We have to find that the variance does not authorize a use that's not otherwise granted or not otherwise allowed, and this does not. A garage is perfectly acceptable on this residential piece of property, and in fact, I'll show later how a garage can be built in several different ways while maintaining the required setbacks. And the variance will not have a detrimental effect on a military installation. There are none within the notice distance required for this, so that finding certainly can be made. What I do want to point out is it is not required for staff to point out how a garage can be constructed here. There is no absolute right to that. However, in the interest of simply shedding a little more light on this request, there are a number of ways that can be done. Those are shown in the staff report. And in anticipation of a question, did we let the applicant know this early on in the process, that it was very likely that there was going to be a recommendation of denial from staff? The answer to that is yes. I called the applicant. I tried to explain that what I really wanted to do was let them know that I just don't want anybody to go forward unless they have a reasonable expectation of a recommendation of approval or a reasonable expectation of an approval, because this is a long and expensive process. And that was made clear, and this applicant chose to go forward. So, other options for garages. The first thing, the orange or yellow box here, is the same size as that garage and is simply pushed backwards into the area where the new stairwell is proposed to be constructed. If they simply pushed it back, a two-car garage could be put right there. And there are any number of ways that this could be done with, frankly, relatively minor adjustments. The entryway could be made wider and the stairs could be put there. The stairs could be sort of put, going above part of the area of the garage. So there's many ways that can be done. And again, our little boxes here show approximately the size of a one-car garage, other areas on the parcel of land where they can be placed without violating the setbacks. And what I would note is that they're on the top, that is to say, the north side of this parcel where there are several of those boxes. There's about a 4-foot fall from the front to the back of those other garages. So only a 4-foot difference in elevation, that's fairly easy to work around. So I do not have conditions of approval because I am recommending denial based on the lack of a hardship. I did receive this letter from the applicant's attorney. It has been provided to you, and we will let the applicant's attorney discuss the points that he makes in that letter. Notice was sent to 56 property owners within 500 feet. That does give us 30 individual property owners. And I've gone over, I think, the appropriate findings of fact. I do not believe that the findings of fact can be made. Therefore, I am recommending denial. And we have a possible motion. And with that, I am available for any questions that you might have.
Any questions for staff?
Yes.
Mr. Stanley?
Roger, not too surprised, and thank you for offering various alternatives to the applicant and to notifying them or giving them a heads up early on. I just want to see if I've understood this correctly, that the open space in the, let's say in the backyard, is not a valid input to the variance criteria. Is that correct? It has no impact?
Not in this case.
Right.
It is possible that on a different piece of property that it might be. If the result of the subtraction of that open space easement resulted in a buildable area that was smaller in dimension than the minimum lot requirements. It's possible. In this case, it does not. In this case, even after you take away that open space easement, the remaining area is both deeper and wider than the minimum lot dimensions for the zone.
Okay, thank you. And I don't think I heard you mention it, but in the, let's say in the notifying area, there are no exceptions currently to this rule, to the variance rules as defined. In other words, there aren't other dwellings that have encroached or that don't meet the traditional variance requirement.
Okay, that's a very difficult question. I have not done that analysis. There may be other dwellings that have been constructed with an appropriate variance. What I would say to that, though, or the light in which I would like that to be seen is each parcel of land is unique, and the evaluation against those required findings is unique to that parcel of land. Another parcel of land that is not the same as this parcel of land may very well have a different evaluation.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Certainly.
Any other questions? Okay, is the applicant here to make a presentation?
The owner would like to make public comment, and then I will do my 15-minute presentation.
Well, what we've been doing is having staff and then the applicant and then questions and then public comment. We've kind of changed the format a little.
My name is Wayne Ford. I'm the applicant's residential designer. I'm going to hold out about 90 seconds to 2 minutes for the legal side of this for Mr. Angers to come on Zoom. Good afternoon, members of the board. I live at 731 Linda Court in Incline Village. Really would like some questions from you later because it appears to me that the planner has put a lot of information in terms of doing my job as far as a planner, and he's not aware of the other regulations that I'm up against that would deny many of his options. My goal is to correct those statements by the planner, and many areas that were covered had incorrect and misleading information. This information results, in many cases, affecting what you as board members see as design options for the owner and me, and basically mislead you down a path of thinking we have those options available. I assure you we don't. I am in charge under my license as an RD to focus on life and safety. And the attorney that we brought in here is mainly, I always represent to a client that if a staff member basically says, we're going to deny this, that we have somebody that's available, that understands what the issues are, to write the appeal letter, which is only 10 days from now, based on your vote one way or the other. Hopefully you won't have to write that. The idea that somehow we can build down the northeast side of the property, we don't have enough coverage. Suggested plans that other areas that this garage can be built as a one-car garage. Well, frankly, my client has 3 cars, and in one case, his drawing that he put up there, we couldn't get 2 cars in it with a stairway there. We could get 1.5 in. And that particular solution, given the cost of building today, is not a viable solution to have 1 car. He's got a family of 3 children right now, and they're planning more. The idea, and he didn't touch on in his presentation, that somehow we can get a 10% reduction through the Director of Community Services and Planning, that code was never intended for that purpose. And in fact, to imply it is to imply going around this board and its wisdom to what I would hope would be an approval on this. And then he stated that other lots in the area, and to your question, Mr. Stanley, there are other lots in the area that have setbacks just like this. And in fact, we identified one home that's basically 907 Jennifer that's already received a variance to 2 feet for their garage that was added on sometime prior to the home being built in 1988, well, during that construction. So how do I address all this in the short period of time? Well, number one, we have basically 143 square feet of coverage left. That's it after we build out front. And we're all concerned about the environment. TRPA tells us as designers, you build where there's already been disturbance. You don't create new areas of disturbance. And that is a mandate of the TRPA code. That's why we're building out front. And I emphasize, I have never seen road department say, grant the variance. They're not concerned about any of this other than the fact of getting vehicles enclosed. And understand, we're asking for basically a 1% increase to the buildable area on this lot that is restricted by what's called zoning. Roger's idea of what a minimal lot is in terms of the county code was developed many years ago and has never evolved. This open space easement takes up over 39% of the parcel. 39%, and then you have all the setbacks around that. We're left with less than 5,000 square feet to develop on the parcel within the setbacks. Now, that would have been something that was anticipated back when this home was built. That house would have been just twisted a little bit. We wouldn't have this discussion today. But the road department found that this was something that would not interfere with them and in fact would improve the life and safety with no issues of snow plowing. But I want to come to the misrepresentation that was given. It is instructive, and I'm quoting, to note that all the other similar situated lots from Block M, that's on the site of Jennifer, of Incline Village 1A, are required to have larger front yard setbacks. That's what the planner said. Lot 7 on his own chart has a 15-foot setback. Lot 14, Lot 11, Lot 10, and Lot 15 all have 15-foot setbacks with open space. And then we come to Lot 13. Lot 13 had a 20-foot setback, and it appears, and by the way, I asked for county records, never got them from the variance process. But we know that we've talked to the owner, they bought this home a few years back. They have something around a 2-foot setback for their garage. So other people have gotten the same finding. I'd like to emphasize one thing here. Other people have gotten this, and this argument I brought up to Mr. Palin before. They've been granted that special right to be able to add on to their home without tearing it down and starting all over again. And they have that grandfathered in now. So if this is not granted, doesn't that create a special privilege for them that my client doesn't get? The other thing is most of what Mr. Palin shows to the north and northeast side, where all these one-car garages are, under TRP height rules cannot be approved. The low point is too far down the lot to connect those to the residents at all. And more importantly, structurally to connect on that side down there with roof systems, we would have to flatten those roofs, which would basically mean the whole roof would have to come off the garage. Come off the main home and the bedroom side of the home. So we're in basically a box, and that box can best be solved in terms of where the garage can be built, the 2-car garage and the carport, by allowing a normal garage in front, not having a driveway that goes down under roofs on the north side shedding snow. I've lived up there 40 years. You don't want a driveway on the left side of a structure where the snow comes off the north side. Or you better have very good car insurance or personal liability, because that snow is going to basically destroy a vehicle. So in front, it's all safe. Not to mention one of the other areas, we have major utilities underground in the subdivision. And to put those garage ideas where the planner said we could put them, we're having to move gas lines and a lot of other things. The other thing is the garage in front that showed 1 car. The development code requires, and the building code, that when you put a detached structure in front of another structure less than 5 feet away, it has to be all 1-hour construction. You can't even have a window in it. So that's not an option at all. I'd like to go to this map up here, if I may, and I'm getting down to doing pretty good on my time, given I have a gentleman waiting. This is Mount Rose Highway, so we have no ability to get in behind. This is about a 20% slope up to the property line. This is all of what's taken up by this parcel that is considered normal. Well, guess what? When you go down the street, the planners that laid out the subdivision, they did say that other parcels needed 15 feet because of what's here. Then you take all this out of here, through here. This leaves basically 39% of this parcel taken up in other words, we only get 39% of this parcel to build on. And the home was set in here at an angle, probably facing somewhat southeast for sun. We're asking for 1 corner, 90 square feet of area right here, so that an adequate garage can be built with roof shedding this direction and that direction into areas where we can infiltrate properly and keep it from getting into other properties. We're not asking for side yard. In fact, if you look at those yellow lines on here he drew, 2 or 3 of them showed the line going over this property, setback over here. So we're asking for a 1% increase in the buildable area down here, 1% right there. That is something I think is extremely conservative and reasonable to request. And if you look at the last part of the NRS that was quoted, it states, the wisdom of this document amazes me, that was done in 1930-something. Other extraordinary and exceptional situation or condition of a piece of property. When this was drawn up, open space easements, they didn't exist on property. In fact, many times setbacks didn't even exist. until this was done to basically bring zoning into the 21st century so that people would have some restrictions on what they did to their neighbors. This right here does nothing to any neighbor. In fact, the neighbors support it because they want to see the vehicles under a roof. The stair systems and access to this home's interior was never discussed. They personally now have 3 children. They're looking for a master bedroom, a modest bedroom above this. They're not looking to rent this home out. They're planning to have a larger family. They need the bedrooms. We don't have the coverage to go anywhere else with it. And the bottom line is, this is the most reasonable place to put it. I've been doing variances for over 25 years up here under my own license. This is probably the most reasonable variance that's been asked for. And on the street at 907, it was granted for a 2-foot setback on the front yard. I don't have that variance number because I couldn't get it from staff. In fact, I barely got the subdivision maps. I got them through IFGID, not through staff. I asked for records of all these subdivisions and to show that these 15-foot setbacks existed on other lots. That's in Block M. There's all kinds of, in 1A, lots that have 10-foot setbacks, 10 foot. So to sum this up, and I would leave it to Mr. Angrist at this point to come on Zoom, and I would defer the rest of my time to him, but I recommend approval because this is an extraordinary and exceptional situation given all the open space. Almost over half this property is taken up with that. And we can't get back there. We can't get up Mount Rose Highway to build anything, even if we did have the coverage, even if we did have the low point heights and issues that TRP imposes on us. You know how much room we have, and I'll leave it here. We have 2 inches with this design of allowed height left under their rules. And if I was doing a brand new home all over on something like this, I'd probably be asking the same thing based on the fact that this lot is very restricted in height, coverage, land capability 4, 20% allowed. That's it. If the board has any questions about any of these things I've said, please get back to me. Mr. Angrist?
I have a question, Wayne.
Yes,
What's the dimensions of the garage you're proposing?
20 by 20,
Oh, okay,
very modest.
okay.
Yep.
So I don't have my scale, and I know 1
No,
inch equals
20 by
10.
20.
Okay.
And going back into that stairway, we have no other place to put a stair. And we know that starting a stairway halfway through a garage, you lose 1 space totally. We only get 1.5 spaces instead of 2. The carport is for his larger vehicle that's 22 feet long. It's a larger suburban vehicle, Tahoe vehicle, and we can't get it in a garage, so we figured we'd put it over in the carport and protect it too. So any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Angrist, I'm kind of running out of time for his 90 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Do we have
Can you
any
hear?
other comments? Or public comment? Oh, Robert Angrist, the attorney.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Chairman, members of the board, I'll be brief. You already know what's happening with snowfall, the budgets for snow removal, emergency and medical services. The idea of hardship should apply to life safety issues, especially at altitude in Incline Village, where I lived for 23 years. You've been shown that staff was not accurate in its portrayal of what has been accorded to other lots in the subdivision, highlighting the issue of equity and fairness and enforceability, the issue of the open space easements, are relatively new to Incline Village and exist everywhere except in Mill Creek, and they have to be taken into account. And while staff disclaims any responsibility for proposing alternatives, it actually did in an impractical and unworkable way, which is truly a distraction from the key issues at the heart of this matter. So you have my letter, which argues for equal protection, support of fundamental property rights, and erring, if at all, in favor of fairness rather than holding a line, which line keeps changing. What is at stake here? Fairness, highest and best use of property. So I urge this board to grant this application based on what it seeks, which is a plus for everyone and a detriment to no one.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, are there any more comments?
I have a comment from Kaylin Berta.
Hello and good evening. My name is Robert Birta and I'm the owner of 919 Jennifer. And we're here, like Mr. Wayne says, to ask for 1%, which is 90 square foot, of our garage to be able to build the master on top because we're a big family, and to hide the cars in that garage, pull them from the street, you know. We're residents of Incline since 2006. We're good people. We're paying our taxes, and thank you so much for you to being here to listen to us, and we are at your mercy right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's no further public comment in chambers.
Okay then.
And I have no hands raised via Zoom.
Okay, thank you. I guess we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for consideration. Anybody have any thoughts about what we can do with this? I am having a hard time. You know, there's a lot of folks in Incline that don't have garages. It's not something that's required. It's something that you can have where it's appropriate, and if your subdivision allows it and, you know, you go through the proper channels, you can get a garage. But if they wanted a garage, I think, I don't know when you bought the property, but it is, it's hard to really, you know, I see you're doing the deck addition, and that's gonna take up coverage, and maybe you could put the, you know, garage somewhere instead of doing a deck addition. I don't know what the alternatives are, but it's not something that I feel confident approving at this time. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clay Thomas for the record. I think we're all aware that NRS Statute 278-300 limits our authority as to when we can go ahead and grant a variance.
Right.
And those circumstances are exceptional narrowness, shallowness, shape on a specific piece of property, or exceptional topography conditions, or other extraordinary and exceptional situations or conditions for a piece of property. And I do not believe that the applicant has met any of the one or more of those requirements.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Stanley?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would agree with Clay's analysis on not meeting the definition of what is required for us to be able to grant a variance. I'd also like to comment that As a citizen, I appreciate the fact that Roger, Mr. Pelham, Planner Pelham, does offer help to people in applications. I expect that when I apply for something as a citizen, I'll get that same kind of help and guidance as well.
I've experienced it firsthand. So, and there's always an alternative, I've found,
Yes.
you know? Okay, is that, anybody else have a comment or discussion?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make one clarification to something that you had mentioned. You are correct. There's a number of homes that do not currently, up in Tahoe, currently do not have garages. However, it is a code requirement for all stick-built homes to have a minimum one-car enclosed garage. That's code requirement.
And I think they could do that without a variance. Yeah.
Well,
Okay, does anyone want to entertain a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, go ahead.
Thank you. I move that after given reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment deny variance case number WPVAR 21-0004 for Robert and Callan Britta, being unable to make all five required findings in accordance with the Washoe County Development Code, section 110.804.25. That being 1, special circumstances, 2, no detriment, 3, no special privileges, 4, use authorized, and 5, effects on a military installation.
Madam
Second?
Chair, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Lloyd, could you read the appeal procedure, please?
thank you. Most decisions rendered by the Board of Adjustment are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with a decision of the Board of Adjustment, you may want to appeal its action. You may do so in writing within 10 calendar days from the date that the decision being appealed is signed by the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment and mailed to the original applicant in the proceeding being appealed in accordance with Washoe County Code. Please call the planning staff immediately at 328-6100 for information on the appeal procedure and the application fee.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is special use permit case number WSUP 210032, Manikas property. And that is Katie Stark, planner.
Good afternoon, Katie Stark, Washoe County Planning. There we go. The case before you is special use permit WSUP 21-0032, Manikas property. The request is for a special use permit to construct a single-family detached residence in the neighborhood commercial regulatory zone. The proposed residence would be approximately 2,500 square feet. The project site is approximately 4.3 acres and is located on US 395 in the old Washoe City Historic District of the South Valleys Area Plan. Here's an image of the site. You can see the proposed residence highlighted in yellow. The proposed indoor riding arena is not actually part of this special use permit request, but I'm going to touch on it in a moment on the next slide. The proposed single-family detached residence is under the family residential use type, which is permitted in the NC regulatory zone with the approval of a special use permit. If you looked at the original application, You probably noticed that the applicant also submitted an administrative permit application for a private indoor riding arena, which is considered a detached accessory structure. Detached accessory structures are permitted in the NC regulatory zone. The riding arena would be larger than the main residence, and in many regulatory zones, that requires an administrative permit. However, in this situation, parcels in commercial regulatory zones are exempt from that requirement, so an administrative permit is not required. So I just wanted to mention that because it was in the application, and the remainder of our discussion this afternoon will be about the special use permit, which is what we're looking at today. The project site has very little slope. It is designated as most suitable for development on the South Valley's area plan development suitability map. It was previously disturbed, and in fact, there was previously a structure in the same location where this proposed residence would be placed. Most of the abutting parcels are developed with residences, and regulatory zones for these abutting parcels are either residential or commercial. There's an existing well on the site for water. The health district has provided conditions for appropriate sanitation and septic, and Washoe County Engineering has provided conditions for grading and drainage. All of those are included in the conditions of approval. The parcel is located in the South Valley's planning area, and there are 8 South Valley's area plan policies called out on pages 6 and 7 of the staff report that apply to this project. The policies include grading, lighting, landscape, community character, density, archaeological investigation, air quality, and water. All of those policies have either been addressed by staff or reviewing agencies, and where required, conditions of approval have been included in Exhibit A. Staff believes that the project does comply with all pertinent policies from the area plan, with those included conditions of approval. Various agencies reviewed the application. Any who provided conditions have their conditions included in the conditions of approval. Public notice was sent to 40 parcels at 500 feet. These are the special use permit findings, and staff believes that they can be met. In addition, there are a couple of findings that are specific to the South Valley's area plan, which do apply to this parcel and project. The first is SV.2.16. The community character as described in the character statement can be adequately conserved through mitigation of any identified potential negative impacts, and SV.18.3. No significant degradation of air quality will occur as a result of the special use permit. Staff also believes that those 2 findings can be met. Staff is recommending approval with the conditions of approval included in Exhibit A, and here's a possible motion for your consideration. I am available for questions, and we also have an applicant representative here today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Does the applicant have a presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. John Krimpodic. Good afternoon, board members. I guess it's evening at this point. I am representing the Menekas family on behalf of this special use permit. Thank you for the PowerPoint. Am I controlling this, or shouldn't that take up the whole screen? No? Okay. Okay, thank you. I will be brief. This is pretty much redundant to Katie's thorough analysis of the case. There's the site. I think a good reference point on this map shows directly across the street from the Holy Spirit Catholic Mission Church, the NC zone, and on a 4.3 acre site. Bigger picture, We always like to know where it is in the area plan, South Valley's area plan, toward, just off the highway there. I think this, I scratched my head a bit when I said, why are we doing a use permit for single family? But when you look at the zoning, I think this map sums it all up. There is one NC parcel of which has been there for years. I asked Mr. Menekes this. He said they didn't buy it for any NC use, doing it as intended with the riding arena and the single-family residence. And so that triggers the use permit for his single family, go figure. There's a little different perspective on his kind of family compound. His wife happens to be a professional horse rider. They're doing this arena entirely just to share all of the big picture stuff. They're doing it for their family use only, perhaps a few friends, no commercial use, no intent to do so. But it is kind of a signature piece to the 4.3 acre property. You can see the residence superimposed there. As staff noted, there is, everything that's been disturbed has already been disturbed as a replacement residence. There's a little area of parking that's already been established. The wells, the sheds, the garages are all in place. I just wanted to touch on findings. I feel responsibility to the findings to maintain the integrity of the process, so I'd like to touch quickly on Article 810, consistency with the master plan, adequate improvements and/or public facilities. Site suitability, as Katie pointed out, suitability map says this site is most suitable for single family. Issuance not detrimental, meaning it's compatible with the abutting residential. It's primarily residential in all directions all around it, with exception of the highway on one side. And then military installation is not applicable. And then, of course, the two findings in the South Valley's area plan would be preserving the community character that's specifically rural in that SV 216 finding, and then air quality as well. Really no impact on air quality. I'm careful to say no impact. There's always impact with development, but obviously it's minimal in this case. And then the area plan evaluation, there are those criteria of those 8 policy. One is on grading, the next is on dark sky lighting, native vegetation, upholding the character statement, which again is rural in its focus in that particular area plan evaluation. Density is less than 3, we're obviously 1 per 4 acres in this case. SHPO evaluation, if in fact there were any cultural resources, air quality again, and then water rights must use the hydrographic basin of the South Valleys, which of course it is because we already have an existing well. So that concludes my presentation, and I would be here for any questions. There's my name if anybody cares to be in touch with me. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to the board. Thank you.
Okay, there any questions, I guess, for the staff or the applicant? No, seeing none. Is there any public comment, Madam Secretary?
I have no public comment in chambers.
And I have no hands raised via Zoom.
Okay, oh, yes, here's one.
My name's Sierra Noble. I live at 105 Todd Court. My property is adjacent to the property the proposed project is on, and my concerns are there's a very high water table, and there is a runoff that runs through the property in question. And when that land is disturbed at all, my concern is that the runoff that is already present in my property and my neighboring homes in my cul-de-sac will be impacted with additional runoff that we are already dealing with on our properties. We already have pumps in place, things to keep the water from rising underneath our homes. And my concern is that disturbing that land may increase the amount of water that is coming onto our yard and home. That's my main concern, I feel like. And I know the home is what we're talking about today, but there's also a 25,000 square foot riding arena that will be built as well. And I understand that that's a commercial property and they don't necessarily need that permit for special use for that part, but it is a large project and disturbing that land could have some significant repercussions for the neighboring homes.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have no further public comment in chambers.
Okay.
I do have a hand raised via Zoom. Lance, if you could please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record. Lance, go ahead. Okay. It looks like he is not online anymore. Oh, Lance, if you're there, could you please unmute yourself? No further hands raised via Zoom.
Okay. Okay, so no more site, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Is there any discussion or concerns? Yes, Mr. Stanley?
You know, I was really particularly pleased by the use of the South Valley's plan to kind of back into the project. From what I'm hearing and what has been presented to us, it seems a very clean project.
Yeah. Yes, Don Christensen?
Thank you. I read this over many, many times in the last week, and I can't find anything wrong with it. And I wanted to compliment the homeowner for building this lovely home on a NC zoned area. I think this, in conjunction with the arena that will be sometime in the future, is very much best use of the land there. And I recognize the water problems in that part of our valley, but I like this project. I'll just leave it at that.
Right, and they'll likely install mitigation measures for the drainage to occur in a proper fashion. They have an engineer on board. So, anybody like to make a motion?
I would.
Yeah?
We need to put, this is Clay Thomas for the record, do we need to put that in the conditions to ensure that they'll attempt to mitigate any water runoff? Or is that something we really don't need to address at this time?
This is a request for a use type. A request is for a residence on a commercial property. Keep in mind that any construction activity will require the appropriate permitting through Washoe County, and they will be looking at engineering, hydrology, drainage,
Right.
the standard issues.
That's the building department.
Correct.
Thank you for that point of clarification, and I also want to compliment Mr. Kraponik for making us all aware that this will not be used for commercial use, but will be used basically for private use. Thank you.
Mr. Stanley?
If we're ready for a motion?
Yes.
All right. I move that after given reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 21-0032 for Alex and Julia Manikas, with the conditions included as Exhibit A to this matter, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30 and the two findings associated with the South Valleys Area Plan. These include consistency improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effects on a military installation.
This is Rob. For the record, I second the motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, and the next item on the agenda is special use permit case number WSUP 210034, Washoe County Field Creek Water Truck Affluent Fill Station. And the staff member is Roger?
My apologies. I thought there was another one in between. Good evening. For the record, Roger Pelham with Washoe County Community Services Department. I am a senior planner. We are looking at special use permit case number WSUP 21-0034. This is for a water truck fill station located just off Arrow Creek. This is a utilities services use type, which does require the approval of a special use permit. And here we have the vicinity map. We can see the subject site indicated there with the yellow call out, right there off of Arrow Creek Parkway, just north of it. Now, this is on a parcel of land where there's already a reservoir for the storage of effluent water, and a pump station was just approved, I want to say last year, and I signed off on the permits maybe 6 or 8 weeks ago for a booster pump station for Tumwa. So this is consistent with the remaining uses on the subject site. We do see here the landscaping that was proposed by the applicant. But they were also requesting a reduction. And in the landscaping, you would actually technically have to have one tree every 25 feet around the entire perimeter of that parcel of land, and that really doesn't make much sense. And so my recommendation is we actually reduce that number of trees by about 90%. And in addition to what was shown, we add another 22 to the west of the project. And the reason I say the west, that is to say the right, because that's the closest part to the adjacent dwellings. Again, this is an overall site plan, and here you can see the dark gray. That is proposed to be pavement. The trucks would come in, pull up basically underneath a big pipe, fill up with water, and then go use that essentially for dust control on construction sites. And this is an elevation of the facility itself. It's pretty simple. It's really not much more than some pipes sticking up in the air. This is a relatively low intensity use. And again, it is consistent with the uses surrounding it. Again, the reduction in landscaping is recommended by staff. I do have a condition to require boulders or bollards to inhibit vehicular access onto the remaining unpaved areas. This is a condition that you will no doubt find familiar. This is something that we do on many civic projects of this type to inhibit vehicular access onto the remaining portion. Nothing we do can prohibit it. But this is one of the better looking options, is primarily the boulders. Looks a little more natural. We did send notice to 64 affected property owners at a distance of 500 feet, meeting the required noticing. And we had a number of letters submitted, and I'm not going to read each one of these in. They have been provided to you. You do have them, pardon me, provided to you on paper before this hearing. Primarily, we have, if I can sort of summarize in a general way, there is concerns over the possible impact of machinery, construction machinery, in this case, water trucks, in that area, and the possible conflict with things like students walking to school, and there is a concern regarding the visual impact. It is my opinion that the visual impact has been appropriately mitigated or will be with the landscaping as proposed. And the, particularly the traffic, there is a turn-in lane proposed. We also have the county engineer and county engineering staff here who will be making a presentation after this. By the way, Washoe County Engineering is the applicant
Right.
here. So, again, yet another several letters here that are generally speaking in opposition. We do have one here in support who doesn't believe that there will be a significant impact. And yet another against. Again, you've been provided these. We did not receive any recommendations for denial from any of the reviewing agencies. I believe that the conditions are appropriate. They are listed on pages 8 and 9 of the staff report for your review. I believe that each of the findings can be made. This is certainly consistent with the master plan and certainly consistent with the other two uses on the subject site. The improvements, paved roadway, turnout lane, are certainly meant to mitigate impacts. The site is physically suitable, again, for a third utility services use type. The issuance, I do not believe, will be significantly detrimental, and there is no military installation within the required notice range for this project. With that, I am recommending approval, subject to the conditions of approval based upon the findings, and with that, here is a motion. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Roger.
Certainly.
Is there another applicant here, the engineering department? I mean, usually we hear from the applicant before we ask staff questions.
Yes, county engineering staff is here.
Okay. Keep this ball rolling.
Good evening, Board. My name is Dylan Mennies. I'm a senior engineer with Community Services Department. And I wanted to briefly go over our project for a truck fill. And if we could do the overhead projector, please. Sorry, we don't have electronic today. Thank you. There we go. And this is currently what the site looks like. We've operated this site for about 25 years. It's a covered reservoir for reclaimed water and also a pump station. And as Mr. Pelham has indicated, Truckee Meadows Water Authority has just received a use permit to also build a pump station adjacent to this project. So just real briefly, we're going to disturb less than 1 acre. We're going to build a deacceleration lane. We're estimating 10 to 20 truck trips, water truck trips per day. Not a lot of truck trips. And we're estimating about 70 working days to construct this site. We're going to build a paved access. As you can see currently, it's just dirt with a little apron to drive on. As Mr. Pelham's indicated, on the landscaping, and we appreciate it, that it's recognized that tree every 25 feet around a 25-acre parcel is unreasonable, and we appreciate that. As designed, we are adding about twice as much required landscaping for the disturbed area as is required. We're adding 0.4 acres of trees and shrubs to our less than 1 acre development, whereas I believe it's only 20% is required to be landscaped. So to address having all those trees removed around the perimeter, we doubled up the landscaping. There's also an ask for additional landscaping there. We see this benefiting the community because adding this deacceleration lane will help not just water trucks, but currently our staff, engineers, myself included, have to turn into this driveway very quickly. It's a little bit dangerous. Moves fairly quickly on Arrow Creek, and in a large industrial utility truck, that can be a tricky maneuver to slow down quickly and make a turn. Adding this deacceleration lane will make access better for all users of this site, and we use the site regularly for operations and engineering purposes as well. The paved driveway will also reduce dust. So just to try to address any questions ahead of time, the reclaimed water that we produce in South Truckee Meadows is state Class A, meaning it's suitable for use in parks, landscaping, golf courses. Our biggest users are golf courses and parks and HOAs in this area. It's pretty safe. There's no active viruses in it. It's filtered, treated, and chlorinated before it leaves the plant to be used for irrigation purposes. So just to put that out there and make sure everybody understands what the use is. This will also reduce use of potable water by increasing the use of reclaimed water, which makes the area more sustainable. And again, our requests on these conditions are that we remove the 48-foot on center boulders or bollards from the driveway access. And the reasons we're requesting that not be a condition is that we've operated the site for decades. The issue that the condition's trying to address does not exist. It hasn't been an issue for over 20 years. This would also limit our ability to use and access the land. We have to maintain the site for the reservoir. It's a partially earthen dam reservoir, so we have to do lots of weed clearing and maintenance around the site, and we need that access, and also to maintain the facilities. And it just adds unnecessary cost that we try to be mindful of for ratepayers. So that's what I had for our presentation. And just to show what the deacceleration lane looks like, it's about approximately 200 feet long, and as I said, it will greatly enhance safety for our crews trying to turn large vehicles off Arrow Creek Parkway. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other people want to make a presentation on this? Is there any staff or public comment?
Oh, I have no public comment in chambers.
I do have hands raised via Zoom. I see
Okay.
Representative of Hadi Cars. If you could please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record.
Yes, hi, this is Cameron Sarakar. I am Hadi Car's son. My dad died in June 2020. He was very ill prior to that, and was not aware of any of the goings on, so I have not been involved in any of the decision making with regards to the property next door. My brother and I are trustees, and we are currently representatives of the decedent. I believe my brother may be online as well, but I wanted to make sure that our viewpoint is expressed. We are the owners of 142-35002. That is an adjacent property. It is the property that will have a turn-in lane in front of it. It was also the property that will have the access road right next to it. This is a residential property for a single family residence only. It's 3 acres. It is the last of a 400 acre ranch that my dad purchased in 1975. And slowly the pieces went away until he kept this very last piece, his prize piece, of 3 acres with steamboat ditch going through it. That ditch creates, it's a very irregularly shaped property, and that ditch creates a situation in which the building possibility for what he wanted as his dream home into the left, I should say the southwest corner of the property. Well, the access road will go right there, and the turn-in lane will go closer to the property, therefore pushing the house away. Now, if you look at the character of homes in that neighborhood, the footprint of those homes requires a certain amount, if you want to keep the character of the neighborhood, it requires a certain amount of space. And with the easements and the setbacks that are necessary because of the ditch, et cetera, it makes there's a high impact on the value of this property. There's a proposal to reduce landscaping. The reduction of landscaping will actually expose this to more of the traffic as it is proposed, the reduction in the landscaping. And so a better solution for us would be a more steep approach in the access road that pulls the access road away from the property line, a smaller turn-in lane, and landscaping that is on the border of our properties and is complete as by requirement, rather than with the larger gaps that are being proposed right now that would not protect the only place we can build a single family residence on this lot. So although I apologize, I'm not an expert in developing. I'm not a real estate expert. I'm a person that wants to maintain the legacy of my dad in this property and what he envisioned in this property, and keep it available.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Steve Baker, if you could please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record.
Hi, my name is Steve Baker, and I live in the Mountain Gate community on Tremolite Drive, reasonably close to the project site. I had a couple of phone calls with some of the staff, Roger and Dylan specifically, and they were wonderful in answering many of my questions. But I have 2 primary areas of concern I wanted to raise. So one was on the landscaping, and I appreciate the combination of the waiver along with adding trees along the east side of the property to block the view. But there's no conditions or provisions on the trees, so it could be a decade or longer before they actually accomplish the objective, which is to have sort of a natural screen in front of what would probably be just sort of unsightly pipes coming out of the ground. So I'd respectfully request some sort of provision or condition so that the trees are of very large or mature size so that they more quickly accomplish the objective to hide the structure from view. And much of the Mountain Gate community on the west side of Mountain Gate will have line of sight to this project. So that's the first area. The second area is on traffic levels, and Dylan and I had a very good conversation, and I can appreciate the perspective of the 10 to 20 truck estimate, but what if it's wrong? You know, we've got enormous pressure on development. Development is growing, and we also have growing traffic levels on Arrow Creek. So I would again request some sort of commitment that if the initial estimates of 10 to 20 truck travel trips is off by an order of magnitude, that some sort of mitigation impact would be applied to reduce the actual traffic. to bring it either more in line with the estimates or do something to make sure that road is safe and doesn't create a challenge for the residents whose properties back up to Arrow Creek on both sides. So this is not just Mountain Gate, but the development on the other side of Arrow Creek. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
And I have no further hands raised via Zoom.
Okay, so we'll close the public comment and bring it back to the board. Yes, Mr. Thomas?
It's okay with the chair, I'd like to bring Mr. Mays back up to answer some questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Mays, what is the estimated height above ground of this pipe?
14 feet.
14 feet, okay. And another question I have is, if this project goes through, would this be something potential that the fire department could use if in fact there was fires in the area? Would they be able to load their trucks from that, or?
If it's possible, we'd encourage it. I don't know if the pressures are there, but we partner with them on different things, and we'd certainly appreciate if they used it. Maybe there's a special fitting we can get. But yeah, we would encourage that.
Yeah, I just don't know if that would be another accessibility point or use point, that if in fact there was a fire up in the Arrow Creek area or any of the surrounding areas, that they could quickly fill their tenders right there.
We would have all the water they could use, so.
Would that be something that you'd be willing to explore somewhere in the future?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The turn lane in question, that turn lane, is that going to extend in front of anyone else's property, or is that the turn lane is only going to stay within the property boundary lines?
It's in the right of way. It doesn't go onto anyone's property.
So it won't continue further down on to the next property?
It is in front of that parcel
right
that the gentleman called about, but it is in the right of way. It's
It is
not
in the right of way.
on anyone's property.
Okay. And this will be a permanent site, correct? It won't be temporary? I mean, is there going to be a time where you will abandon it per se, because?
At some point, well, it's interesting. We had a special use permit for a truck fill at this site in the late 90s, and it expired because it quit being used. There might be a point where that Arrow Creek area is built out and there's no more need for it. But for the foreseeable future, we'll keep it operating.
And I got one other question for you. I know you don't quite agree with the bollards there, or the boulders at that location. But I did do a site visit out there, and it is 25 acres, and it is open.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how much of a significance would be is if you put some boulders down, or even if you put a gate right there, because there's so much access to get onto that property anyway. So it's.
That's exactly the issue we experience at other sites is as we put up obstacles, people go around them and create more of a mess.
Right, you could go right over that curb, right past that gate and be right on there.
Yes.
So I did notice that, and I also noticed that it was, well, never mind, I believe that's the questions I have. So do you also believe that a gate is necessary at that location?
We'd prefer not to have a gate there. It makes operations a little trickier.
Okay, and you also heard other people express some concerns about the landscaping. Are you that adverse to maybe adding a few more trees around it? Especially if it's 14 feet high and you put 2 trees around it or 3 trees around it, guess what? If they were bunched together, it'd look like trees. So.
Yeah, we put some thought into that in painting. We requested that in the specs that the pipes be painted kind of a desert tan to blend in. We changed lighting so it's downlit and motion activated and won't leave the parcel. We wouldn't be adverse to more trees, but like I said, we doubled the amount of trees required for the impacted area already. The tree maintenance is it's a lot of work for the crews. It's another effort for them.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Yes, Mr. Stanley?
Yeah. Could you, on the turnout lane?
Yes.
Disclosure, I was also there, talked to Roger about some of this, particularly about the water itself, the quality. But on the turnout lane, as you're driving west up Arrow Creek, so you're going uphill, right?
Yes.
Is the turnout lane, I'm assuming yes, is on the right as I'm coming up the hill? All right. I don't recall whether or not that was a double yellow, I assume it is, on uphill, downhill, or left-right traffic. And where I'm going with this is having a water truck cut across that lane would be inadvisable, perhaps, unsafe. There's issues around the pedestrians and so forth. Can you check to see if that, or does anyone here know whether or not that's a double yellow there? In other words, do you know whether or not your trucks come, either laden or otherwise, coming, I want to say, down that hill, are thinking about making a left-hand turn into your gate area?
Splits near there. I'd have to double check. We had traffic engineering performed on it and reviewed.
Yeah, and
but we can verify that.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about safety actually.
Yes.
And the pedestrian issue that was raised.
Yeah.
Was there any thought at all toward, I know down in some of the neighborhoods now,
This is in essence a turn lane. Oh, okay. So, yeah, if you can do the overhead again, please. We're using the same entrance, and there's functionally a turn lane right there, so that's how that would operate. In the yellow
Center line.
there.
all right, are you saying, are we looking at that centerpiece being a turn lane?
It would function like that.
Yeah, for the record, Dwayne Smith, Director of Engineering. Mr. Stanley, Board, I just wanted to jump in for just a second, because this was something that we certainly talked about as part of our safety review for this particular project.
Yes.
And if I can, this is just our Washoe County GIS map, so I apologize I don't have the turn lane that's proposed for this project shown here. That turn lane would exist here and basically utilize this entrance. But I think, Mr. Stanley, if I understood, and I agree with you, your concern, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that if there was a water truck that was coming from the west going to the east.
That is correct. And your turnout line helped a lot, as you mentioned, Dwayne, for Mr. Smith, for the coming uphill, the going west piece, that remediates that problem. But the coming down, going east, and going across lanes of traffic is, I was wondering how that would be handled. It looks problematic.
Fortunately, the roadway width already exists, and when you talked about the double striped line, this is, in essence, a turn lane. So it's not, I apologize, so you can see that there is basically an area that's going to be functional. We're going to stripe that appropriately, and if we have to move a little bit of the other lane striping so that we can functionally utilize that center portion safely.
Gotcha.
To allow these trucks, as well as our service trucks. I think Dylan clearly mentioned that it's not just water trucks, but it's our service trucks that utilize the site. And then certainly Tumwell, with their approved booster pump station, they'll be gaining access as well.
Right. So am I hearing you say the adjustments in roadway and striping and so forth could accommodate that being a fully functional turnout lane?
We're very confident that it's going to help with the safety issues. I don't have the exact, I don't have a display, I'm sorry, Mr.
But that is your intent?
That is exactly our intent.
Okay, good. Thank you. And one other question, please. In some of the areas around town and county, if there's an area that needs additional attention, there, at certain times, there are blinking yellow lights or something like that. Let's say, I don't want to say the kids, but the kids are coming out of the new high school, they're going up to Arrow Creek, they're riding their dirt bikes or their bikes, or maybe they're walking. All right, so here comes a truck. They don't know about the truck, and if they did, they probably wouldn't pay sufficient attention. The truck guy may or may not see them. How does everybody, in some of these situations, when they're, and again, they're probably either light activated or movement activated, they'll be blinking yellow lights to say, hey, pay some attention here, kids. Is there any thinking along that line?
Again, for the record, Dwayne Smith. Mr. Stanley, and through the board, I appreciate that question.
Yeah, thank you.
And understand that part of what we do with traffic safety under the policies approved by the board in 2019 is address just these issues that you're talking about. This area in particular has had some recent focus. There's been some concerns with the new middle school and some of the other areas
Yes.
for children, and especially considering that the Washoe County School District expanded its basically
Yes.
walking distance. We just completed, this is our in-ground water tank. This is the crosswalk that's further to the west from where our entrance into the site is. We just completed a push-button signalized crosswalk at this location.
Yeah.
The reason it's located here is that the sidewalk exists along the south side of Whites Creek all the way down through,
Right.
not on the north side. But at this particular place, it transitions to the north side. So we listened to the residents, we applied the policies that Washoe County Board gave us, and we've installed that crosswalk, that push-button crosswalk. There are other safety improvements that are being looked at as well. So I appreciate that comment. If there is fortunately, I would say fortunately, there's no sidewalk in this area. There is a bike lane. So we'll still have to make sure that our staff that are entering the site, the TUMWA staff, and of course, any water truck driver that would be entering the site has to comply with the rules of the road and make sure that that condition is safe.
All right.
Again, most of the work that's done is done in the daytime. So, it's not a night situation. But if we do find that there's a need to add something more, we certainly will do that.
Thank you. As luck would have it, I went up in the daytime and there were kids on the side where riding their bikes on the side that didn't have the sidewalk, right? So do I understand you as saying you could extend that crosswalk and light, even though it doesn't have concrete sidewalks there?
There's no intention to extend sidewalk.
So it's on one,
It's on the
right.
south side and near the driveway.
Okay, but the stop-start blinking light only is on one side and it's not on the side with the tank, correct?
The push-button crosswalk is what you typically see in school zones or along streets where it will indicate and start flashing to give the drivers awareness that somebody's going to be crossing the street. There's no stop signs associated with it. It's not a stop.
Right.
Of course, traffic has to yield to the pedestrians. Directly at the access point or the driveway into the site, there will be a sign that shows the deacceleration lane and basically the turn, if that's necessary and meets the warrants and meets the requirements. But there's no stop sign as they enter the site. There will be a stop sign when they exit the site before they enter Arrow Creek Parkway.
Right. I don't think I asked it properly. Is there anything that a pedestrian will see on the tank side as they're walking over your entryway? Is there any warning? Is there any cautioning? Anything like that?
I would generally hope, and if I understand the question correctly, I would generally hope that they utilize the existing sidewalks and that they come down the sidewalk down Arrow Creek on the north side. They effectively cross the roadway using the new signalized crosswalk, and then they cross or they walk along Arrow Creek on the south side, not on the north side where our driveway is. I won't disagree with you. There might be somebody that would walk across the driveway up at the top, but it shouldn't be
Yeah,
a
we
standard.
need to move on from this discussion.
Thank you for that information.
What?
I have one question.
Okay, go ahead.
This is Rob for the record. Mr. Mays, You showed us a slide up there saying that you were gonna have 10 to 20 trucks a day, and then there was gonna be a 70-day total, but you told Mr. Thomas this is gonna continue on. Can you just clarify that for me?
Yes, sir. Dylan Menys for the record. 70 working days for construction of this facility.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, gotcha. Okay.
And then we estimate when it's up and running, 10 to 20 construction trucks from the area every day.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It's about the same as a house.
Right.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Let's move on here. Does anybody want to make a motion?
Madam Chair, before we do that, I'd like to make a recommendation that under conditions of approval that we remove item 1E and 1F, 1E being the boulders and 1F just being the gate. I don't see, I really don't see the significance of those requirements, especially since we're 25 acres and you can access that property from any direction. In fact, that property there on the Arrow Creek side does not have a fence in front of it, so it's wide open.
For what it's worth, I certainly would agree with that. I've got a question for the board, if I may. Is there anybody besides me who thinks truck crossing or something like that is signage, which is pretty easy to do, might be sensible on the side where the kids actually ride their bicycles?
My personal opinion, this is Clay Thomas, would be no, it's a driveway. It's just like every other driveway for any other location. There's not flashing lights or anything else, so I would not be in favor of that, so.
So, Mr. Thomas, are you saying conditions 1E and F?
That's what I'm proposing to the board if they're interested in removing those.
Remove those conditions.
Right, not make those conditions.
Does anybody have a problem with that? The gate and the boulders to prohibit vehicular access to the site? Yeah, I don't care. Okay, that sounds good to me. You want to make the motion then, Clay?
Sure, I'll make a motion. Just give me 1 second, let me find it. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit with the amended conditions, special use permit case number WSUP 21-0034 for Washoe County Community Services Department Utility Service Division, with the conditions included as Exhibit A to this matter, having made all 5 findings in accordance with the Washoe County Section 110.810.30. And under conditions of approval will be the removal of item 1E and 1F. And this is consistent, this meets the requirements of consistency, improvement, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effects on a military installation.
Okay, do I have a second?
This is Rob, I'll second it.
Great, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so everybody left is for the last item, which is number E, special use permit, administrative permit, case number WSUP 21-0036 and WAD MIN 21-0016, Silver Circle Ranch. Oh, yeah, we're gonna take a break, sorry.
Thank you.
5 minutes, and then we'll get back to that.
Recording stopped.
this is a big deal.
Okay, where's Mr. Large?
Yeah, I got live mic. Hello, folks.
All the people that are in favor of it, if you look well,
Under the,
look at the people that are against it, every one of those people at 27, all live in that area. So all surrounded. The one in favor is a person from Las Vegas. And a person
Okay, we got a lot of public comment on this one, according to the word on the street. So let's try to keep the questions to a minimum. Did you hear me, Brad?
again, please?
No long questions. This is going to be a lot of public comment.
Okay. Any adverbs or no adverbs? Short question. Yes, ma'am. No.
Okay, let's bring the meeting back to order. And the next item is administrative permit case WSVP 210036 and WADMIN 210016 Silver Circle Ranch. And the staff is Julie Orlander.
Recording in progress.
You ready to go? Oh, good. Good afternoon, Julie Olander for the record. Oh, take this off. All right, okay. All right. So the request is for a special use permit for a commercial horse boarding stables for 25 horses and for grading of 6,000 cubic yards for an indoor riding arena. An administrator permit is for the 11,000 square foot indoor arena, and that is larger than the existing residence. The applicant is also asking to waive the paved surface requirement, the reduction, and also asking for a reduction of landscaping and to waive the screening requirements. So the regulatory zone requires that a commercial stables commercial stables for a special use permit, and then also the special use permit is required per code for grading of the 6,000 cubic yards. The administrative permit is required because the indoor arena is larger than the residence. Subject parcel has had a barn and a stable on it since the 1970s. The current site has a business license for 23 horses. However, the request is to increase to 25 horses. The current business license was obtained before a special use permit requirement was required. So now with them moving forward, they're asking for the approval of special use permit to bring themselves under the current requirements, which requires a special use permit for stables. There are two existing outdoor arenas at the site. One's located closest to Holcomb Ranch Road. The other is a little bit of distance. I'll show you on a map in just a minute. The new arena, the indoor arena, is going to include a 2,000 square foot storage and restroom area, and then a mezzanine that is proposed to be over the storage area to provide a viewing deck for people to observe the riding arena. So here's a map of the site. So going from bottom up, it's you show the indoor arena on the left side, the new parking lot on the right side, and then by the parking area, there's the existing outdoor arena. And then to the top, you see the existing stables and the existing barn and residence. So that's the layout of the property. The applicant's proposing riding lessons between 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday. The later ones and the early ones probably would be held inside the indoor arena primarily. The applicant has also indicated that they would like to have 4 clinics a year, generally for the trainer students, and then up to 4 shows per year, 1 to 2 days during the weekends, and they would be limited to 50 riders or less. The events would be non-ticketed and would be attended primarily by the staff, the participants, and their family and friends. There are 15 existing spaces on the site. The applicant's proposing to add 16 spaces for a total of 31 spaces, which meets code. The driveway and park areas and trail turnaround area will be constructed with compact gravel, and then they are proposing to pave 2 ADA parking places. Concerning traffic, the applicant indicates the traffic from the site will increase about from 50 to 70 trips per week or 10 to 12 trips per day. This would equal out to be 2 peak hour trips per day. No traffic study was required because they didn't meet the level of traffic. And I did want to provide some information about from Ndot. Holcomb Ranch Road is an Ndot road, and they do provide information on the amount of trips that are generated on the road. So they do average annual daily trips, so that's AADT. And in 2020, the counts were 2,550, and 2019 it was 2,950. And so they slowly increase over the years, but you can see by the numbers, it's not been a huge jump over the years. So we go from, and matter of fact, it was higher in 2015 than it is currently. And these are the little strips they put across the road. So this is an actual count. The grading that they're proposing, they're looking at 3,000 yards of material on site will be exported from the site. 2,500 will be from the parking area, and then another 800 cubic yards from the outdoor arena. They will be importing 2,700 yards from off-site, and for a total of 6,000 cubic yards. A total of 1.72 acres of the surface area will be disturbed, and the grading is for the indoor arena primarily to raise the northeast corner up about 10 feet. As I said earlier, they are asking for modifications. They're asking to modify the parking requirement, and that's primarily to accommodate the horses and the riders. It's for safety purposes. The landscaping, they're asking to waive. It's a rural setting. They have trees. They have pasture areas, so the applicant feels like there's enough landscaping and at the site currently. And then they're also asking for a screening waiver. The screening waivers for any commercial site that's adjacent to residential. This site is off Holcomb Ranch Road, but it's lower down. So the screening along Holcomb Ranch Road would not really screen. You'd still be able to see above the screening. So the screening would not accomplish what we typically want for screening purposes. Various agencies have reviewed this application as required, and agencies have provided conditions of approval, which are included in your staff report. Staff is able to make all the findings as shown in your staff report, and I have a motion here for you if you choose to use it. The applicant's representative is here and has a presentation also.
Okay, thank you. Can the applicant come forward and give their presentation? Is the applicant here?
Right there.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
So for the record, I'm Clint Tesey with Summit Engineering Corporation, 5405 Mahan Avenue, Reno, representing Pro Pony LLC, the owner of Silver Lake Ranch. Landis Whitmer and Bruce Whitmer are Pro Pony and purchased the ranch in 2019 from the Warren Nelson family. Landis and Bruce are here in the audience, so if I believe Landis is going to stop up here later to give a short presentation or a public comment, and but they're also here to answer any questions regarding the actual ownership or what their plans are for the property. The stable and the instruction business are owned by Liz Reeder, and her business is Paravesa Stables, and likewise can answer any questions regarding her actual operation. Both have filled out cards with their address. So, can I have the next slide, please? All right, do it here. There we go. Oh. So Julie showed this picture, so I won't go over it too much. You can see the pasture area to the left of the picture, the English riding arena on top, and where all the buildings and structures are, and our proposed new arenas down in that grove of trees on the far right. Whoop, I'm going backwards. This is simply the entrance into the facility. We've got an Ndot encroachment permit for this. We will have a 10-foot wide paved apron entering in that has a 70-foot long throat along the highway. It narrows down to 30 feet at the end of that 10-foot with 25-foot radiuses on both sides to help with turning movements into the facility. We would like the remainder of driveway roads, parking to all remain the gravel. It helps with our rainwater infiltrating and much better for the horses to maneuver on than slippery asphalt in winter. So Julie went over this picture, so I'll just gloss on it a little bit. This is actually the rendering we showed at our open house in early December to explain the project to the neighborhood. You can see the grading kind of to the left of the proposed new indoor arena. That was about the only area, unused area on the site that we could find to steal dirt from, so we didn't have to import all of the dirt to build the building pad. The building pad is actually required to raise the site a couple feet only out of the floodplain. I believe we have a 2-foot depth of water crossing the site according to the FEMA map at this site, and then raise it another foot, the finished floor, to meet county code. With the flat building, that creates your 10-foot fill on the far northeastern corner. One of the conditions from fire department was a 24-foot access road they anticipated needing around this structure. I talked briefly to the fire marshal's office a couple of days ago. I think we can show to her that we can obtain access to the entire building without that roadway around it from the existing driveway, and we created that turnaround around that one large tree on the south side of the building. And between those two areas, we could park a fire truck anywhere along there and be within 150 feet of the first floor of the building, or the walking distance for hose pull-out. So if we are required to add additional access road, I just wanted to point it out that our grading numbers may increase in order to comply with that condition, and just wanted to make that of record. Also, we have not addressed fire storage on this plan as we first submitted it. However, we're being conditioned to provide a fire sprinkler system, and in order to have the fire sprinkler system, we need adequate water to supply it. We're hoping potentially that we can provide enough water if we improve those 2 ponds, that they could draw water out of those ponds. But if not, if they want a tank, we're going to have to try and figure out some place to provide a storage tank to supply water to the fire protection system. So let's go to the next slide. This here is the area where the dressage riding arena will be relocated to. You can see the existing stable in the background. We're actually removing about 8 trees up in here, but if you look, you see at the right of the picture there, there's a couple juniper trees. Those are 2 of the trees that will be removed. You've got these on the left-hand side, you've got those leaning over cottonwoods. There's about 3 of those cottonwoods come out. And the other 2 trees are those scrub trees clear back in back of like the horse trailer there in the back far corner. So really nothing no trees of significance in this area. And then our proposed new indoor riding arena would be placed where the existing dressage area is. In this area, our plan currently shows the removal of 6 trees. It would be the large tree you see at the bottom of the picture. We're trying to preserve that, and that's the tree that we're creating that fire turnaround around. The tree to the left, right by the gate, that would be removed. You have 2 trees across from that are kind of leaning to the west. Those 2 trees would be removed. And then I have 3 on the north end of that dressage arena. And none of the trees are really in the building footprint. They're all being removed because of that grading and the slope on the grading. So, I guess if conditioned to replace those trees, that would be satisfactory, but just wanted to point that out. This is a rendering of the structure itself. We're creating large windows near the roof line to help provide with daytime light in the building. We've got 10 skylights on it. The upper left-hand corner picture shows the main access for horses into the arena. The lower right-hand picture on the left-hand side there, that would actually be the tractor access. We would store the tractor in that storage area, and there's a matching door on the arena such that the tractor could drive right into the arena at that location. Keep separation from the equipment and horses. The inset area, if you take a look, like on the left-hand side, you see how the roof line narrows. That inset is where the storage area and the mezzanine would be. Maybe I'll go back a picture, or a couple pictures here. If you look at this picture where we have the proposed dressage area, we originally were going to place the new indoor riding arena in that location. And that's what created the shape of our building. The building was actually ordered when we were looking at putting it up in that place. But we would have had to build about an 8-foot-high flood wall in there, concrete, and trying to provide fire access around it. It just became so cumbersome to try and make it all work and try and meet code with the existing stable that we made the determination to move it and go ahead and get a special use permit for grading. And when I went in to talk to the county staff about the special use permit for grading, that's when we became aware that we needed a special use permit for a commercial riding stable. That one had never been obtained. So that was kind of a surprise to us. I know there's been question of why we would order the building before we had approvals, but that's basically the reason. So. On the side of that building, you can see whoops, I went clear to the beginning. I'm going backwards. You can see we're proposing a couple signs. It's basically the Silver Circle Ranch brand, and then just Silver Circle Ranch with the address underneath it, both on the north end and the northwest corner of the west elevation. This slide is just to show you what that would look like, the brand, the Silver Circle Ranch, the 3400 Holcomb Ranch Lane. And this is just kind of a slide that shows Liz Reeder's operation for her program for kids and equestrian. And I do have a couple other points I'd like to make real quick. We did get proposed, or the letter of opposition this morning at 8:30, and we've been fumbling through it all morning trying to try to come up with answers for some of those questions that were posed in that letter. I think we have answers for most of that we can address later in questions. Just for a couple points, the history, we've got documentation of boarded horses on site since the 60s, with a maintained population over 20 horses since the 1980s. The only time there were 0 horses on site was during the sale closing between the Nelsons and Pro Pony. And during that period of property transfer, obviously there were not horses on, and there were not horses on again until Liz Reeder started her program on site. She's the actual operator of the stable and the training program. So traffic was brought up a lot. Approval of this special use permit and the indoor arena itself will not generate any new traffic. We aren't proposing to change operation other than potentially in the future when Liz has the money and potential to buy additional training horses and boarders leave, that she would have the ability to add lessons during the week. And as she adds lessons, obviously you will add, for each lesson, you're going to add 1 trip into the site and 1 trip out of the site. But that's basically the traffic increase. So if we increase up to 10 training horses, that would equate to a maximum of 30 additional lessons per week. And if you look at that, that comes down to about 10 to 12 trips per day. So horse trailers, there's anticipated no increase in horse trailer traffic. All the lessons are with the horses on site, or mainly, I guess, now and again, Liz will get asked to help somebody. They'll bring a horse up, they have to pay basically a facility fee to get on the site, but they discourage horses from off-site for disease, equine disease reasons and purposes. They're trying to keep a family on site of horses that are around each other all the time. So whenever they do have an event, they have a veterinary there or require a veterinary certificate from every participant that brings a horse on site to show that it had recently been checked for disease, particularly if something's passing around the country as far as like encephalitis or whatever. So, I guess I'll stop there and answer any questions you might have later. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions for the applicant?
Yes, Chair, I do.
Yes, go ahead.
Try and make this quick. Sir, a couple questions for you. How many of the horses on site are owner's horses versus boarded horses?
Okay, so the trainer herself owns 2 horses and she owns 5 training horses. So she owns a total of 7 horses. Her assistant trainer owns 2 horses and the owner, Landis Whitmer, owns 1 horse. The remaining current 13 horses are boarded.
Are boarded? Okay.
Yes.
My next question is I'm starting to learn more and more about boarding horses with some of the SUPs that come across here. And the information I have and the research I've done, it says it takes about 1.5 to 2 acres per horse. You have a little over 12 acres here. So how do you take care of 23 horses on that property? Because that'd be a lot less than 1 acre per horse.
I am going to let the operator answer that question, who has a better answer than a civil engineer. So,
Okay, well, we'll hold on to that one.
Yeah.
And then let me ask you another one. Horse trailers, like for a double horse trailer, can be anywhere between 10 to 14 feet in length. I was at your property today. I was not actually on it, but I was there and I was looking at it. And your entrance there is really a single-use road to get in and out. You could not put 2 cars as you get to your gate area there. You said the fire department wants you to expand that to 24 feet. Is that
No, what they're talking about is a 24-foot access around the structure,
Okay.
is what I gathered from the condition. Thinking that they needed that to be able to provide that 150-foot hose rollout. But I believe we can show the fire department that we can make it without that. I'm hoping
So coming in and out of your property, it would be a single file operation, it'd be one vehicle at a time?
During that open house, people were actually meeting on that road, so it's probably not the 24 feet wide that fire department may be looking for, but I would say it's about 20 feet wide right now.
So when your gate opens up, if people are coming out, let's say.
At the actual gate, it might be narrow, I didn't
It'd be
look at that.
one vehicle at a
Right,
time.
yes.
And if you have up to 50 riders at a time and you're pulling horse trailers in there because you've got 23 horses on site, and you said you'd have up to 50, potentially 50 riders, that's another, I'll cut that in half, that's another 13 or 14 trailers that would have to come in and through that area and be on site. Would that be, is that a correct assessment?
I would say that's a correct assessment, yes. As far as coming and going, I think I'll let Liz also answer that one. You know, a lot of events, like even you watch people coming to Reno Rodeo, except for that BFI morning when all the ropers are coming, they don't all show up at once. You get them spread out pretty good. So if you have 13 trailers coming during an hour period, it's not that impactful, and leaving the same way. So people visit after, and some people are in a hurry. And
just one more question. When I drove around the area, I didn't really see any other indoor arenas. Do you know of any in that area, or will you be the first one to have an indoor arena?
again, I can't answer that, but I believe we have some horse people in the back who can.
Okay. We can get answers then. All right,
Yep.
thank you very much.
You
Thank
bet.
you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And I can answer any other questions later on.
Okay. Does the people that represent the project, other than him, want to talk? Give a presentation? Yes. Okay, yeah, come up to the microphone, please.
Madam Chair, I believe the applicants used their 15-minute allotted time. Did you want to grant the 3-minute standard public comment time at this moment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Liz Reeder. I'm the owner-operator at Paravasis Stables, and as was stated, we currently work out of Silver Circle Ranch. I think the biggest questions that we faced is a lot to do with traffic, but then also definitely how my business is structured plays into that. So I'd like to talk about the intended use of the indoor arena, the impact that would have on my existing business, and to address any of the concerns that have been voiced. I know Clint mentioned that we got the chance to look at that letter just this morning, so we're trying to make sure we can answer everybody's questions, both from the neighborhood and from the board as best as possible. What the indoor arena would do for us is provide a weather-protected space to work the horses safely in inclement weather. As we know, in northern Nevada, we have fairly significant winds. We have 4 real seasons. Horses and riders exposed to the winds, exposed to frozen footing, exposed to poor weather, can't be worked as consistently and, more importantly, as safety, especially when you're teaching kids or you're working with younger horses. You run into the risk that they're spookier in the wind, they're less unsafe on frozen footing. Just imagine walking through a frozen parking lot, right? So what the indoor does is it allows us to operate as a small business year-round, consistently provide a high-value product to our clients, but it doesn't actually change my business model, the structure, the number of people coming in and out. That is currently at capacity, more or less, depending on the season, and has been since we've been operating at Silver Circle. Let's see, I think it's really important to address the concerns that you had in terms of 1.5 acres per horse. So that is correct if your horses are kept on pasture and that pasture is their primary source of food. Our horses all have individual stalls with runs that they go into. So the stalls are 12 by 12 with attached oversized runs that are 12 by 24 foot. All of their nutrition needs are met with hay as well as grain substitutes with concentrates, vitamins, minerals, those types of things. They do go out onto those pastures during the summer. We try to rest the field, so we follow good practices, both for parasite problems as well as making sure that we don't overgraze the fields. The last thing we want to see is the pasture that provides our horses with playtime, friends, things like that. They get to munch all day. There's a lot of health benefits. Long story short, we really, really want to protect those grass fields. That is not our horses' primary source of feed. The stalls that they're in are kept well bedded. They're cleaned every single day, and the horses are always in at night and then out for portions of the day. In the winter time, in order to not devalue the pastures, we have multiple areas that are designed to be just dirt. Those areas were not placed on top of any existing grass fields. They were placed and fenced around existing dirt areas, and the horses are out in those during the winter. Very rarely will we put them on the grass fields, so that way we don't overgraze
Okay,
those
thank you very
fields.
much.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak on this issue?
Yes, we have public comment.
Okay, great.
First, we have Art O'Connor, followed by Jewel Brandon.
A lot of misinformation on this project. My name is Art O'Connor. I live at 1100 Holcomb Ranch Road. What do you get when a flock of sheep invade an equestrian event? A sheeplechase. So this project actually consists of two different components. Come on. There we go. All right. So the first one is an expansion of an occasional historical equestrian training to 100 sessions per week. That's in the consultant's report. 100 sessions per week. The second thing is a new indoor event center. The development code takes these two components and has two categories for them. The first one is commercial stables, and this allows for the equestrian training. The second one is equestrian facilities, that's the building. The table of allowed uses, fifth one down, there it is, commercial stables. There is no specific row for equestrian facilities. However, equestrian facility events are sporting events, and that's the last row on this, and it says indoor sports and recreation, and look, not permitted in any of the residential areas. Not permitted. So the consultant's report lists all this stuff, and what it actually says is there are 100 training sessions per week over 5 working days, 20 trips per day, not 7. The events that they hold in the indoor arena will have 50 riders for each day of the event. Okay, that you don't take that 50 and divide it by 7, or 50 or 70. They say 50 to 70. I just use 50. You can't take that and divide it by 7 and come up with a daily count. That's on that day, 50 riders. The staff report did that. They used the consultant's maximum event traffic of 70 trips divided by 7 and ignored the 20 trips per day for training. This is Holcomb Ranch Lane in front of the place. That's their driveway. Observe, narrow, 24-foot pavement, no shoulders, steep drop-off on the side, gravel driveway. This is the contour map. Here's a picture of the driveway, gravel. There's the gate down there. Consultant just estimated that it was 20 feet wide. It is not. It's less than 12 feet. That's a single lane. I guess that's it.
That's it, yep.
Yeah.
Next, we have Jill Brandon, followed by Chris Sue.
Sorry, I don't know how to do this. How do I do the overhead?
Thanks, Julie. It's not lined up right on that spot, so you'll have to move it. There you go.
That's pretty good, thanks. Hi, my name is Jill Brandon. My husband and I live just down the road from Silver Circle at Diamond J. 17 years ago, we purchased Flying Diamond Ranch at 8790 Lakeside, which is the property north adjacent to Silver Circle. I never saw more than 4 horses there until Pro Pony took over. We're grateful for the opportunity of the hearing today. You have the authority to correct the detrimental effects that the unauthorized commercial operation by Pro Pony is causing our neighborhood right now. We gave a written presentation for the record. Do you have it? If you could look at pages 9 through 12, you will see that the 27 neighbors in opposition to this application live in the immediate vicinity. We've chosen only 9 or 10 people to talk to you today to save some time. The application is silent or misleading on many important issues that we have raised in our written paper. For example, it's our understanding that this is not a grandfathered issue. Pro Pony would like you to believe that, but it's not true. This application should be analyzed as a new commercial operation moving into an HDR neighborhood. It should be analyzed not from 23 to 25 horses, but from 0. The required findings could not be made if you analyze it that way. Both the special use permit and the admin permit should be denied. The admin permit is for a featureless 13,580 square foot metal building. Pro Pony doesn't tell you that it's 29 feet tall, would be placed on 10 feet of fill. That would make it about as tall as a 4-story high-rise from existing grade. Remember, the owner and trainers don't live here. Is this building really an accessory use? There's nothing whatsoever about this metal building that pays homage to the area's Western heritage as described by the Southwest Plan. It would be about twice as tall as either Tom Dolan's Kia dealership or this Les Schwab Tire Center on South Virginia. The footprint would be bigger than the entire lot in a 1/4-acre residential neighborhood. How would you feel seeing this ugly building in your neighborhood every day in place of the 14 cottonwoods the applicant says it will cut down that are between 30 to 50 feet tall? How can that not be detrimental to the character of our neighborhood? There is no site on this property that is suitable for such a massive industrial structure. It would have disastrous impacts on the adjacent properties. There are other findings that cannot be made, and other people will address it, as does our written report. We really thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Chris Sue, followed by Rhonda Schaefer.
Thank you, honorable members of the board, for giving us opportunity to speak about this critically important issue. I'm Chris Hugh, and my wife is at home with our 3 children. We live directly next to Silver Circle at 3600 Holcomb Ranch Lane. And if you would show the overhead, you can see we share the longest border with Silver Circle of any adjacent property. Can you, yes, that's our property right there, directly adjacent. Since we heard about the plans to substantially increase our commercial operations and build a metal arena, we've been distraught. We live here because we love old Southwest Reno and its beautiful countryside with sweeping views and peaceful, quiet, rural neighborhoods. Both my wife and I have very demanding jobs, and the weekends and evenings are the only time we can relax. It's a family tradition for us to eat dinner together on our front patio, which is directly here. We've had to alter that dinner tradition over the last year, as our dinner table directly faces the giant manure pile, which you can see here at Silver Circle Ranch. And when the wind blows in our direction, there's an overwhelming urine stench from the stables as well. In the spring and summer, flies are everywhere, and we can't keep them out of our house. This unauthorized commercial operation has also been consistently expanding even before today's hearing, recently adding a viewing stand, hosting larger shows with more cars and trailers, frequently commercial trucks, arena floodlights for night events, as you can see in the picture, and competitions with riders from far away, such as one of my daughter's friends who contacted us when she was here from California. How much bigger can this operation get? The idea of authorized expansion of this commercial operation in our front yard is unbearable. It's also quite interesting that we were not invited to the so-called neighborhood meeting in December, where neighborhoods reportedly expressed their support for Silver Circle's expansion. It's peculiar as the owner and manager contact us often to get access to our yard to pull water off Dry Creek, and we're in frequent contact with them after a traffic accident in the riding arena on July 4th. We found out about the meeting from two families after the event, and I'm sure you can assess for yourself the intent as to why we were not invited, despite being the most impacted neighbor. There's no way that this board or anyone who values homeowners of the neighborhood can support a commercial operation like this with a metal arena or expanding to boarding 25 horses. I wonder if the owner of Silver Circle lived on site or at our house, if they would be so excited about this opportunity.
Okay,
Thank you very much, and please, I'd like to express our strong opposition to this.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rhonda Schaefer, followed by Calvin Leda.
Hello, my name is Rhonda Schaefer, and I live on Panorama. I'm actually reading a statement from Rich Lorson, who lives on Diamond J Place, and I'll just read it directly from his notes. My name is Rich Lorson, and I've been a resident of Diamond J Place, just to the east of Silver Circle, for 18 years. However, I'm a much longer-term resident of Truckee Meadows and have biked extensively on these roads for more than 35 years. Traffic is now becoming a huge safety issue to bikes and runners. Ndot annually sends one-week traffic counter cables on many roads, and one of those locations is in Holcomb Ranch Lane, immediately east of Diamond J Place. Ndot also provides 10-year vehicle counts for this location from 2011 to 2020. Those data show a low over that time period of over 2,000 vehicles per day in 2012 and a high of 2,950 vehicles per day in 2019. That's a 48% increase. Holcomb Ranch is a very narrow road with poor pavement, no paved shoulder or white line along the edge, and an irregular pavement edge that drops off abruptly in many areas down to holes, rocks, and gravel. This limits how close a bike can ride to the edge of the road. Most importantly, less than 0.5 miles east of Silver Circle are two sections of sharp 90-degree turns with very limited visibility. If a vehicle gives a cyclist riding here the state-mandated 3 foot of clearance with the cyclist riding 12 inches from the edge of the road, even a car ends up over the solid yellow line on the road and into oncoming traffic. A vehicle with a trailer is much worse. And I have tried this often, and I have had this often happen to me too many times to count. Even worse is getting less than 3 feet of clearance from the vehicle, which also happens regularly because there is no room on the road for everyone. Unfortunately, there is no other route for bikes to travel north-south on this west side of South Reno, south from West McCarran, to avoid South Virginia Street traffic. Increased vehicle and trailer traffic, especially on the weekends when bike traffic is at its highest, will be a significantly increased risk to cyclists, runners, and everyone in the area. And he signs it, thank you. And I will say that living on Panorama, Dry Creek also runs through my entire 9-acre property, so that's a concern of mine as well.
Thank you.
Next, we have Calvin Leda, followed by Mark Seenert.
Hello, my name is Calvin Leda, and I have been living at 8690 Lakeside Drive for the past 18 years. I've always really enjoyed the rural feeling of the area, and I bought the house from Jack and Sally Quaid, who built the house in 1955 and would regale me with stories of the area when they were living there. Jack was a geologist and Sally was a teacher at UNR, and they raised their family in the same house I'm living at. I work as an ER physician and enjoyed coming home to a quiet, peaceful area, which I look forward to after a hard day at work. I've had numerous friends and family members comment on the tranquil and beautiful area I live in and how lucky I am to have found such a nice place. Numerous people, especially on the weekends, drive and bike and ride through the area to enjoy the setting. I do not feel a commercial enterprise with large, unsightly buildings, large crowds, and many people, increased traffic and pollution is appropriate for the neighborhood. My next door neighbors, Harry and Stella Pappas at 8770 Lakeside Drive, were unable to come to the meeting because they were exposed to COVID. They have asked me to comment and express some of their feelings. They are in direct line of sight to the project in development and are concerned about the unsightly building, increased traffic and noise this will occur. They have already noticed increased dangerous traffic along Lakeside Drive. And in the last year, on at least 3 different occasions, cars have left the road and crashed into their fence and into their front yard. We are also concerned about the pollution from this project. There are 23, 24 horses with likely more to come. This area is supplied by a series of ditches and canals from the Steamboat Ditch, which provides us with irrigation water to water our plants, landscaping, and fields, and fill ponds. We also get our water and drinkable water and domestic water supply from ground wells. With a large number of horses, they provide quite a bit of pollution, and the urine and waste materials from these horses seeps into the groundwater and also washes into the nearby ditches. I hope the committee will not allow people to come into the area and destroy the beauty and tranquility of this very unique neighborhood in Reno. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mark Seenert, followed by Ryan Buell.
I wrote down here good afternoon, but I guess I'll say good evening. My name is Mark Sainert. I live at 2317 Diamond J. I bought my house back in 2012, and I'd just like to say my wife and I love living in this area. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak and say you guys have my condolences, because it seems like it's a thankless job, but I appreciate what you guys do. What I want to focus on, I'll be brief, is the building. I mean, this building is enormous. It's located right off of Highway 671. It's more, it will rise more than 2 stories off of the elevated surface as indicated by the applicant. I went on Google and I took a mile circle with the measurement tool that Google has, and I limit it to a mile so that I wouldn't have to go into commercial areas. And I looked at every residential structure in that area. The current largest structure is got a volume of about 215,000 cubic feet. It's smaller footprint, lower height. This building has a estimated volume of 335,000 cubic feet. That's 1.5 times the largest building within a mile. The second largest building is only 115,000 cubic feet. It's 7,500, and it's, again, lower elevation. So it's almost half the size of this structure. I mean, it is big. If you look at the typical footprint of a single-use commercial building, it's about between 15 and 16,000 square feet. the hotels like Courtyard and Hilton Garden Inn and the Spring Hill property, which are all in this area, I calculated those, they're between 15 and 16,000 feet. As Jill pointed out, Les Schwab is 15,000 feet. Tom Dolan's Kia dealership is about 15,500 square feet. It seems to us that it's unfathomable that you would allow a building like that to be constructed in this area. If it's approved, all the people that live in this area are going to have to live with the visual and other negative impacts of this building. The applicant won't because they don't live there. The house that was originally part of that ranch was sold off to somebody else. So even though they claim a residence, it's a couple of apartments. They don't live there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ryan Buell, followed by Sheldon Shank.
My name is Ryan Buell, and I'd like to read a statement from Ron Palmer of 9675 Timothy Drive, and because he cannot be here today, I'll just read it straight from him. He says, "My name is Ron Palmer. I've lived at 9675 Timothy for more than 45 years. I was good friends with Warren Nelson, and if that gives you an idea of how old I am. I purchased my property from Warren in 1976. I live across the road from Silver Circle. We were on the Reno Rodeo Board for 16 years, and we enjoyed hunting together throughout North America. Warren lived on Silver Circle Ranch and had a stable where he kept his personal horses, along with horses he boarded, many of those who belonged to friends of his, and for Warren, the stable was just a hobby. After he passed away, his daughter continued the boarding and kept 4 or 5 of his pet horses until they grew old and passed away. Our neighborhood is peaceful and enjoyable until the property was sold to Pro Pony, who ramped up the number of horses. The pasture has been carved up, and the once green meadow is now turning to dust. Traffic has been compounded by the illegal commercial development by Pro Pony. This is especially true on weekends. Joggers, cyclists, motorcycles, and vehicles crowd this narrow curve where Lakeside Drive becomes Holcomb Ranch Lane. Pro Pony's illegal events gridlock our neighborhood with trucks and trailers driven by people who are not familiar with the area and make this road extremely dangerous. These so-called events are disrespectful of our neighborhood, and they should be held at the Livestock Event Center. On December 5th, my neighbor, Lyle Winchester, and I attended the Pro Pony open house. We were surprised to note that we were the only neighbors present. We knew none of the other approximately 35 attendees. While we were there, no one discussed putting up a huge metal building at Silver Circle. As part of the written presentation, you will see 27 of my immediate neighbors support my position that the special use permit and the permit for the ugly metal building should not be approved. Thank you for listening to me, Ron Palmer. Speaking for myself, I'm a student at UNR and live in the area. I'm in the area frequently. And pretty much just watching they overgraze the pastures pretty thoroughly and don't take too good a care of it and don't seem to keep the neighbors in mind in a lot of decisions they make. And so I think going forward to add something bigger and more commercial, I don't see anything changing and possibly getting likely worse with time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, excuse me. Next, we have Sheldon Shank, followed by Liesl Winchester.
Good evening. This should be fairly brief. My name is Sheldon Shank. I currently reside at 7240 Lakeside Drive with my wife, Carol Bond, period. Thank you for the opportunity to share my views regarding the Pro Pony developments. I have lived in Reno for 33 years and moved to my current home 20 years ago. I have worked for 31 years at renowned Regional Trauma Center, formerly Washoe Medical Center, as an emergency physician. Often after a stressful shift in the emergency department, as Dr. Ida described, driving home, I crest Windy Hill and reflect on the beauty and tranquility of this special part of Reno. As you travel south, you will be greeted by a pastoral setting of cross-fenced properties, beautiful pastures, horses grazing peacefully, and the occasional cattle. Occasionally, you will hear the yipping of the coyotes chasing our lovely dogs. As the week closes, bicyclists roll down the lakeside drive, joggers run along the roadway, and neighbors walk their dogs. As previously mentioned, as the years have passed, traffic volume has increased immensely. Sometimes I can barely enter my house through the gates without people honking and becoming irritated. In my position at the hospital, I have unfortunately had to care for several patients who are involved and injured in cycling on these roadways. One of who was a cardiac surgeon, and the other a local veterinarian who treats my animals. As spring arrives shortly, and the leaves from the towering cottonwoods and other deciduous trees blossom in the valley with spectacular beauty, irrigation ditches will fill with water, feeding the hungry trees and pastures. What you do not see in this area is a large commercial building, thousands of square feet in size, devoid of landscaping, with surrounding pasture denuded from a horde of horses grazing on the last available blade of grass available to them. As the winds blow, dust will permeate the adjoining properties from these denuded pastures. As you rest upon your walk, jog, or bicycle, if this is approved, you will have an increased burden of flies attracted to the ammonia and the feces of these horses. Lakeside Drive is very busy these days, but currently large horse trailers do not block traffic, placing cyclists and pedestrians in danger. Remember, motor vehicles need to maintain a distance from bicyclists and causing motor vehicles to swerve into oncoming traffic. In the evening, as a silence greets you, there is no blaring of speakers announcing current competitions. There are no floodlights disturbing the neighbors. This development will significantly impact the character of the special part of Old South Reno in a significant fashion. I can think of no compelling reason for the placement of a commercial operation that clearly has a negative effect on the surrounding properties. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lisa Winchester, followed by Pete Lazatich.
My name is Lyle Winchester. The S is silent. My name was mentioned in Ron Palmer's reading, and I live almost directly across the street from this establishment. I live at 3155 Holcomb Ranch Lane. I have the big, modern house with a copper roof. I'm sure people didn't like it when I built the home. I've been there, living in the home 5 years, been there 11 years owning the property. The traffic is absolutely beyond belief. There's too much traffic, too much speed. When people try to park along Holcomb Ranch, it's impossible to get by. My son, he's a double paraplegic. Some of you may know him. He was a Reno and as well Truckee Meadows firefighter and a captain on TM. He will not ride the roads in our community anymore on his bike because he has had 2 separate spinal cord injuries. This is an example of what can happen when you have traffic on roads like this. The more population we have coming into a commercial establishment, the worse it's going to get. Unless you live on Holcomb Ranch Lane, you have no idea of what I'm speaking. None. Come to my home, stand out there for a half hour, 45 minutes and talk with me. I'm more than happy to meet with any one of you. You'll see exactly what I mean. People speed, not 25, 35, 45, 55, 65. They're going 70, 80 miles an hour right in front of this establishment and my home. I think it's time people need to stand up and realize that not everybody can get what they want. And when the majority of the local people do not want something like this, it's time for you as a committee to realize that and do what you should be doing as a committee. Realizing what the majority of what the people that bring you here want, and that's not this establishment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Pete Lazatich, followed by Landis Whitmer.
Hey, thank you, folks. I don't know how in the hell you do it, but I'm pulling for you. But right now, we need some help. We need some help in this neighborhood. I've lived out there 40 years. I put up hay. I'm well aware at one point we owned 27 horses. I run cattle in the area, and I guess I'm at the end of the trail here, but I'd just like to put something in brief perspective. I noted this is going to conserve the community character, staff comment, and is part of the character of the area. But one of the things, if you look at the photos that are there, you see this giant pile of manure that's been set out there. One of the reasons that, on a good day, you can see it steaming. But I'd just like to put this one thing in perspective. It kind of started at the bottom, you know. One horse, we're talking 25, all right? One horse, raw waste production, daily manure waste. You get 51 pounds of manure. You get an extra 15 and 25 pounds of bedding. All this is also, you've got your urine. And this is not fantasy. You take that 75, you take it into, we're looking at 13 tons a year per one horse. This is fantasy that they're trying to pound 25 horses onto the 3 acres of pasture that they have left. All the pasture that is there. This once was a beautiful, they all note on all the scenic turn in the road. It once was, up till about a year ago. These paddocks that they've put in are total sawdust. There's nothing there. You do not put 25 horses. This is animal cruelty, and pound them in an area like that. There is no outside paddocks. There's no place for these horses to get out. It's absolutely absurd. I'm also on the board of directors of the Last Chance Irrigation Ditch. I've been on, well, probably over 20 years now. The ditch runs right through their property as the Dry Creek ditch runs through there too. You've seen the pictures of the Dry Creek floods. That is the area where they want to put the indoor, quote, Les Schwab riding arena. The amount of urine and feces that comes in, we had nothing but trouble when they were boarding. The most horses I've ever seen boarded there, probably 18 or 19. This goes back, they ceased all board in 2008 or 9. All right. From there on out, it's fantasy. Warren Nelson, who I knew the people that ran the barn, his son-in-law Chuan. I put up the hay for him on their property. I knew the horses. When Warren had some pets left, at the end, there were probably 6 or 7 horses over the last 15, 16 years. Prior to that time, when they had up to 20 horses on the Last Chance ditch, we had nothing but problems with the feces and the urine that went into that particular ditch. Right now, pounding those horses in that area is child abuse. We are going to have an environmental study impact on that, because the urine going into that ditch right now, and I take these poundages is not from me. This is not fantasy. Horse manure, this is from the University of Pennsylvania State University. Can horse manure pollute the environment, mainly as ground or surface water? Pollution due to nutrients, nitrogens, phosphorus. These nutrients leach from a manure pile, leach into the groundwater. You can't have an exposed manure pile like that there. There's over 50 yards that have been there, and it was never there when Warren Nelson had the property. And that just shows you the total disregard and disrespect that these people have for our county code and for the neighbors to allow a pile of crap to sit out there exposed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Landis Whitmer, followed by Dexter Whitmer.
Hi, I'm Landis Whitmer of Propony. Thank you very much for this opportunity. The Silver Circle Ranch, more than 50 years of caring for horses, kids learning to ride, ponies being braided and brushed, ladies becoming athletes, men wearing riding pants. We aren't doing anything new there. There are 34 stalls there for horses, 32, 34. We have asked to have a lower number of horses. We've had them there for 2 years. For 2 years, we've honored horsemanship, heritage, and outreach. Those were the 3 things that the Silver Circle Ranch was known for. And I'm very proud that I've upheld that. We are now a small, hardworking community stable. No changes. We're asking only to help keep the pigtails safe in the winter. Help with the passion for these people that have a passion for horses, to learn their sport safely. If you back horsemanship, then you should back this project. Some of the misinformation, we have your neighbors, Kennedy, DeAndrea, Ross, Reel, Courtney, Nelson, Werner, Meyer, Miriam's, Desidero, Lamb. These are their neighbors who took the time to actually write letters themselves, not have their address added to a group mail. They wrote their own letters, and you have them, over 200 letters from people who either signed saying, we support this, they put their name and their signature on it, or people that actually wrote the entire letter themselves because they care about horses, and this is what this area was known for. The misinformation going on, the Nelsons have actually written 2 letters on our behalf. The second one may not have been able to be in your packet because we didn't get their letter until early this morning. The second letter from the Nelsons today. I am writing in regards to the Silver Circle Ranch on Holcomb Lane. I'm sorry, wrong letter. I understand, this is from them. I understand that you are interested in some of the facts regarding the history of the number of boarders at the Silver Circle Ranch. This is from Gail K. Nelson this morning. What? This is from her this morning. You can say things, but this is her writing. When we sold the ranch to you, we had 4 boarding horses, which did not belong to my father. Prior to that, from 1996 until then, we were boarding 20 horses, and the number fluctuated somewhat from time to time. Before 1996, the number of horses being boarded also fluctuated, and it's several times, according to my recollections, and she's the daughter of the owner, not a neighbor, there were most likely more than 20 horses in all of the glory days.
Great.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dexter Whitmer, followed by Bruce Whitmer.
Maybe we could speed things along by having this next person who's going to talk come down front so we don't have to wait for you to walk down.
I'm Dexter Whitmer. I've lived on property as a tenant since June 1st, 2021. And I've been directly intertwined with the traffic and all the parking and all the other noise or smells that may be a problem on the property. And I am in support of this indoor facility, and I think it's just going to allow a more consistent training process, and it won't be adding significant problems elsewhere. I'm available for more questions.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bruce Whitmer, followed by Elizabeth LaCroix.
Bruce Whitmer, I live at 1605 Del Monte Lane. My wife and I have thought about this property as a way to preserve, not to disrupt. So I hope that the intent, and I feel like the intent has shown itself when you see young riders taken to the sport and getting to know our side of town, which will be wanting for places to ride. And so we really appreciate the chance to talk to you and express the purpose to maintain a well-respected trainer, give her a chance to take what this community is known for and make it happen in a safe and effective manner. Liz had worked on a smaller barn. We got to know her. We like how she treats with respect the children and other riders that are there for the same reasons that a lot of our community is, to enjoy the outdoors and really come together in a way that's getting harder to do as we develop. Our goal is not to develop this area, it's kind of the opposite of that. let's not let as we talked to the Nelsons, they took an offer of ours that was substantially less than what they had received from developers. Our goal is to keep this as undeveloped as possible, putting our time and resources into that. It really meshes best with a equestrian training facility, and we found what we think is one of the finest and most reputable. We've tried to give her what she needs to be effective, and that's really where the arena came into place, was the safety, the ability to be what the community needs, and we're running out of. Some comments have been given to us from our neighbors that maybe they should just ride out in Red Rock. I've done that. It's a long drive. I can't do it very often. I don't agree with having to go to Carson or the Washoe Valley to have to ride. I think if our community doesn't have access, it fails. The community is not what it once was. So I think it's important to do what we've been put here to do, provide a safe, secure, healthy community. In this case, it's a community of riders. We'd like to support that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Elizabeth LaCroix, followed by Clara Andriola.
Hello, Board. My name is Elizabeth LaCroix, and I'm a local horse trainer in the area. I was born and raised in Reno, Nevada. I just want to say I met Landis when I was about 11 years old. She purchased a piece of art from me, and then she told me I was a paid artist at that point, and to continue doing what I was doing. And that kind of sets the tone for the kind of people that they are. I've heard a lot of complaints today about the water, the road conditions, the shoulders, the traffic patterns, and so on. And none of these things have anything to do with an indoor riding building. These are issues that need to be brought to the attention of those who are in charge of road maintenance and construction. We hear people speaking of what a typical building size is, comparing it to a tire shop or a dealership. Those are buildings that are made for people. They're not made for people and horse interactions. I want you to think of a community that is down in South Reno on Rhodes Road. It is a horse community. It's been known for its equestrian operations for decades. It was around when I was a kid. The median home price down there is about $2 million. There are 4 commercial equine facilities that I know of just on that one road. They all have indoor riding arenas, what's been called an ugly building. These indoor riding arenas, these commercial operations, have positively affected the land values and culture of those neighborhoods. The issue is not about speeding, and it's not about the amount of horses, and it's not about the manure or the urine. That's for another day if they so want to bring it up. It's about how we can preserve our sport, how we can continue the traditions of equestrians in our area. I'm a lifelong Reno resident, and I have returned to open my own operations. So I know how the permitting and restrictions affect our kind of operation and our kind of business, how they affect the children and the students that are attending our programs. An indoor building creates a safe place for students to ride and trainers to train year-round. That is the issue today, and voting in favor backs those who are keeping these traditions alive and passing them on to the next generation. Thank you.
Next we have Clara Andriola, followed by Dr. Scott Green.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you. What a job you have tonight. I think, really, to be honest with you, I've been a resident for almost 35 years. And I can tell you that I am new to the horsemanship world. I have never met any 2 people more dedicated to the safety, cleanliness, and really dedication to doing everything they can to make sure that the environment is well respected and the neighbors are well respected. It's hard to hear all of this because I have the absolute honor of riding with them, watching them, learning from them, and in terms of flies and manure and all of these things that, come up. Cattle do that too, and there's cattle that are there, and other animals do that, but I can tell you it's the cleanliest place I've ever been, And that is exactly what Liz is committed to doing, and so is Dr. Whitmer and Landis Whitmer. This is about literally having an opportunity to preserve the property that is already there. From my perspective, it is a little bit more than putting a roof, but it is a roof, and it is an indoor opportunity for children to actually learn a skill that seems to be going away. We have an obligation to keep our Western heritage alive and to do that in a safe and very effective way. I can also share that, honestly, it looks and sounds like everyone's coming to some big event, like a concert, and everyone's going to be just coming in. It doesn't work that way. And the safety in terms of the folks who are actually bringing in their vehicles are probably one of the safest drivers and maneuvering of large vehicles that I've ever seen. I mean, look at Del Monte in terms of the traffic, and honestly, it's hard to manage all of that, but there really isn't an impact to traffic. That's been shared. And so I don't understand. Essentially, some of the things are just, observations, and these are my observations, and I guess you get to interpret the findings that were found, and then also the obligation to look at the legality of the project that's before you. So I'm in support of it. I wish we could all go over to Dr. Whitmer's and Landis Whitmer's home, and you can see for yourself how much they care for the horses, probably more than even our animals that we have as pets. It's that serious. So I encourage you to support this project. And talk to the neighbors. Landis and Dr. Whitmer are here for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Scott Green, followed by Bryn Klitsky.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I'm Scott Green. I am an equine veterinarian in the area. I've been practicing here for nearly 34 years. I first became a resident of Washoe County in 1961 as an infant. And my first visit to the Silver Circle Ranch would have been in either 1980 or 1981 when I was working as an assistant for Dr. Mike Kirk, longtime veterinarian who worked for Mr. Nelson at the time. And so I never walked down the barn and did an exact head count in that time. But I can let the board know that at that time they had a full facility. It's a 28 stable barn. There's probably 3 to 4 that are set aside for tacking, washing, tack storage, etc. In 1988, when I graduated from vet school and returned home, I began work at Silver Circle for a number of different clients, and I've been there numerous times, dozens of times between now and then. During those periods, the barn was basically full. There may have been a couple open stalls, but the idea that this is a new commercial operation and that having 20-plus head of horses there on the property is something new is not an accurate assessment. In regards to the management of the property, I believe the Whitmers have done an outstanding job. And along with Liz Reeder, the idea that, and I was at the property within the last month, looking at it and working on some animals, and the idea that there is that this is an inhumane environment and that these animals being abused on this property is ludicrous. You don't stay in business in the horse business if you're abusing or not taking care of your animals. And both the Whitmers and Ms. Reeder are very conscientious of that and provide an excellent source. As you all appreciate, this has been a mecca for horse owners, this area, the Southwest, for many, many decades, evidenced by the fact that the majority of the properties in that area have an associated pasture with them, with many horses and cattle. To answer, I think, your question, Mr. Thomas, there are 2 indoor arenas on Thomas Creek Road, within probably a mile as the crow flies from Silver Circle. The road is challenging, always has been. this addition of an indoor arena won't have any impact on it, and probably much less of an impact than the cattle that get loose on this road relatively frequently that are owned by one of our earlier speakers. So thank you, and I hope you support this project.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bryn Klitsky, followed by Irene Self.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to be a little bit sporadic because I'm going to try and address some of the concerns and questions that you guys had as well as our neighbors. To make a long story short, I myself hand-delivered the invitations to all of the neighbors. When nobody was home, I placed them with tape on their mailbox. So that way, because we knew we were not allowed to put them inside mailboxes, so I taped them to the outside, which we saw them over the outside for the next few days after the delivery. So we did do our best to do that. We did not have the timing correct to get them mailed out with the appropriate addresses, so we did it by hand, which we thought was appropriate. As far as the trees go, the ones that would be removed for the project, we have the trees that are there are very old cottonwood trees. The majority of them have deep roots exposed. So these are ones that have been damaged in past floods. They've been, it has nothing to do in the areas where we ride, but they are a potential hazard to the property as well as to Holcomb Ranch Lane. So these are ones that could be a problem over time regardless. As far as the manure goes, we did have the wettest December that we've had in history. So normally the property, we have manure removal once a month. It is done by a company that is paid for. It's not a friend. It's not anybody who's taking it off. It's a paid service. But due to the wet nature of the ground, we could not safely get a semi-truck into that upper pasture area. So that is why the manure accumulated for longer than it would normally do, is because we weren't able to get a truck in without having it do damage to the land, which we've done huge amounts of progress to make to where we do not have mud on the property. We have wood chips on every area that's muddy so that we can mitigate the mud issue and the damage. In addition to that, sorry, I've got to go back to my notes here. When we spoke to a former boarder of the Silver Circle Ranch in the late 80s, she said that there was always 12 to 16 horses as a regular thing, but in addition to that, there was also a couple dozen longhorns that were pastured up above. So there was always more than 25 animals on the property, whether it was a combination of horses and cattle. So there was always a higher number of cattle that ate down the land a lot more than we allow the pasture horses to be out on specific times. The proposed indoor has a much smaller footprint than the current outdoor riding arena that we have. This is not an event center. This is just a place for our animals to be able to work safely. So, in 2021, we held 2 events. It ended up being over 3 days. And it was all the parking for the event was up in the upper area on the wood chip, so it did no damage to the property. It was easy in and out, and there is no horse trailer parking in the lower part of the property. So there's no need for that double passing for, when horse trailers come in and out. We do have an expansion on our gate to allow larger vehicles to come through, but it's typically not necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Irene Self, followed by Karen Lockhart.
Hi. I am in favor of this project, and just a little bit of a background. I have been involved with horses for over 30 years. I've showed horses. I owned a 10-acre property. I had horses on the property. I was really disturbed by the allegations that these animals at this facility are not cared for properly. And the 1.5 acre per horse, yes, if it's just grazing, and that was reiterated. I know the Whitmers. I know Liz. I've known them for 5+ years. This is a good operation, and it is part of our Western heritage. I want to talk a little bit about the question about the ugly building. One of the most expensive neighborhoods in Reno is around Ranch Hera. They have a huge indoor riding arena. That's part of the draw. There's also another indoor arena that Liz worked at just down the road. She boarded there, she had an operation there, probably less than a mile, right off of Holcomb Ranch Road. Horses and communities can exist. Liz was trained classically in Europe. I've been to the Spanish Riding School in Vienna, right in the heart of Vienna. Huge building, beautiful. The horses are part of the culture. I feel that with Reno. As far as riders and classes, I show horses. Of the 50 riders, I account for 6 of them. I have 2 horses I ride in 3 classes, okay? So equating 50 trailer trips or 23 or whatever is not really accurate. And over the course of 2 days, riders are going to compete in multiple classes. 1 rider, 1 horse, okay, but multiple times. So I think there's a lot of really stretching the truth here when it comes down to this. I've been to the property, I know the property, it's a beautiful property, okay? They do a good job of keeping it safe. As far as the traffic goes, welcome to Reno, okay? Have you guys noticed the population increase? And if you look at the studies that were presented earlier, it's false to say that there's more traffic in 2020 than there was in previous years, which was brought up, okay? It's about the same on that road. So that's all I really have to say. I just kind of want to dispel some of the comments that are really not accurate and really designed to kind of skew towards why this shouldn't happen as opposed to embracing it. Think of this as a riding academy, a school. We have schools in our neighborhoods. We have big schools in our neighborhoods. So this building is not going to be an ugly building. This will be a nice building where children and seniors like me can go and ride. And it's part of a really thriving community. Thank you.
Next, we have Karen Lockhart, followed by Terry Golish.
Hi, I'm Karen Lockhart. Thank you for letting me speak here today. Please don't let this accent fool you. I am a 21-year Northern Nevada resident. I am fairly new to riding, and I appreciate having a clean and well-maintained facility to ride in. I feel safe there. I rode in England, and I reconnected with my riding through Landers, and I'm very thankful for that opportunity. And all the horses there are healthy, happy, very well-maintained horses. I again want to reiterate the pasture size that was mentioned. This, again, is related to the number of horses. They are not fed on the pasture. Liz told you how she feeds the horses, and so they're not put out to pasture for feeding. That's, you know, a relaxing play area for them. It's not their source of food. This is a local, clean and safe place to ride year-round. That's what the building is. It's an indoor arena, is less dusty and intrusive than an outdoor arena because everything's contained in there, and we all just want a safe place to ride. Most of the riders, including myself, because I don't have my own horse, I'm using a horse there. I'm grateful for that opportunity. We're not trailering horses in on a daily basis, and the children coming to ride are using the horses on the facility. So we're not bringing in trailers daily. That's a misconception. Also, the December open house event that all of the neighbors were invited to, I was there, and I did, in fact, see a plan for the new arena there. So I don't know how that was missed, but it was available and quite clearly talked about and demonstrated. So I fully support this, and I really hope you give it full consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Terry Golish, followed by Carolyn Junta.
Call the next one.
Next would be Carolyn Junta. Is she here? Okay. Leslie Gilkey.
Followed by
Michelle McCarty.
Hi, I'm Leslie Gilkey. I'm here in support of the indoor arena proposed for Silver Circle Ranch. I'm a 22-year resident, and I've been riding the entire time that I've lived here. I rode out at Red Rock, and I also rode at the south end of town, Rhodes Road, which you all, I think, are familiar with. And I had to quit because I didn't have enough time between raising my 2 children and pursuing my passion of equestrian sport. With having an equestrian arena available to me within 15 minutes of my home, I could have still been riding, and if it's built, I can continue doing that. In addition, I've been to the facility several times, and some of the comments that have been made are really distressing because they feel like they're not being made with an eye towards observing what actually was there. Specifically, the grass pastures are not turning into dust bins. That just isn't true. So, and I know that one of our other supporters has pictures from, actual photographs from the meeting, the December meeting that showed the plans for the proposed plans were available. That's it.
Thank you.
Carolyn Justa?
She wrote on the back as well.
Okay. And Charles? Pleaded, okay, all right. Annalise Appleseth?
Hi, I'm Annalise Appleseth. I am a local trainer to Reno, and I just wanted to speak on behalf of Liz and her business model. It is fantastic. She gets wonderful results with all of her riders, and the way that she does this is by making sure that she has small lesson numbers. So her cap on students in a lesson is 5, which is actually pretty small in the industry. But it speaks to her program and how she runs it, and how she runs it very responsible. I also wanted to note that I was at the arena meeting for the community. I went just because I was curious, and there was all of the plans for the arena. So I think it would be a fantastic addition to our equine community, and I also think it would be safer as the traffic goes around on the road right there by the arena. I have ridden in that arena with some spooky horses, and when there's cars flying by, it is terrifying. So it would be a fantastic and safer alternative to have that arena right there by the road because of the spooky nature of our animals. So thank you so much.
We have no more public comment in chambers.
Get out of town.
If there is anyone on Zoom who would like to add to the public comment, please raise your hand.
We have one more here in chambers. You can speak.
Hi, my name is Carson Farrell. I'm an employee of Landis Whitmer, and I've also been an employee of several people who have spoke today that are their neighbors. I'd like to start really with, I'm kind of disappointed in the false accusations and just the overall negative connotation towards the Whitmers in this development. I mean, these are people that are so community focused and have really just tried their damnedest to provide a safe area and a safe place for the horse community to flourish. I mean, I came to Reno unemployed to go to college, and Landis took me in, gave me a job, and really helped me, you know, flourish into this individual I am now. I'm looking into starting my own contracting business. I have all these opportunities thanks to the Whitmers, because they're invested in the community, because they're invested in these people. And every time I've had a problem, you know, they've listened and they're willing to be open to, well, here's a possible solution. So when I hear these comments from these other people, they're not willing to hear the neighbors out. I just have a hard time understanding that. I just don't get the validity in that. Because they're just so ready to help. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Cindy Lazatich. I've shown horses myself for 12 years. And we're not criticizing the people that own the barn. What we're interested in is the barn itself. It's a huge metal building. Their septic system is a residential septic system. They're going to have people in there. They're going to have a number of people in there. I'm sure when they do the big barn, and it is a barn, and it's a steel building, it's going to be 3 stories high, and we will see it from the road. There's no provision for screening, and there's only one access in and out. Now, they have another gate there, and we talked to Ndot, and they're not allowed to use that separate gate. And within the last 2 weeks, that gate has been opened, the barn has been purchased, the barn has been delivered. They have used the separate entrance. The manure has sat there for a month. That's the reason why we're a little disgusted. We are neighbors. Half these people don't even live in our neighborhood. I live in the neighborhood, I pass it every day. And I don't want to see a steel building. And I don't want to see, when the last show is there, we counted 14 trailers up in the hillside in the back where they said they're not available. Trucks and trailers are not available for that parking area. Well, let me tell you, they were there. And I just, it's not about the Whitmers or the ponies or all that other stuff. It's because I live in that neighborhood. It is not a neighborhood for a professional operation, a company. I've owned my own company now for 40 years in this city. And the detriment is the highway. Our street, a side street in the corner of Watt and Martin, is wider than Highway 671. It's dangerous. And it will be dangerous on the weekends when there's trailers, there's bike riders, there's people walking. I can't even walk on that highway. I have to go down to Bartley Ranch to do my walking. It's so frightening. Thank you very much. I appreciate your consideration of all of us and all the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Ma'am,
Would you fill out a card for us, please, so we know who you are? Thank you.
And I have there are no hands raised via Zoom. And just for the record, I would like to state all public comment received from the public was made available to the board prior to the meeting.
Have the written public comment been circulated to the board members? Okay.
The ones on the back.
Yes. Okay, no more public comment. So we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion. It's a lot of pros and cons, I guess, in public comment.
Madam Chairman,
Yes?
will we have an opportunity to speak to the planner and the applicant, or did we skip that?
step or?
Oh,
Did I miss
yeah,
that during a
no,
brief moment
you
of
can talk to
some
the
kind of
applicant.
ADD issue or something?
Do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Was it 4 hours ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'm good for about 15 minutes. So, if we may, I do have some
Yeah,
questions.
yeah, here he
Thanks.
comes.
For the record, I'm Clint Teesey.
Hi, I have two questions, both of which I think you initiated. There was something about Ndot was going to, might require extra space or some sort of a ramp into the driveway. You had a particular word for it, and I had it in my notes, which are long gone.
Aprons.
So we're paving a asphalt apron off the highway at the driveway. That apron basically comes from the roadway with 25-foot radiuses down to the existing driveway. It's 10 feet in depth, and that's to keep the asphalt or gravel from traveling onto the existing highway asphalt. But it met all Ndot standards. They went through, our plan did show the second driveway, and they made absolutely no comment about it. It's used very infrequently for maintenance purposes in the upper pasture, or when she holds an event to park trailers.
Okay, and I think you used a certain term, though, for the Ndot apron coming into the driveway.
An encroachment permit.
Bingo.
Yeah.
So who is encroaching on whom?
So every driveway that's on a state highway
Yes.
is encroaching on the Ndot highway.
The right of
And
way.
you need Ndot permission to have that. A lot of the driveways that were built in the 50s, 60s, 70s were not permitted. So when we come in for an application and Ndot gets the review of it, they say, well, this driveway is not permitted and we want it permitted. This went through a pre-application about 3 years ago, 2 years ago, I believe, and it never made it to the actual submittal process. At that time, the applicant became aware of the need for a Ndot encroachment permit. We actually had that in place already as of a year ago, November. So we've had it for some 15 months. We just haven't been able to improve it yet because we ended up with a fiasco about having to move the building, then realized we need a special use permit for grading, then realized we need the special use permit for the actual operation.
Gotcha.
So,
What is the size, please, of the encroachment?
what's that?
What is the size of the encroachment?
So the actual,
Is it just a yes, no, or here's the size, here's the amount, and here's the
yeah, so
the
what
number
we
of
do
foot?
is we prepare a plan and we show the existing condition and we show the proposed improvements we're gonna do to it. But it's basically from the edge of the highway to the right-of-way fence. That's your encroachment.
And the distance is what, roughly?
Right there, it's probably 30 feet in depth.
All right, thank you. And I have a question about event size, but I'm guessing that may not be you.
Yeah, I know a little bit about what she's planning to do, but maybe it'd be better if Liz answered that for you.
Sure, and I can make it real quick question as someone walks up. And that is, what would be the maximum attendance anticipated for any given event?
Again, I'll let Liz answer that one. Sure.
Thank you very much.
Yep. You have any other engineering questions or plan questions? Get this over.
No.
I do want to point out, though, it was brought up that the septic system a couple years ago was replaced at the instance of the health department, Washoe County Health Department. It's a commercial septic system. What we need to do is to take that set of plans and get it registered with NDEP, because any commercial facility needs NDEP approval also, and they keep track of it and monitor it. But it was designed to
Sir,
commercial standards.
this is not a time for another presentation. We have to respond to questions at this point.
For the record, I am Liz Reeder, owner-operator, Paravesa Stables.
And so my question for you was, what is the largest attending or attendance you expect for any of the given events?
I would expect approximately a total of 55 horses. That's what we had at our one large weekend this past year.
And
Not
humans?
all of those came in. Of those 55, 15 were already on site.
Okay.
If all 20 horses show, then fewer would come in.
How about humans?
In terms of riders, there's probably
In terms of
total
attendees?
people on site?
Yeah, human.
100 to 150 people.
250.
No, 100 through 150 people.
100 to 150.
Correct.
Okay. And to confirm something, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask Planner Julia Olander a question. And just to confirm, thank you very much. Julie, when we spoke through email interactions back and forth, did I understand you to say that Ndot, there was an Ndot requirement for a special permit for any event that was over 100 people? Is that was emptying onto their roadway?
Yes, Julie Olander for the record. Yes, so Washoe County has a requirement. If you have more than 99 people, you do need an outdoor events license. Not sure if the applicant was aware of that, but that is a license requirement. So we have certain requirements for 100 to 299, and then you have all heard those events have been brought before you before. So, but that's a event license that they would have to obtain if they have more than 100 people.
Okay, so if they have more than 100, it
More
trips.
than 99, excuse me.
More than
100 or
ni-
more.
Yeah, more than 99 then. That trips a requirement with Ndot, amongst other things, to determine what they might need in terms of flagmen and so forth? That was my understanding. Is that incorrect?
Well, it trips us, they have to apply for a permit with Washoe County.
Yes.
We in turn then can distribute that applications to various departments and agencies. NDOT probably would be one because this is on an NDOT road.
All right, thank you very much.
Isn't NDOT more of the highways? Yeah.
That
this-
is a highway there, you know?
Holcomb?
Yes, it's the
Oh,
state
it's a
highway, 671.
Okay. Yes?
Can we ask for clarification from Mr. Lloyd, that if there is an event that's over 99 people?
Yes.
Does that require a Washoe County special use permit?
It's not a special use permit, there is an event license that is required, yes.
I've done a lot of them, yeah.
Yeah, so even if they had an event,
They'd have to come to us. yeah.
No, unless, the larger events would come to you.
Oh.
Events over 300, but not if it's, under 300 would not come
Oh,
before
yeah,
this
that's
board.
a staff thing? Okay. Okay, you're good, huh? And do you have questions? Oh, I thought you had a whole list there.
most of them have been answered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else have questions?
Madam Chair, I do have one question for either Julie or, I forgot your name, sir, the engineer. So Julie gets to hear it. Accounting for the grade improvement for the building, which I understood was something like 10 feet, and then the total height of the metal building as well. So above grade, what are we looking for total elevation at the peak?
Julie Olander, for the record. So at that location, because of the zoning on the property, they can't have a building higher than 35 feet. That's a residential type, they're in a residential zone, so that is the height. So nobody in that neighborhood would have a building taller than 35 feet. That's the limit. So even though it's a barn and it's a commercial barn, there's still, the zoning drives the amount, the height allowance. So it's 35 feet. So from ground to the top, that's the allowed height.
In this particular instance, what
It's the same. It's 35
So
feet.
we've got 35 feet. That's
35
what.
feet anywhere in that neighborhood would be allowed.
Okay.
So that's from the ground, you know, if they have to grade and add some, you know, height, you know, with the base, that's different, you know, but we're looking from the ground to the top of the structure itself. So, you know, if it was on top of a mountain, and the building could be 35 feet high, so it doesn't matter where it's at, but in that, you know, that area, 35 feet is the allowed height.
So is that 35 feet measured from the original ground?
It's from the ground that the building's put on. Well, it's on-
The comments from the crowd, please stop. This is from the time that's pulled back to the board. This is for Q&A.
Do you have any further, does that answer your question?
Well, in this particular instance, so we may have up to 35 feet, but.
The structure.
But what is it exactly? Do we know?
So it doesn't, you know, it doesn't matter, you know, if they do grading, you know, and the ground is raised a bit for whatever purposes, for this purpose, they need some grading done for for drainage purposes. That's not, we don't count that in the sense of the height of the building. The building is a structure, and that's what we're looking at, the height of the structure. So like I said, if you had a house on top of a hill, or anybody else had to grade because of slope and they did anything else, we don't look at what they had to do to the ground to measure the height. It's the structure of the height, the structure of the building. So you could do, like I said, you could be on top of a mountain, and the mountain might be, you know, 500 feet. We don't measure from the, you know, the base of the mountain. We measure from the building, the base of the building to the top of the building.
Okay. That answers my question. I'm just trying to get a sense of the visual impact of this structure. Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Julie.
Clint Tesi for the record. I believe the building is about 32 feet high at the peak. The building pad on the south end basically matches ground around the existing bar. And then, because it's going out into a 4% slope there, and we have to keep that floor flat in the riding arena, you end up with your 10-foot fill at the northeast corner. But if you're looking at it from the west, coming around Lakeside and Holcomb, it's also recessed about 15 feet. So what you're seeing is the top, maybe 15 feet of the building coming around the corner. The only place you would visually be able to see the full height of the 35 feet is on Holcomb Ranch Road as you look down the canyon down Dry Creek. And that's where you have that growth of trees. So I hope that answers it for you.
It does, thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, do you have questions?
No, I have no questions.
Okay. So are we ready to entertain a motion
Can we discuss
or
it?
discuss it? Bring it back to the board?
Rob, for the record, I just got one little comment. I don't know about you guys, but we were handed a package of 12 pages here, and it made it very difficult for the timing for me to go through all of this during the meeting when we're trying to listen to everybody. I don't know how you guys felt about it, but it was very difficult for me to go through all of these comments and stuff
Yeah.
on that. So I just wanted to make that comment. That's all I had.
Yeah,
Are we in our board discussion
Yeah.
period now? Thank you. I agree, by the way.
it's a lot of information, a lot of different views, a lot of different,
It would have been a lot nicer if we got it like several days ago, you know?
yeah.
Yeah, and in defense of the staff, though, I certainly got some online. And somebody's working late too, by the way. I was getting them at 10:30, 11 o'clock, looking at the market, looking at things for the next day, and thought, somebody's awake. So there's a lot of stuff. One of my main concerns was traffic problem, potential traffic problem, and safety problem. As I think I mentioned, I corresponded with staff on several occasions. I went out and tried to stay on that little road. And it is small. And that's the reason I was asking about the encroachment issues and the driveway and so forth, and how that worked. And also, because of that, having just some people going 65, some people trying to pull a horse trailer into a driveway, you kind of got an automatic issue. And so my question was about what would be the maximum number of attendees without event permits? Because things like the events at Hawkins, they have flagmen and all that sort of thing. So on the flip side of that is, and that concern is still with me, the safety concern there. But the flip side of that is, it's always a great thing to train people to work with horses. I mean, it sounds fantastic and very high end. So those are the two issues. Great cause, but I still have concerns about the roadway traffic and the safety issues.
Yeah. It seems like that's been operating for quite some time at the level that it is, though. Okay, yes, Clay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think to begin with, I think a point of order here is that the board is not here really to discuss the health of the horses, the personalities of the owner or anything. In fact, the last speaker, I thought, said it pretty well, that we're here to address an issue of the building of a structure and the addition of more horses. People's personalities and the neighbors' personalities and how well they get along is not what this board is here for. Given that, I've made several notes and I listened to a lot of the speakers and I've had some issues. I've traveled that road, Holcomb Ranch Road, Thomas Creek, Lakeside and all that. And I can tell you that Holcomb Ranch Road is a very small road. It has no shoulder. It has no white fog line on it. Any of the asphalt rolls over and actually off the road, and there's numerous ditches there because that was ranch land or farmland to go ahead and take care of their fields. I do know people jog on that road. I do know people actually bicycle on that road. And I do know the problems that occurs on a small two-lane road. I have been behind trailers where I've watched oncoming traffic actually go as far to the right as they can to avoid the trailers that are on that road. So it is a road that is narrow. Along with that, if we're going to talk about trailers and the use of trailers, driving trailers on that road, I was trying to figure out a measurement here that would best kind of suit this, but if you have a 20-foot truck, standard size 20-foot truck, and you're hauling a 14-foot or longer trailer, that's wider or longer than the front of this right here. I mean, it's probably from that wall to about there. And that's one vehicle that has to slow down and stop and then make a turn into what I saw when I was there, a very narrow road. There's not a lot of room to maneuver something of that size. Let me get this right here. In addition to that, leaving that piece of property and coming up, you're coming up a gravel hill, uphill. And you're then going to try and make either a left or right out of that onto a narrow road, which is going to slow progress of you trying to haul something that size up and out, which again becomes a traffic issue. So I have an issue, I have a concern with the road being there. I have a concern with the driveway, the size of it is. One of the things that was asked for in here is to increase the size or the number of horses. So that is an issue that we can address. There's supposedly 23 horses there. They want to go up to 25. I know there was a new manure pile that was talked about. Well, that is something, that's the end results, no pun intended, of having horses. I saw that pile today, and it caught my attention of just the size that it was. And I was thinking, if in fact you have an event and you have another 55 horses there over a 3-day event, That's a lot of manure. Now, I know there was lack of a term testimony, but there was discussion up here that, well, December was a very wet month, that's why it couldn't get done. Well, January was the driest month on record, so it was still there. So I'm not in favor of adding more horses. I think 23 horses on a property of that size is good. And I do know that people spoke about that you're not putting the horses out to pasture. That's true, they're not living out on the pasture, but they are still being turned out. You're not gonna leave the horses in the barn the whole time. They have to be rotated out, in and out of whatever pasture land you have, which is going to limit the number of horses, or should limit the number of horses basically out there at one time and for a given period of time. So I'm not in favor of increasing the number for the horses. I can also tell you that I got numerous, and that's an understatement, emails from people for, and against. And one thing I did is when I looked them all over, I looked for addresses. I have 27 individuals that are opposed to this project that live right in the area. I saw over 50, and I guess there's more now, over 50 individuals that were in favor of this. But some of those people that were in favor, I found one that lived in Las Vegas. I have others that live in Sparks. I have others that live in North Reno. So what I tend to do is narrow my focus as to the community that's involved of what they have to say. And with 27 neighbors saying that they're opposed to this, to me carries some weight of what's going on. Now, supposedly there was an invite that was out there, which was nice, but evidently 26 people, I guess, didn't get it or didn't know about it. So I take that into account. As for the structure itself, it is large. It is going to be very large. And I went out there and I looked at it. I looked at the area, and it's going to replace the one lower arena that's over there. And someone spoke to this that said, well, all those cottonwoods have to come out because the roots are exposed because it's a floodplain or it's flooded in the past. Well, that's right where you're putting this new indoor arena. So it kind of takes that away as to a proper location to go ahead and put something that size. And if in fact you're going to put something up that's 32 feet or 35 feet, one thing I've done since I've got on this board is I've taken measurements so I get a better idea when somebody talks about distance. From this floor here to that ceiling there, that's 17 feet. That tells you the height of what this project could be. And from there, you're definitely going to see a big building right there off the road. So for those reasons, I'm not in favor of approving this project.
May I ask you a question, Clay? Well said, of course, but are you looking at detrimental and site suitability?
Well, give me a minute and I'll make sure. I was going to say that, yes.
I mean, that's what your comment sounded like.
Site suitability was, yes.
It sounds like you're speaking to that.
is the one I was leaning toward, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, one last comment?
Well, isn't that related to zoning,
Well,
site suitability?
Well, no. One last comment I'd like to make is, in the end, whatever the results is, we're not taking away a person's business. We're not reducing the number of horses. We're not telling you that you can't train children or adults or anybody else there. So what the board is here today for is at the request of additional horses and basically a indoor arena. So everything else will stay status quo if in fact the decision is made not to go forward with this. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, it's back to you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your comments. Any other discussion?
This is Rob for the record. I understand what you're saying, Clay, but traffic is something that I think we all have to deal with, I live in an area where they're putting a whole bunch of homes out there, and our traffic is terrible. So I don't see where that's a reason to actually stop this. They're going 2 horses more than what they're already doing. And given, you know, I saw the negative comments, you know, besides this 12-pager, and all the positive comments, and I'm actually for the project. So that's where I stand.
Okay,
I've got, I'm sorry, did I interrupt?
Don?
Well, I'm still pondering this whole thing. It's been a little almost overwhelming, but I echo Clay's concerns, particularly on the impact of this 32-foot building. This, if I understand it correctly, it's going to have a 10-foot berm or a foundational fill. That's an imposing building for this neighborhood. I attended a wedding on Holcomb Lane. I don't know the exact address or how close it was to this last summer, and we had 250 people out there, and even just the tent that went up was kind of an imposing thing, and that was nowhere near 35 feet. And the parking was just ridiculous because Holcomb Lane or Holcomb Ranch Road is not designed for this kind of activity. It's a residential area, and yes, it's changing, and we've gotten more traffic, but
It's a highway.
well, again, the height of the
No, I'm saying Holcomb Ranch Road is a highway.
oh, okay. I'm getting off the specifics, but my problem is the visual impact of this building built up on a 10-foot flood control measure. So.
Didn't they say that you could only see it if you're looking down the creek though? That somebody made that comment, that you could only see the building if you're looking down the creek.
You could only see the entire building. At its least impactful view, you see the top 15 feet. To me, that's still an unreasonable impact on a residential area.
And to jump in here, that's 15 feet as I understood it from Holcomb, from the highway. However, from the residents, you get the full tilt boogie. You have the entire thing and change because they're uphill and behind it. So they're not at the level of the, as I understand it, and as my site tour would seem to indicate, from the highway. So on the highway, you're getting 15 feet. And if you're a neighbor, you may be getting quite a lot more than that.
Having said that, I found the testimony of the most proximate neighbors to be very compelling.
Yeah.
And I'll just let that stand on its own.
Yes.
But I tend to agree with Mr. Thomas that I don't support this.
Yeah. And, okay.
You know, as one last thing, typically we have the ability to have some impact on the roadway, if it's a county road or if it's a, you know, if it's a roadway owned by or controlled by the applicant or something like that. In this case, it is with Ndot, largely. It appears to be, here's what you've got to work with, kind of end of story. And so the applicant has to make all the adjustments, encroachments, and that sort of thing, which is kind of a daunting task. But you can't get over the fact that that road is extremely narrow and does have the 290-degree reverse camber dog turns in it, so dog legs in it. So it's a nasty piece of work.
And it's adjacent to the dry creek.
Right. Yeah, I just looked at what the planner had to say, and she said that it wasn't an issue, so. But it's all good.
Yeah. Okay, anybody like to make a motion?
You know where this is gonna fall.
Okay,
It's all good.
you don't know until you do it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Clay Thomas. I'll make a motion. I move that after giving reason, consideration, and the information contained in the staff report and the information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment deny special use permit case number WSUP 21-0036 and administrative case number WADMIN 21-0016 for the Pro Pony LLC. Having failed to make all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30 and 110.808.25, and that being number 4, issuance not detrimental.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
So the motion carries. And if you could read the appeal procedure, Trevor?
Absolutely. Most decisions rendered by the Board of Adjustment are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with the decision of the Board of Adjustment and you want to appeal its action, you may do so in writing within 10 calendar days from the date that the decision being appealed is signed by the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment and mailed to the original applicant in the proceeding being appealed in accordance with Washoe County Code. Please call the planning staff immediately at 328-6100 for information on the appeal procedure and the application fee.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please exit quietly.
Okay, the next on the agenda is future agenda items. Nothing? Okay, so the next one is request for information from staff. I would just like to say that I am very concerned
Can we
about.
please exit quietly?
Hey, excuse me. We're still having a meeting here, so if you could go outside and hug, that would be great. You know, you're eliminating the CABs, the Citizens Advisory Boards, and you're having the applicant do these community outreach meetings. So I attended the resort at Tahoe and Residences community outreach meeting that was 30 minutes. And there was no public input. It was their speech about what was going on, and then it ended. So, you know, what kind of community outreach is that? I don't understand how this can take the place of a citizens advisory board. And if you
we could
monitor
have
it,
a-
do you have someone
yes.
from the county watching these things to see?
I don't know if
they're-
we've agendized this. I don't know if that's something that attorney.
I would bring it back
Bring
bring it back for an item, but this is something that we should discuss at the next meeting in regard to how, and especially in regard to making recommendations to this board.
Okay.
But this has been a policy decision made by the Board of County Commissioners. And so, you know, it's a different type of meeting that is going on.
Yeah.
But we can have that agendized.
May I?
I've seen other projects being proposed in Incline, and they'll have a meeting at the chateau, and people are invited, and that's great. But just to have a Zoom meeting where the applicant just tells you what's going on, and that's the end.
I would
Thank you
say
very
that
much.
is the outlier. I will
Yeah.
just leave it at that. Yes.
I know for news on the cab front, and a big proponent of the cab process for a couple of decades, I guess, being a cab member and so forth. In the west, in the southwest, in area number 2, we missed our cab meeting this evening, which was going on. One of the primary subjects of which was the wild horses. So cabs, like wild horses, are coming back.
Oh, they are? 'Cause-
Yeah, I missed one tonight at 6 o'clock at South Valley.
Well,
They are not hearing development items.
That is correct. Those
okay.
Those
They're
are by
here-
invitation, right?
Yeah.
Why would they not? Well, okay.
Okay, do you have any directors and legal counsel items? Report on previous board items of adjustments?
No items to report on.
Nothing from legal.
Okay, great. Any public comment, Madam Secretary?
I have no public comment in chambers.
And I have no hands raised via Zoom.
Okay, great. Meeting adjourned, 8 o'clock. Oh my God.